Chapter 617. Damn it. This was Thale's first thought. Half of his face was pressed against the cold stone floor, and he could feel the dust and pain. From the moment the prince entered the room to force the emperor to abdicate and raise his sword against his neck, to the moment he was careless and was captured, the situation had changed in the blink of an eye, beyond imagination. The entire Ballard room was so shocked that they didn't even have time to react. Mariko, the center of attention, tightened his grip on Thale's twisted arm. He took a deep breath and reported to King Kessel with a face full of excitement. "Your Majesty, the intruder has been captured." King Kessel did not reply immediately. He only stared deeply at Thales on the ground. His face was as dark as the sea. No one knew what he was thinking. The royal guards were about to swarm forward, but Captain Adrian, who was frowning, raised his hand in a timely manner and stopped them 5 steps away. Many people finally reacted and heaved a sigh of relief. "Is it over?" Sauter stared blankly at the immobilized prince. Gilbert did not say a word. His face was dejected, and his eyes were red. Prime Minister Cullen remained silent as well, lowering his head in deep thought. "My God, thank sunset, I knew it." Major Domo Kirk struggled free of Salda's hand that was covering his mouth. He was still in a state of shock. Finally, the atmosphere in Ballard was no longer as oppressive as before. But Mariko keenly noticed that his superior, Adrian, who was standing beside His Majesty, had a serious look on his face as he shook his head at him. The king's voice rang out, silencing the room once again. By the looks of it, Kessel stared at Thales, who had slipped and been captured, and he seemed to be deep in thought. "It won't be that easy for you to commit suicide, child." Everyone had different moods, and their gazes all turned to the young captive on the ground. Of course, Thales tried his best to resist Mariko's oppression. He sucked in a mouthful of air between the dust and the ground and gritted his teeth. "Stop wasting time." Vanguard Mariko, who was riding on him, snorted disdainfully. Seeing that the Duke of Star Lake remained defiant and unruly despite his defeat, whispers broke out in Ballard Room. King Kessel narrowed his eyes. The sharp glint in his eyes almost tore Thales apart. Beside the meeting table, Gilbert, who had witnessed the entire process, heaved a long sigh and slowly stood up. "Your Majesty," as he said. The Foreign Affairs Minister was in a daze and did not look at Thales on the ground. "Prince Thales is overtired. He indeed needs rest." Kirk rolled his eyes. Your Majesty, why don't we call it a day? If there's a need, Your Majesty." Archdeacon Stylianides sighed and said, "The Sunset Church can confess the lost prince and redeem himself." "No." Viscount Kinney frowned and looked at his colleagues. "Everyone, today's matter concerns the stability of the kingdom. Please keep your mouth shut." The officials were all talking at once, and the meeting room became lively again. Silence. At this moment, Prime Minister Cullen suddenly shouted. The entire Ballard room fell silent. "It's a royal household affair." Out of character, the Duke of Eastern Sea turned to the king in a calm and unquestionable manner. "His Majesty has his own decision." Everyone looked at the end of the long table again. But King Kessel did not react. Half of his body was in the shadow of the throne, and only his head and chest were exposed to the light of the fire, which made his eyes flicker. The king's silence seemed to have a magical power as it gradually infected the entire meeting room. From the ministers to the guards, everyone could not help but fall silent. They did not even dare to breathe loudly, except for one person. "Please, Father." Even though the rebellion had failed, Thale's laughter was still unrestrained and piercing outside Ballard Room. "When the time comes, do you choose to be a stupid idiot or a suicidal coward?" King Kessel's gaze grew sharper. Vanguard Mariko's expression turned cold. He exerted force on his knee and cut off Thale's words with a hiss of pain. At this moment, "Mariko!" King Kessel's voice sounded faintly. "Let him go." At that moment, everyone was stunned. "Yes." Mariko first accepted the order excitedly, then reacted and looked up in shock. "Your Majesty? What did you say?" He was not the only one who had this question. But Prime Minister Cullen's expression was thoughtful. Gilbert's eyes lit up with hope, and more people had doubts and fear. Only one person was not surprised. On the ground, at an invisible angle, Thales endured the pain and curled the corners of his mouth. I said. King Kessel snorted coldly. His voice was not loud, but it made everyone subconsciously quiet down. Jadestar has made a promise. The Iron Hand King gazed deeply at his unfilial son. As you wish, child. Let's talk. As the king's voice faded, there was a moment of silence in Ballard Room. Many people exchanged looks of bewilderment. Mariko took a deep breath, violently pulled Thales up from the ground, and pressed him heavily against the table, causing the latter to groan in pain. Your Majesty, Prince Thales is plotting a rebellion. Once he escapes, he may harm you. He was not the only one worried. The ministers in front of the king spoke at once. Alone, Advisor Sauter looked at the load-bearer's sword that had long been confiscated by the royal guards. But your Majesty, at least let Adrian be present to protect. Well, if we want to interrogate him, we can find a cell, the kind with bars. This was the shaken Chief Kirkirk. What about the Secret Intelligence Department? Let them handle it. No, today's matter is not to be leaked, bang. There was a dull thud. It was King Kessel's heavy punch on the table. The teacups on the table rattled noisily. Everyone was shocked. The ministers and guards came to their senses. They lowered their heads and waited nervously for the king's reprimand. The room was instantly silent. But the Iron Hand King said nothing. He merely lowered his eyes and maintained his silence, calm and steady, like a hunter patiently waiting for his prey. A full 10 seconds. During this time, everyone lowered their heads and dared not breathe too loudly. Thales was still pinned against the table. He panted as he waited for the oppressive silence. Finally, Lord Adrian, who was closest to the king, sighed and took a step forward. His Majesty has made a decision. Royal guards, everyone, leave the room immediately. When the guards heard this order, they looked at each other in dismay. Sir, Mariko looked up hurriedly. We can't take the risk. The Emperor's Praetorian Guards. Guard Captain Adrian's expression changed, and he yelled, Why do you wave your sword? As soon as he said this, all the royal guards, including Mariko, were shocked. The king did not say a word and watched the scene coldly from the sidelines. Mariko glanced at Thales, who was pinned down by him, and swallowed with difficulty. This sword is only swung for the Emperor. It has no other use. Adrian nodded expressionlessly and did not say anything else. Seeing this, the ministers whispered to each other, but the guards looked solemn. The next moment, Thales felt his arm loosen. The pain, restraint, and weight on his body disappeared. By His Majesty's order, Your Highness. Vanguard Mariko took a step back and stared at the teenager on the table with vigilance and indignation. He gritted his teeth, but was polite. Please rise. Thales groaned and propped himself up from the table in pain. He spat out a mouthful of blood, panted, kicked a chair away, and sat down heavily. Seeing that Thales had escaped, the expressions of the ministers changed slightly. The guards subconsciously put their hands on their weapons, but under Adrian's stern gaze, no one dared to act rashly. With a cold expression, Mariko bowed in the direction of the king and the commander, then turned around and arranged for the royal guards to leave the room in an orderly manner. My lords, the kitchen is ready for dinner, Lord Adrian said again, attracting the attention of the courtiers. Please. The guard captain raised his hand towards the door, his face beaming with joy and respect. It was as if this was just an ordinary court meal. From Gilbert to Sauter, from Kirkirk to Kenny, the ministers looked at each other. They looked troubled, doubtful, or worried, but none of them moved. King Kessel's gaze gradually turned cold. Just in time, I've been hungry for a long time. Let's eat, let's eat. Duke Cullen's cheerful voice rang out just in time to break the tension and awkwardness. The Prime Minister stood up excitedly and stuck out his belly. At that moment, he seemed to have reverted to the charmingly naive, pot-bellied Duke. Although Renaissance palaces' dishes are famous for being shabby and inflexible, and they never change, just as they were about to reach the door, Prime Minister Cullen paused and turned around to give Thales a deep look. But I think there might be a surprise for this meal. There was a hidden meaning in his words, but no one dared to respond. Only the Iron Hand King snorted coldly. The Prime Minister chuckled, squeezed through the line of guards, and disappeared outside the door. Kirkirk, who had been fidgeting for a long time, looked left and right, shrugged with an awkward smile, and quickly caught up with the Prime Minister. With Kirkirk and Cullen as precedents, and the king's resolute attitude, the other ministers, despite their doubts and worries, did not delay. One by one, they filed out of the room. "Your Majesty, if you need anything," Sodder said solemnly before he left, "I'll be next door, waiting to be summoned." King Kessel seemed to come back to life and nodded imperceptibly at the military advisor. "Don't worry, Sir Sodder." Thales tapped the arm of his chair and looked tiredly at King Kessel. "I'll take good care of him for you. This will be a frank, sincere, cordial, and friendly conversation." The teenager narrowed his eyes. Father and son, king and prince, Jade Star and Jade Star. Thales snorted softly. "Isn't that so?" King Kessel did not respond, but his gaze deepened. Sodder frowned and turned around decisively. Gilbert was the last minister to leave. He looked hesitant and hesitated, but in the end, he could not help but turn around. "Your Majesty, even if the knot in your heart is difficult to resolve, please consider the fact that you are related by blood, and that His Highness is still young." King Kessel's gaze, sharp as a sword, turned and landed on the Foreign Affairs Minister. Gilbert paused for a moment, but Thales' voice rang out again. "Thank you, Gilbert." With his back to Gilbert, Thales smiled and said in an unquestionable tone, "But according to the standards of the age of the Empire, I am already an adult." Gilbert was startled. Thales turned around and flashed him a bright smile. "I can already wield a sword and fight, marry a wife, and have children." King Kessel did not move, but Gilbert's gaze was complicated. The Foreign Affairs Minister sighed and said nothing else. He staggered away with his colleagues. Seeing that all the important figures had left, Adrian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Mariko led the last few royal guards out of Ballard Room while keeping an eye on Thales. "Be careful, Vanguard." Thales' sudden voice caused Mariko, who was holding the bearer, to stop in his tracks. "That sword is the heirloom of the Caribbean family." The prince turned his head. "It's very heavy." Mariko took a deep breath, but before he could reply, Adrian had already spoken. "The sword may be heavy." The chief guard captain came forward and tidied up Thales' messy clothes. He did not forget to tear off some clothes and bandage the wound on Thales' neck and shoulder. "But it is our duty to carry the burden for the royal family." Looking at Adrian, who was bandaging his wound, Thales' tone became much better. "Thank you, Lord Adrian. Please apologize to the guards at the palace gate on my behalf. They do not need to apologize." Adrian interrupted the prince. His attitude was still gentle, but his gaze was different. "What awaits them is the examination of the flag bearer, the sentencing of the penal officer, and a lifetime record of dereliction of duty." Thales froze when he heard that. His tone became gloomy. "I am sorry." Lord Adrian smiled slightly, treated the prince's wound, and patted him on the shoulder. "I have already said, Your Highness." The chief guard captain nodded slightly. "It is our duty to carry the burden for the royal family." Mariko, who was behind him, snorted angrily. He pushed the bearer heavily against the ground and turned to leave. As Adrian was the last to leave, the door of Ballard Room closed with a bang. Only the king and the prince were left. They sat on opposite sides of the meeting table, facing each other under the illumination of the setting sun. Ballard Room was not large. It was crowded and lively when the imperial conference was held. But now that there were only 2 people left, it gave off a frightening feeling of loneliness. "Speak." King Kessel did not waste any time. His cold words rang from the other end of the meeting table, as if separated by mountains and seas. "How do you live for constellation?" Thales did not answer immediately. He first touched the corner of his mouth, which was gradually becoming red and swollen. He cursed Mariko's old fist in his heart, then patted the seat under his butt and sighed with emotion. He finally sat down. After all, he had risked his life to get this seat, and it was not Gilbert who gave it up for him. And now, his battle was just about to begin. If you want to fight, be fully armed. As he thought of this, Thales raised his head and gave his opponent the most sincere smile. Oh, I thought you didn't understand. The second prince picked up a teacup on the table. He did not care who had used it before and drank the rest of the tea in one gulp. Or you simply understood, but pretended not to know. Jade Star. Hearing the surname, King Kessel moved slightly. Thales finished his tea and tossed the expensive teacup behind him. Crack. The king looked at the prince's rude and undisguised actions. His gaze turned slightly cold. Seeing his father's gaze, Thales wiped the tea stain from the corner of his mouth and snorted. All right, for the sake of this teacup, Baron Quentin would definitely criticize him in a sarcastic manner again. But who cares? I say, why don't you step down as well? Thales suddenly turned his head and looked at the void around him. Yodel? Hearing this name, King Kessel narrowed his eyes. But Ballard Room was silent. There was no response except for the flickering firelight. Instead, King Kessel snorted coldly and looked at his son thoughtfully. Thales did not wait for an answer, so he scratched his forehead and laughed self-deprecatingly. I thought he was here. King Kessel snorted coldly without mercy. Following Constellation's tradition, if a member of the royal family makes a mistake, the Iron Hand King's eyes were as sharp as blades, pinning him firmly to his seat. Their punishment will be personally carried out by the chief penal officer of the royal guards, from flogging to hanging. Penal officer, personally carried out. Recalling the scene of Mallows whipping Glover and Doyle, Thales was silent. Therefore, this position tends to favor those who scrupulously abide by the law, are impartial, and do not fear the powerful. King Kessel had no intention of waiting for Thales to answer. There was a hint of threat in his gaze. Based on what happened today, the second vanguard, Merrick, is a good candidate. Merrick, candidate for penal officer. Thales recalled Merrick's glare at him before he left. Feeling the pain in his chin and lower abdomen, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He said with a headache, yes, Vanguard Mariko is quite good. Even Cohen and Glover together couldn't take him down. Of course, these two big guys don't cooperate at all, and they get in each other's way, no matter what you're going to say next. King Kessel interrupted him coldly. Your foolish actions tonight have made the situation extremely ugly. The worst consequences have already occurred. Irreversible. King Kessel's gaze swept across him like a sword. The same goes for punishment, including you and all those who followed you in your foolish actions. Punishment, him, and the people who followed him. Wyatt, Ralph, Cohen, Glover, Doyle. When he recalled these people who followed him into Renaissance Palace in a muddle-headed manner, the corners of Thales' lips curled up. Just like 6 years ago, when they followed him into Heroic Spirit Palace, didn't they? The teenager exhaled and leaned against the back of the chair. All right, I admit, now it seems that my actions were a little hasty, as well as risky. Thales shrugged and accidentally affected his injury. He could not help but grimace. I'll pay attention next time. Unfortunately, his father's face was still cold, and he had no intention of cheering for his joke. It seems that you have learned nothing in the Secret Intelligence Department. Still impulsive, stupid, ridiculous, lame. King Kessel used 4 adjectives to complete this sentence. Thales pursed his lips and nodded politely. Impulsive, stupid, ridiculous, lame. And do you know how many important things you've delayed on this occasion and at this time? I know. Thales answered quickly. But I also know. He collected himself, returned to his battlefield, and looked up at the king. As we speak, there are still people in the kingdom who are waiting, anxious, and dying in despair. Thales' expression became serious. There are even more people who do not know what kind of fate awaits them. He met his father's gaze. So I had to come. Had to come? The Iron Hand King sneered, but there was no smile in his eyes. I didn't bring the crown, but I brought the head. The king's voice turned cold. Why, do you want to come and get it? The setting sun just fell outside the window. Kessel V's figure was dark and blurry in the scarlet light. Thales smiled. He didn't bring the crown, but he brought the head. After King Nuvin's death, the blood-stained dragon-scale crown flashed before his eyes. The next moment, The sin of hell's river surged in his veins. The prince's expression turned cold. His figure flashed, and he pounced on the king. Swoosh! As the chair rubbed against the ground, Thale's expression was resolute. He leaned forward from his seat and suddenly extended his palm towards King Kessel opposite him. The Iron Hand King did not move. He was not surprised. He just stared coldly at the approaching Thales. Smack! With a muffled sound, Ballard Room returned to peace. The setting sun and firelight reflected Thales' figure in a bloody red light. His palm stopped above the meeting table, but was firmly restrained and could not move an inch. He was only a few feet away from King Kessel. The light flickered, causing the shadows to tremble, feeling the belated strong wind. I say, you're really here. Thales was expressionless. He did not even look at the mysterious figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. Yodel. Yodel Cato, the masked protector he was all too familiar with, was kneeling on one knee on the meeting table. He held Thales' wrist tightly and protected the king behind him. Yodel did not answer. His mask was thick and rigid. His gloves were cold as ice. His movements were steady, as usual. Thales looked at the place where his palm was and sighed. What a pity. Just a little more. The masked protector lowered his head slightly. On the table in front of the king, under Thales' fingers, lay a crumpled letter. On the cover, the iris-shaped wax was beautiful and exquisite. Yodel was momentarily stunned. He raised his head. The deep holes on the purple mask met Thales' eyes. Let him go. The king's voice rang coldly. Thales curled his lips. He looked at the masked protector and raised his eyebrows. I think he's talking about you. Yodel was silent for a moment. In the next second, the air in front of Thales rippled and stirred up ripples. Yodel's figure became blurry. Faced with this familiar scene, Thales just stared at the mask, as if he could stare through it and stare straight into the other pair of eyes behind it. Soon, Thales felt his wrist loosen. The ripples disappeared completely. Thales felt the lingering pain on his wrist. He sighed and chased the hint of melancholy out of his heart. Since he had already made his decision, he had no spare energy to reminisce about the past. The teenager reached out to grab the letter, retreated from the meeting table, and sat back in his seat. So, this is the letter But Leader was talking about. But Leader. King Kessel frowned. Thales explained absent-mindedly as he read the letter. Oh, the Secret Intelligence Department has a group called the Princes, but forget it, it's not important. Seeing that the Iron Hand King did not care, Thales shrugged. He hastily scanned the elegant and calm words on the letter and extracted the main points. TSK, paying taxes to serve and supporting the budget of the regular army? Thales put down the letter, his eyes shining. Congratulations. I'm sure Lord Sauter is very happy, and Lord Kirkirk is also very satisfied. Your wish to expand the regular army has been fulfilled, and everyone is happy? King Kessel was silent for a while. You broke the ban and barged into the palace. The king said faintly after a few seconds. Treason of words and conspiracy of treason. Is this what you're saying? Thales laughed. His laughter was so loud that it resounded throughout Ballard Room. But the king's expression remained indifferent, and he only looked at him coldly. Until Thales' smile faded and he said solemnly, Then, where's the pit? The Iron Hand King narrowed his eyes. His silhouette became brighter and clearer under the light, no longer a blurry shadow against the light. Where's the pit? Thales took a deep breath, leaned forward on the table, and raised a letter in his hand. I say, this petition is both flattering and self-justifying. Not only does it want to pay taxes, it also wants to abolish military service, and it doesn't even care about tarnishing its reputation in order to make a public appeal for the nobles in the country to follow suit. Other than that, the teenager narrowed his eyes. How many pits did Zane Coventier leave for you? At that moment, King Kessel's pupils flickered slightly. How many traps? How many difficult problems? How many obstacles? How many flowery, beautiful words? How many of his smiling, sinister intentions, while you clenched your teeth in exasperation and could not do anything to him? King Kessel did not answer, but the atmosphere around him grew colder. Seeing the other party's reaction, Thales snorted and shook his head. He did not press for an answer, and just leaned back in his chair again. I know. Ever since he hired a vampire to assassinate me 6 years ago, and had to compensate you with a few crystal drop mineral deposits, your relationship with him has been pretty good. You and your subject get along well and cooperate at times. A deal. But believe me, Father, Zayn and I, we are old acquaintances. Thales stared at the letter in his hand, his gaze gradually turning cold. Better to die for a friend than to perish for an enemy. Compared to allies, enemies know each other better. The king looked at him carefully and was silent for a few seconds before he snorted. Interesting, Jade City? Thales looked up and shook his head decisively. No, I know nothing. King Kessel frowned. But I know that Zayn is not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Zayn's image appeared in front of him, leaving Thales in a daze. He prides himself on being virtuous, but he is good at scheming and never makes a losing deal. He puts on airs in front of others, but seeks revenge for the smallest grievance behind their backs. He is an exquisite and troublesome, egotistical bastard. Thales snapped out of his daze and looked at the king seriously. He will not accidentally lose a weapon at a banquet, or rather, he will not work himself to the bone for you and dedicate himself to a small matter like murdering the Prince of Constellation. The teenager's voice trailed off, but King Kessel's expression remained unchanged, cold as ever. It was as if he did not hear the sarcasm in his words. That's it, the king said flatly. Nothing else. Thales smiled. He observed King Kessel's reaction and found that, as usual, he could not sense the subtle changes in the other party's expression and movements. Even with Hell's senses, he could only see an iron wall and a cloud of fog. But so what? Of course, you know all this very well. You also know him and understand him, Thales said with certainty. You already knew, even though you foresaw all kinds of unfavorable situations, knew that Zayn was not easy to deal with, knew that he would not go along with your wishes. The prince was resolute. But you still chose him. You still took the opportunity to blackmail him, threatened Jade City and South Coast Hill, and threatened him to solve the budget gap for the expansion of your regular army. Thales stared fixedly at King Kessel, and suddenly had a realization. Neuven, Chapman, the Calamity, and now Kessel. Meet the enemy, observe the enemy, subdue the enemy. But it was another battle. King Kessel looked at him for a long time before he let out a faint, cold laugh. You're wasting my time, why? Thales suddenly spoke, interrupting the king. Why does it have to be South Coast? Thales leaned forward slowly and pushed the letter from Iris Flowers to the other party. He spoke softly. He said softly, why does it have to be Zayn who provides the budget for your army expansion? To make the call for you to reduce the conscription? To open the door for you to reform the military system? To pull the war chariot of the kingdom for you? The king's gaze shifted. Humph, King Kessel sneered. Because he bumped into the door, because he was stupid enough to reach out to Renaissance Palace. Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. No. He opened his eyes gently. The reason it's South Coast is because of Zayn. Because you have no other choice. Thales stared fixedly at the Iron Hand King. And the reason you have no other choice, but Thales could not finish. Before your people suffer along with you. King Kessel looked annoyed and gradually lost his patience. Don't you have anything else to say? With a rumble, Thales stood up, gritted his teeth, and slammed the table. Bang! Because of Western Desert. Thales roared, interrupting the king's words. At that moment, the sin of Hell's river rolled over, helping Thales roar so loudly that it shook Ballard Room. Western Desert. The prince's voice was so loud that the candlelight flickered and the shadows trembled. Western Desert. Upon hearing this name, King Kessel's sharp gaze froze in midair. Your Majesty? Anxious knocks and questions came from outside the door. Your Majesty? What happened? Please answer me. But at that moment, both Thales and King Kessel in the room had no time or intention to pay attention to the voices outside the door. Their eyes met in the air, like two swords intertwining, sparks flying as they rubbed against each other. Because your first choice, your best choice, is the horse you've reserved to pull your chariot. Amid the rapid banging on the door, Thales enunciated each word clearly. He used all the strength in his body to force these words out of his mouth. It should have been Western Desert, not South Coast. At that moment, his gaze turned into the sharpest blade, piercing Kessel's eyes. With a bang, the door opened. A group of royal guards led by the second vanguard, Mariko, rushed in anxiously. I knew there would be an accident. Protect His Majesty, take down the traitor. But in the next second, King Kessel, who was sitting on the throne, turned his head abruptly and roared. Get out. Mariko's words came to an abrupt halt. He looked at the unharmed but furious King Kessel and was suddenly at a loss. Your Majesty, I thought, but the Iron Hand King no longer paid attention to Mariko. He just frowned and stared at Thales. But Thales smiled. Father. The prince took a deep breath and became more certain of his guess. He could not help but smile. Why are you so angry? King Kessel restrained his anger. His breathing gradually stabilized, but his gaze grew colder. Step down, Vanguard Mariko. Thales returned to his seat, still having the time to reach out and tidy his collar. At this moment, although his face was covered in dust, he looked surprisingly elegant and calm. We are all decent people, not northern barbarians who would kill their brothers to usurp the throne or rebel against the king. Mariko gritted his teeth angrily. By the way, Your Excellency Vanguard. Thales' smile was bright and gentle. He clamped his right thumb and index finger into a right angle and playfully made a shooting gesture at Mariko. His Majesty thinks very highly of you. Mariko was taken aback. Captain Adrian's hand reached out from behind, pressed on the back of his shoulder, and pulled him away in an irrefutable manner. Only then did the dutiful Mariko realize that the Jade Star's conversation could not be understood with common sense. The door closed again. Only then did Thales notice that at some point, the sunset outside the window had completely disappeared. All that was left was the chill of the night. Why? The king's voice rang coldly. Although it was only a question, Thales knew what he wanted to ask, just like before. A few months ago, when I was still in the headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department in Dragon Cloud City, worrying about how to escape back to the kingdom, Poitre told me that behind the rescue plan, countless people in Constellation worked hard day and night. Thales' thoughts flew back to Dragon Cloud City. He said faintly, so I asked him, was it worth it? Poitre. King Kessel repeated the name, his eyes bright. Poitre Nemain, he told you. But Thales ignored him. He was just immersed in his own past in a daze. The entire constellation mobilized. Thousands of soldiers went deep into the desert. Countless officials came one after another. You even handed over Bladefang's camp, which was directly under the royal family, and let go of the western battlefront that you had controlled for many years. Such a big battle and sacrifice, just to welcome back an insignificant hostage prince who had been silent for 6 years in a foreign country. Thales sighed, returned to the present, and looked straight at the Iron Hand King. Was it worth it? Not a bad question. Kessel V stared at Thales coldly and disdainfully. But you have a terrible answer. A terrible answer. Thales snickered, looked at the ceiling, and shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. Of course not. King Kessel did not speak. His silhouette flickered under the illumination of the everlasting lamp. Thales raised the letter in his hand. In 6 years, from the vampire to the banquet, I was murdered twice by Covendier. At that moment, his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. One after the other, you did not forget to ask for compensation from Iris Flowers and made a lot of money. You haggled over the smallest details. You were calculative, and you were shrewd and calculative, father. How could you be willing to mobilize the entire country, spend countless resources, and lose an important military town just to do a loss-making business in exchange for an impulsive, stupid, ridiculous, lame? Thales paused for a moment and sarcastically spat out the last word. Son. When he heard Thales use his own words against him, Kessel snorted coldly, unbothered. What? Are you here to complain to me? Son. Thales snorted softly and laughed self-deprecatingly. No, in fact, when I was in Western Desert, I vaguely knew that you had other motives for sending troops here. Thales' thoughts returned to the faraway Ghost Prince Tower. After experiencing the chaotic night in Blade Fang's camp and seeing the legendary wing's untamed nature, I thought you wanted to use the opportunity of my return to the country to beat down those suzerains of Western Desert who dare to use me as a bargaining chip to demand Blade Fang's camp and the Western front lines. To show your authority as a king and strike down the local forces of power. In the next moment, Thales' smile disappeared. But I was still too naive, too immature. The teenagers stared at the king. Until today, until this imperial conference, until this letter. Kessel V did not say a word under the dim firelight, but his gaze as he looked at Thales gradually changed. A few months ago, Father, the reason why you gathered the royal regular army of an unprecedented scale and entered Western Desert to join forces with the local suzerains was because Thales' eyes dimmed. It was not to intimidate Northland and bring back the prince, much less to recapture Blade Fang's camp and beat down the suzerains of Western Desert. It was for a higher, greater, and more shocking grand goal that could affect the future of the kingdom and even the world. At that moment, King Kessel's gaze sharpened like never before. Yes, I underestimated you. Thales took a deep breath, and with a stern expression, he called out the king's name. Kessel Jadestar, I also forgot that you are not a merchant in the marketplace, but the king of a country. Your thoughts and desires are not limited to a single item, not even a city or a place. The light flickered and the shadows trembled. The Iron Hand King stared at his son from afar, like a falcon staring at its prey. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly, feeling an unprecedented weight and pressure. You should not be described as haggling over every penny, being calculative and shrewd, but as Thales gritted his teeth and stared at the Iron Hand King in front of him as if he was looking at the most terrifying enemy in the world. Stubborn and obstinate, insatiable greed, bone-crushing and marrow-sucking. Kessel did not speak. Thales stared at his father, just as the other man's gaze was fixed on him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Now Yodel. Just when Thales thought he could no longer withstand the king's gaze, Kessel V's emotionless voice rose into the air. You may leave. Chapter 6:18. Thales subconsciously turned his head to look around, but the narrow Ballard room was still quiet. There was no movement at all. The sun had set, and the lights were faint. Only King Kessel's cold gaze pierced towards him from afar, like a knife to his throat. How nice! Thales sighed and gave up on trying to find Yodel. He's never been so obedient when we were outside. Thales narrowed his eyes and tried to adjust his mood, just like relaxing his muscles and joints before a big battle. But are you sure he really left? But the Iron Hand King's answer was simple and direct, his tone cold and unhesitant. You have 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Thales was silent for a second. Clearly, this was not the time to talk about a father and son reunion. As he thought, he snorted and nodded. Not bad. You know, the Northland barbarians only gave me 2 minutes back then. Kessel V snorted coldly. And you've already wasted half of it. His tone made Thales feel pressured. Listening to Kessel's merciless words, Thales had no choice but to take a deep breath and brace himself. After all, he had already come so far and sacrificed so much to come to the windmill that belonged to him, wasn't it? At this thought, Thales put away his expression and put on a stern face. After last night's banquet, you extorted this petition from Little Flower. I mean the Duke of Iris Flowers, forcing him to pay taxes as a substitute laborer and calling for the rest of the country to follow suit. Thales leaned forward slightly and pressed the letter on the table. Now it seems that you did that to solve the problem of today's Imperial Conference. Lord Sauter wants to expand a regular army and is in urgent need of money and reputation. King Kessel shifted his gaze to the petition and did not say a word. That's why you and Advisor Sauter are echoing each other in Ballard Room today, Thales said coldly with a cold gaze. Or rather, it was the two of you who communicated with each other in advance. He charged in front, and you sat in the tent, coordinating with each other from inside and outside. But his words obviously did not have any effect. Ha! You must be a genius to have seen through the dark side of the kingdom. King Kessel mocked him expressionlessly, completely unaffected. Why didn't the other lords at the Imperial Conference think of this? Thales frowned slightly. Yes, this matter is very obvious. Perhaps even the Star Killer can see it. The ministers just don't want to expose it. Or, he didn't dare to say it out loud. In the next second, Thales' expression changed. But something isn't right. The youth picked up Zayn's letter and leaned forward. Timing. King Kessel narrowed his eyes. Thales fixed his gaze on him. Neither of them spoke. The flame of the everlasting lamp flickered, and the entire conference room was illuminated by ripples. Shadows flickered. It was as if he was at the bottom of the sea, enduring the surging undercurrents. An accident that happened last night has solved this morning's problem? Thales spoke slowly, his eyes never leaving the Iron Hand King's face. What a coincidence! King Kessel did not react, as if this was just a bunch of nonsense to him. Thales flung the letter in his hand and shook his head gently. But there are no coincidences in politics. You want it? Did you foresee and arrange the accident at the banquet in advance? Waiting for Zayn to come knocking on my door and offend me so that I can use him against me? Extortion. You want it? Did you improvise and force Zayn to write the petition on a whim after the accident at the banquet? Instructed Lord Sodder to propose it in front of the Emperor? Made a prompt decision and did it in one go. Ballard Room was silent for a moment. Self-righteous? Baseless assumptions. King Kessel appeared disdainful. The Secret Intelligence Department's evaluation of you is indeed correct. But Thales smiled lightly. He nodded. That's it. This letter? Whether it was premeditated or impromptu, I still feel that something is wrong. Thales' gaze froze. Until I obeyed your orders and went to the Secret Intelligence Department. At that moment, the Iron Hand King frowned slightly. Thales' speech sped up and became urgent. First of all, I confirmed that Anchor Byral's assault at the banquet was not instigated by anyone, at least not by you. The motionless King Kessel made Thales feel as if he was talking to a stone statue. But he knew that he was not. If I hadn't shouted in public, no one would have known that it was Zayn who brought the weapon. Putting the conflict between Byral and Doyle on the table is not beneficial to the kingdom's governance, nor is it in your interest. Thales shook his head and said with certainty, At least I can confirm one thing. The accident at the banquet was not part of your plan. King Kessel did not comment. He only added a few words softly. They're letting you meet the felon. The Secret Intelligence Department is too lenient with you. Thales smiled politely in response. Secondly, let me go to the Secret Intelligence Department to take a look at my mess, so that I'll be more obedient. The king snorted coldly. Obviously, he didn't learn anything. Thales adjusted his breathing and looked down at the cut on his left hand. He recalled what the Black Prophet had said in the interrogation room. What's important isn't what you do, whether you do it or not, or whether you do it right or wrong. It's just that you are there. It's your position and existence. Under the power of power, your position is different from others, and the gap is set. No matter what you do in the upper reaches of power, what's bound to happen will happen. Thales looked up. That's right. Sitting in this position, every move I make is of great significance and far-reaching. Whether it's because I don't like to drink, or only eat lettuce, or accept duels, or help the Northlanders smuggle. Whatever is good at the top is bad at the bottom. I should see, know, and be responsible for the consequences of my actions. Very well, King Kessel said with a light snort. Then have you thought about how you're going to be responsible for the prince's rebellion? But in the next second, Thales' expression turned serious, and he changed the topic. But what's bound to happen will happen. Thales paused for a moment and said decisively, Later, someone told me, do you know how many hurdles you have to go through from finance to the market, from taxes to the budget, from administration to the people's livelihood, from top to bottom, from one end of the chain to the other? Thales sneered and pointed at the darkness outside the window. Do you think this is a marionette show where the gangsters on the streets will start when the king moves his fingers? At that moment, the king's gaze flickered. Who said that? He said coldly, but Thales shook his head and did not answer. So, after connecting it with what I saw and heard at the royal banquet, I thought of more. As Thales spoke, he propped himself up on the edge of the table and locked his gaze on the king. These days, the Central Territory, especially the agriculture, medicine, tobacco, alcohol, forging, leather, textiles, and other industries around the capital have all experienced a rare, substantial, and long-term upheaval. And that is not something that can be affected by Thales Jade Star's behavior alone. At that moment, King Kessel raised his chin slightly. Even though it was only for a moment, Thales captured this detail. So I began to suspect that behind the prince likes lettuce, but the farmer starves to death, public opinion and propaganda. He took a deep breath and recalled the series of encounters from the banquet to the Secret Intelligence Department, to Red Street Market, and Lower City District. Thales' gaze sharpened. What is the Secret Intelligence Department trying to hide? What is happening in the kingdom? Thales' voice faded away. The cold wind poured into the room, blowing the flame of the everlasting lamp into a mess. The light and shadows were a mess. What answered him was the king's snort. Groundless accusations and baseless conjectures. King Kessel turned his head and buried one side of his face in the darkness. He seemed to be in low spirits. Are you done with the conspiracy theories? A wave of indignation welled up in Thales' heart. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. So I saw it. The teenager unconsciously raised his voice and spoke faster. Whether it is the gap between the supply and demand of food and wine production, or the unprecedented shortage of various medicinal herbs that has raised the market price of medicine, or the conflict between the criminal gangs that revolve around the imbalance of market interests, the Northlanders who want to privately buy food for the winter but run into trade barriers, the abnormal flow of people from the frontier to the inland, and the craftsmen of the foundry industry are constantly being secretly recruited by the army, and perhaps even more. Thales subconsciously clenched his teeth. At that moment, it was as if he had returned to heroic Spirit Palace and faced the 6 archdukes of Northland and the archduchess. All of these tremors at the end of the power chain, they are not the normal state of the market, nor are they the effects of a prince has a thin waist. They are more like the mess left behind after a certain power intervenes in various industries. Mass production, material hoarding, population movement, goods movement, centralized allocation, and they have to be carried out in secret to deceive the public. At this moment, the king suddenly spoke and interrupted him. Where? Thales was startled. Where? King Kessel spoke faintly, his voice deep and powerful. After leaving the Secret Intelligence Department, his body leaned forward on the table and his face emerged from the shadows. Like a lion striding forward, he looked for the best position to pounce. Where else did you go? What did you do? Who did you meet? Each of King Kessel's words was slower than the last, but each was more urgent than the last. There was a hint of danger. Where did I go? What did I do? Who did I meet? Thales paused slightly. One night of romance, Laurel Club, Grove Pharmacy, Sunset Bar, Abandoned House, Cohen, Sissy, Lillian, Tinker, Groff, Morris, Layork, all of them. His past. Thales clenched his fists, but he took a deep breath and dispelled the faint fear he had when facing the king. In its place was 100-fold vigilance and carefulness in the face of a powerful enemy. Let me think. He leaned back in his chair and smiled. His voice was confident and relaxed. Red Street Market, Lower City District. Prostitutes, brawls. Men, women, and people outside of these two. King Kessel frowned. Thales smiled as usual. If you ask leader, or those who are following me in the dark, they'll probably tell you this. The next second, the king's frown slowly relaxed. That beggar's den, right? King Kessel snorted softly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. After so many years, you still belong there. Beggar's den. Every time you're injured, you still run back, feeling wronged, like a cub returning to its mother's arms. You cry loudly and find your courage there. As his voice faded, King Kessel turned his head and glanced at him lightly. Thales shuddered slightly. He looked at the king's gaze and suddenly understood. Thales knew where the indignation that was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time came from. The teenager recognized that gaze from the king. 6 years ago, he was brought back from the abandoned house by Yodel. It was the first time he saw this dignified man in Mindy's hall. At that time, the man had the same expression on his face. Disdain. Indifference. Indifference. Fales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. But this time, a long time ago, the moment I was taken away by my grandfather, everything changed. Glover's dejected words rang in his ears. "We Lillian, Tinker, we can't go back. Forever." The teenager opened his eyes abruptly. "So, from the above, I've confirmed this second point." Fales' expression was cold and stern as he grabbed the letter from Iris Flower. "What this letter involves is not something you came up with on the spur of the moment. Father," King Kessel frowned, as if he was surprised. Fales enunciated his words clearly, and his logic gradually smoothed out. He broke through the layers of awkwardness he once felt when he faced the king. Long before Lord saw this radical proposal, the large-scale expansion of the regular army of the royal family had already begun in an orderly but unstoppable manner in the entire Central Territory and in all walks of life. Rations, supplies, equipment, weapons, logistics routes, and even possible future sources of conscription and garrisons were already in full swing and were in full swing. If we take into account the time taken to conceive, plan, prepare, investigate, coordinate, mobilize, and take action, it may have lasted several months or even a year or two, and has far-reaching implications. It's almost like a war mobilization, just that it's more low-key, more sneaky, no loud outcry, no declaration of war to avoid market turbulence, and to prevent anyone from noticing anything amiss. Fales narrowed his eyes. So much so that the kingdom's secret intelligence department has no choice but to cover up leaks everywhere, and even use the prince's name. King Kessel's gaze turned sharp. Smack! Fales slapped Zayn's letter onto the table. From this, it can be seen that Lord Saldus' expansion proposal wasn't as simple as informing you and getting your approval. He stared intently at the king's cheek and said coldly, "You, in the kingdom's secret intelligence department, you must have been planning this for a long time and determined to succeed." Ballard Room fell into a long silence. A few seconds later, the Iron Hand King's snort sounded faintly. "In that case, you're not too stupid after all. At least a little smarter than the money-minded Kirk. Why would Banker promote him back then?" Seeing the king's reaction, Fales was even more certain of his judgment. He chuckled, forgetting the previous oppressive feeling. That brings us to the next question. If Zayn's letter in support of the expansion wasn't premeditated by you, but the expansion proposal wasn't something you came up with on the spur of the moment, Fales' expression turned serious. His voice was slightly cold. "Then what exactly are you up to?" In the face of the prince's questioning, King Kessel responded in silence, but his gaze grew sharper. Fales' pride opened his fingers and began to speak. From secretly preparing for the expansion, to the accident at the royal banquet, to blackmailing Zayn's letter, to the debate at the imperial conference regarding the expansion, all these steps to achieve the goal, some were clearly planned and prepared, while others were purely coincidental. He sneered. "Don't tell me that when it comes to the politics of the kingdom, you can still plan half by chance, half by calculation, and half by luck?" King Kessel responded with an equally cold smile. "Isn't that what you're doing now?" The king clicked his tongue, breaking into the palace to seek a voice, killing people to gain an audience. "Half by calculation and half by luck?" Fales' words faltered. He paused and exhaled softly, reminding himself not to fall into the other party's trap. Then, I remembered this morning's imperial conference. Today, Lord Sodder spoke highly of the drawbacks of conscription and advocated for the expansion of the regular army, but met with unprecedented opposition. Starting from the Prime Minister, most of the people at the Imperial Conference were caught off guard and unprepared for this proposal, whether it was finance, diplomacy, agriculture, or production. The Department of Finance was short of funds and had no budget. Public opinion and morality were not in their favor, and the various departments were complaining about the lack of resources. King Kessel's gaze shifted. Fales realized that although the statue-like king remained silent, he was no longer expressionless. This discovery caused him to be extremely excited. It was as if an invincible and flawless formation had finally been broken through after a series of attacks. The conditions and situation were not sufficient. Even if everyone knew that this was your intention, Salda's proposal was met with heavy resistance. In the end, he could only lower his demands and make repeated concessions, limiting the reform of the military system to Eternal Star City and the Jade Star Private Army. Thales changed the topic. That's why I'm even more puzzled. You, the kingdom's secret intelligence department, and Lord Sauter have been planning for a long time a large-scale national policy decision that had already been quietly rolled out in secret. Why didn't you inform your own people beforehand? And didn't you inform them at the Imperial Conference? So that when it came down to it, you ran into a situation where the kingdom was strapped for cash and the vassals objected in unison. You lacked money, reputation, and manpower. Thales stared at the king, waiting for an answer. In the end, you still had to rely on an unlucky sucker, Zayn, who bumped into you yesterday, to wave the flag for you and provide the initial funds? Silence. In that instant, King Kessel's eyes turned cold, as if Thales was the problem. Why? He restrained his unnecessary expression and said in an unfriendly tone, "Because you know nothing." Nothing. Thales smiled. He was even more certain of his guess. "I really don't understand." Thales said seriously, "This initiative of yours was clearly prepared in secret for a long time, and you were determined to carry it out. But because of insufficient communication and coordination and insufficient conditions and situation, you could only reluctantly take a step back and rely on accidents and luck to fill in the gaps." The teenager's expression turned cold. "In this matter, your political skills are too lame and clumsy." In that second, the Iron Hand King snorted softly, unsure if it was out of dissatisfaction or disdain. Thales shook his head. "No, this is not you, Iron Hand King, Kessel Jadestar V. This is not in line with your usual assertive and uncompromising character, nor does it conform to the Secret Intelligence Department style of being prepared for anything. Look at Dragon's Blood. Overnight, Northland collapsed, the giant dragon wailed, and Extet declined due to internal strife. That is a classic example of your strategizing and stirring up a storm. Kessel V was expressionless when he heard Dragon's Blood. Thales raised his head and straightened his clothes. There is only one explanation. First of all, you have indeed planned for a long time for the expansion of the regular army. Thales said coldly, "The regular army of the royal family, this chariot of the kingdom, is destined to roll forward unstoppably under your will." King Kessel did not speak, but sometimes silence was the greatest response. Thales continued in a low voice. "However, this extortion letter was indeed an impromptu idea." The prince smiled and said softly, "Because in your original plan, the warhorse that was supposed to pull the kingdom's chariot for you accidentally ran out of control and lost its footing. In that instant, King Kessel's fingers moved imperceptibly. So, you can only settle for the second best, making do with what's available. When you're hungry, you can't be choosy and use whatever you have at hand. Little Flower and his South Shore Hill are just like that. They're just a stupid pony that has lost its way. They walked into the stable in a muddle-headed manner, and you immediately put the bridle on them, nailed them to the saddle, and hurriedly pulled the cart." Thales fixed his gaze on his father. He pushed Zayn's petition to the middle of the table so that the iris emblem was facing the king. Using shoddy goods to make up the numbers, Thales waited for a few seconds after he finished speaking, until King Kessel's face finally showed a few unusual changes. Warhorse, pulling the chariot. The king snorted and reached out to pick up Zayn's letter. "Interesting." Thales took in the entirety of his expression. The youth smiled slightly. "But as I said, Little Flower is not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered." The prince's smile faded, and he said solemnly, "It can be foreseen that this new fake horse is not only dispirited, but also unsteady in its steps. The boss is unwilling, and it will puff and puff when it pulls the chariot. At best, it can only be considered inferior." Thales' tone changed. As for the original, the genuine horse, at that moment, King Kessel's gaze was like the edge of a sword. The youth curled up the corner of his mouth. I guess, compared to Little Flower, who's just there to make up the numbers, it must have fewer problems. It's hale and hardy, and its hooves are sturdy, and it's hard-working and conscientious. It must be of superior quality. The Iron Hand King did not speak. He just put down the letter and quietly waited for Thales's answer. The prince's tone slowly rose, as if he was slowly unfolding a story. For example, it allows you to expand the regular army without having to worry about the shortage of money and food budget, without having to worry about the pressure of public opinion, and without having to worry about the ministers in the imperial conference. You don't even have to argue with the experienced departments of the kingdom. Thales spoke slowly, but saw King Kessel's frown deepen. As long as you, Sodder, and the Black Prophet are the three powerhouses of the king, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the kingdom's secret intelligence department, that's enough to solve the problem. Safe, smooth, successful, low-key, and leave no room for future trouble. Expand the regular army of the royal family. Thales exhaled and narrowed his eyes. Or more. The Iron Hand King listened to the youth's words, but he did not respond immediately. Ballard Room fell into a deep silence. Even the lights seemed to have been frozen. But Thales was very patient. He was familiar with the battlefield he was in. The Iron Hand King was silent for a long time before he spoke in a low voice. So, how did you find that genuine horse? Thales stared at him for a very long time before nodding slightly. I learned about the situation in the West from many sources. The West. King Kessel did not speak. Thales said slowly, I know that since the Bloody Year, the Western front line has been maintained for so many years. The vassals of the Western Desert, led by Fakenhaz, are so experienced and cunning that they have long reached the peak. No matter how you try to comfort them, warn them, or even beat them up, it will be useless. But you can't risk universal condemnation and fall out with them. You can't let go of the legendary Wing's vicious dog collar and let him carry out a bloody massacre. Treating the nobles the same way you treat the orc prisoners of war would cause the entire constellation to boil out of control. Thales became serious. So, it's very unreasonable for you to waste a lot of money and food a few months ago and send the regular army of the royal family to the quagmire of Western Desert. You're not there to beat the dukes, because it's useless, nor to destroy their families, because I don't dare to, nor to welcome the son of 1,000 miles away. Thales' eyes flashed. Because in your eyes, I'm not that important. It was getting colder in Ballard Room. King Kessel's gaze slowly changed. He unknowingly left the back of his chair and leaned forward. That's right. Sir Salda's proposal this morning, such as reducing the Jade Star private army and experimenting with the expansion of the regular army in Central Territory, is just the tip of the iceberg. As for the months, or even years of preparations in secret, it's not just for the expansion. Thales' voice grew colder. A few months ago in Western Desert Hill, on the eve of my return to the kingdom, you dispatched the main forces of the 3 divisions of the regular army of the royal family to conquer the desert in the west regardless of the losses, for no other reason than, as the prince spoke, King Kessel's pupils slowly contracted. Thales spoke softly, and in the calmest and most indifferent tone, he revealed the most shocking truth. Just to legitimately expand your regular army of the royal family on a considerable scale after the Desert War, during the most urgent and tragic invasion of the orcs and Barenbone people. You had to seize the rare opportunity of the Western Desert's feudal lords gathering in one place and using all their assets to plunder their wealth, absorb their nutrients, and fill up the army. Then, take advantage of the moment when the feudal lords mysteriously lost the war and suffered heavy losses to disband their bloated and incompetent conscripted army in one go without any opposition. The cold wind whistled and the shadows of the lamps swayed. Thales' gaze froze and his heart was heavy. Based on the advantage that the Western front line has been under military control for a long time, implement a military reform on the spot, redesign the border defense, and reestablish rules and regulations. In the end, just like Blessingstown that has lost its autonomy, you had to abolish the independent military obligations and rights of the vassals of Western Desert from their roots. King Kessel lowered his head slightly. The flickering lights reflected the shadows under his eyes. Thales gritted his teeth. Power begins with violence. After Mendes III spent more than 100 years to weaken their economic, political, cultural, diplomatic, and status privileges, you, Iron Hand King, Kessel V, you wanted to command the power of thousands of troops, the might of a thunderbolt, the speed of lightning, and the momentum of a tidal wave, on this piece of land in Western Desert. Completely and thoroughly sweep the natural military rights of the feudal lords and feudal lords since the founding of the country into the trash heap of history. Thales stared at the silent King Kessel, but could not help but think of Chapman Lampard, whom he had faced in heroic Spirit Palace. Once you succeed, the Western Desert families as illustrious as Fakenhaz and as insignificant as Birel will completely become rich men and landlords with empty titles and assets, leaving only their genealogy and history, but no longer able to resist the might of the king, and eventually expand to the whole country, forging a new normal of Constellation's rule. Thales said faintly, completing the sage's chess game, the ultimate step. King Kessel did not speak. He just stared at the second prince with a profound gaze. All of this, finally, after a while, King Kessel's voice came softly. Did you think of it yourself? Thales' gaze shifted. Of course not. Someone told me. King Kessel's gaze shifted. Who? Thales raised his head and accepted it calmly. Everyone. King Kessel looked puzzled. Thales showed a smile. From the nobles at the top to the common people at the bottom. Even you, your majesty. King Kessel frowned hard. But Thales snorted. Do you remember what you said to me the first time I met you after returning to the country? That sword. And that it was because of that sword that I became the Duke of Starlake. King Kessel narrowed his eyes. The Duke of Starlake looked up, his eyes glowing. And the reason why you were so dissatisfied with me accepting Fakenhaz's sword, Thales said coldly, not because of what has already happened, but because of the things that should have happened in Western Desert in your plan, but did not happen in the end. King Kessel's eyes slowly widened. Yes, your operation in the West Baron failed. You didn't follow your original plan to complete your military reform in the West Baron under the rare conditions. And the horse stumbled and fell short of success, not because of anything else. It is precisely because Thales raised a finger and pointed at himself gently. Me. The prince's voice faded away. Ballard Room was dead silent, and there was silence everywhere. For a full 10 seconds, the Iron Hand King did not respond at all, but the way he looked at Thales slowly changed. From the previous disdain and indifference, it became, now I know. Finally, Kessel V spoke softly. How did you survive in the north? Polaris. Polaris. Under the table, Thales clenched his fists tightly. He was not mistaken. At that moment, the king's eyes revealed a deep solemnity, unfamiliar, and wariness. Thales smiled faintly and spoke more briskly. Now, have I grown fast enough? King Kessel's eyebrows twitched. Enough to bear the weight of Constellation? Thales narrowed his eyes and sized up the king. Enough for me to participate in this game of chess. Thales' tone was relaxed, with a hint of mockery. But at that moment, the Iron Hand King suddenly looked up, and his aura suddenly changed. From just now until now, Kessel's tone was extremely cold, and his gaze was incomparably sharp. Can these things you have said make up for the stupid consequences of your brazen intrusion into the palace? Thales was stunned. Maybe these are two things, but King Kessel snorted disdainfully and rudely. Then what's the use of saying these things? Bearing the weight of a few swords. Hearing this vulgar response, Thales could not help but be stunned. I admit, your performance was quite good. But unfortunately, the 15 minutes have been used up. Tell Vanguard Mariko that I have granted him permission to carry out the prince's punishment, because he trespassed into the palace and committed the crime of treason. After saying that, the Iron Hand King turned his head and coldly and rudely ended the conversation. Thales frowned tightly. As expected, his father was not a man who would be easily shaken by accidents, even if he was facing his son. But just a second later, Thale's expression relaxed. Do you want it? King Kessel furrowed his brows. In the narrow, dark, and cold Ballard room, Thales rubbed his arms and did not look at the other side of the long table. Do you still want it? The Iron Hand King did not look up, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Thales took a deep breath, pointed at the letter on the table, and said faintly, "As I said, Zayn will not let you take advantage of him easily. This inferior horse will only walk into a pit and is not easy to ride. But do you still want it?" At that moment, Thales recalled Stake's tone when he bewitched others in the tavern. Do you still want to complete it? Do you still want to complete the unprecedented change in the history of Constellation, or even the entire world of Errol? King Kessel's expression changed slightly. The prince's voice grew quieter, and his tone was thought-provoking. Reform the military system, reverse the legal system, take in the soldiers of the feudal lords, and promote the army of the king. From then on, let the regular army of the royal family become the only orthodox, legal, and powerful violent force in Western Desert Hill. Ballard Room returned to silence. Until a few seconds later, the king's voice also rang out, hoarse, cold, and enunciating each word clearly. What do you mean? Thales clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the pressure that the king had once brought him, that made him breathe heavily, had completely disappeared without a trace. If the answer is yes, Thales' voice was steady. Then, his gaze met King Kessel's in the air. I can help you. I can help you. At that moment, the Iron Hand King's gaze became dangerous, cold, and subtle. He turned his head and faced Thales again. You remember, father, Thales interrupted him, feeling that the air had never been so light. When I said, I'm here to save you, he smiled faintly, his eyes sparkling. I was serious. When you, Constellation's king of High Iron Wrist, can only ride Zayn, this inferior horse, wear a rusty armor, step on the uneven and bumpy road, and still have to pretend to be cool and domineering to pursue your dreams of Constellation. King Kessel's gaze suddenly turned cold. Thales burst into laughter and spread his hands. Why? Do you really think that I care about that broken crown of yours? In Ballard Room, the two faced each other from a distance. The lights and the cold wind were their only audience. The Iron Hand King was silent for a moment, but he shook his head firmly. It can't make up for the consequences of your foolish actions today. The Prince of Constellation plotted a rebellion to force the abdication. You can't escape punishment. Thales' mood sank. I know, but that's another matter. Thales looked back at him. What do you say, father? King Kessel did not speak. He just stared at him, unblinking. Thales was the first to admit defeat in the stare. All right, I know. Even if it's not Western Desert, there's still South Coast. Anyway, you'll have a way. He sighed, left his seat, and walked toward the door. Then I'll be leaving. Thales indifferently waved behind him. Put me under house arrest in Mindy's Hall. Whether it's flogging or hanging, it's up to you. Wait, forget about hanging. I don't like the feeling of being strangled. At this moment, Sand King. Thales stopped in his tracks. His fingers stopped on the doorknob. The Duke of Star Lake raised his head, but did not turn around. He only stared at the dark, cold stone door. What? The king's thunderous voice came from behind him. It was as cold as ever, and it was impossible to tell whether he agreed or refused. This is an action plan that Brother Midier, together with the Department of Military Affairs, the Department of Foreign Affairs, and the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, came up with a long time ago. Action codename, Sand King. Midier, Secret Intelligence Department. Sand King. Thales grasped the most crucial few words. He took a deep breath, let go of the doorknob, turned around, and faced Kessel the Fifth again. Sand King, Sand King. Thales narrowed his eyes and searched for the royal family pedigree that Gilbert had explained to him. Are you talking about the virtuous king's grandson, who went on an expedition to the desert in year 552 of the calendar of eradication, but suffered a crushing defeat and had his blood stain the yellow sand? He was so terrified that he abandoned his vassals and subordinates, dug a hole, and fled in shame. He boasted that invisibility is equal to invincibility, and completely ruined the golden era of 4 former kings. He became the laughingstock of the Western Peninsula, the one with the same name as you. Thales paused and snorted softly. Kessel IV? The Iron Hand King was silent for a while. No, he denied it in an irrefutable manner. What I'm talking about is that in year 553, after he was betrayed by a vassal with real power and suffered a crushing defeat, he relied on a small mercenary group to survive in the desert. He worked hard to improve himself, learned from his mistakes, and bore the notoriety of being greedy for life, afraid of death, and extravagant. He wanted to keep that mercenary group in the capital, pay them a hefty salary, and provide them with expensive supplies. In the end, he created a professional army that was not governed by any vassals, territories, blood relations, or services. He was also the predecessor of the regular army of the royal family. He was that Sand King. King Kessel's gaze turned fierce. Kessel IV, betrayed by a vassal with real power, kept the mercenary group in the capital, became the predecessor of the regular army of the royal family. Hearing this different biography, Thales seemed to be deep in thought. Now sit down, King Kessel said coldly, leaving no room for doubt. Let's talk. Talk. From an angle he could not see, Thales exhaled deeply and curled up the corners of his lips. He slowly turned his head around. I thought that 15 minutes had passed. King Kessel snorted coldly and glanced at him from afar. Yes, for you. Thales steadied his expression, took a deep breath, pulled out the chair, and sat down again. Of course. Right. Vanguard Mariko has a promising future and is trustworthy. The prince seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said gently, but I think it is better to let him take over as the chief penal officer and be in charge of punishing the members of the royal family. He smiled slightly and stared at King Kessel's expression. What do you think, your majesty? But at the end of the long table, King Kessel only looked at him quietly. Kid, before I let Mariko drag you out and hang you. The Iron Hand King's gaze was dangerous and his tone was unfriendly. Put away that smug face of yours. Chapter 619. Cold wind blew into the room. Thales could not help but tighten his clothes. So, since last year, you instigated the Alliance of Freedom to rebel against Exted, stirred up a political storm in Dragon Cloud City, sent Constellation's cavaliers through the desert, and made me return to the country via Western Desert. All of these are part of the Sand King. The fire was faint. The king across the long table was silent for a while. Some of them are. King Kessel looked up and stared straight at Thales. Some of them are not. Thales exhaled and connected all the things that had happened since the previous year until now. Then why not the Northern Territory? The prince sounded slightly tired. Why not the place where you also have Broken Dragon Fortress, as a fulcrum and the Duke's family has been completely overthrown by you? It's almost like a direct jurisdiction. The king did not answer. He only stared coldly. Thales sighed and looked back at the king. Please, if you don't tell me, I can't help you. King Kessel did not reply. His gaze was deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. Thales stared into the king's eyes, trying to find something in those blue eyes. Finally, King Kessel snorted and looked away. Precisely because Valarund is still in my prison, and because the first heir of Cold Castle is an orphan girl who can't convince the masses, all eyes will be on the Northern Territory and Renaissance Palace's every move. The king's voice became deeper, and the officials sent by the kingdom to the Northern Territory are still young and lack prestige. In comparison, Western Desert state of emergency control is still in effect. It's more convenient for us to do things. State of emergency control. More convenient. Thales could not help but think of Blessings Town and what he saw and heard on his way to Western Desert. This makes sense, Thales said calmly, but it's not enough to stop you from reaching out to the Northern Territory. The Iron Hand King suddenly looked up. A few seconds later, he spoke slowly. The Northern Territory is, after all, adjacent to Exted. Thales raised his eyebrows in realization. That was the reason. King Kessel said in a low voice, it is adjacent to an enemy king who has just been crowned and is in his prime. Chapman Lampard can bring too many unexpected and unpredictable surprises. As he said this, he glanced at Thales and changed his tone. Of course, compared to you, he is still far behind in this aspect. Thales ignored his sarcasm. Why me? The prince said calmly. What's the Sand King's plan? Why did it have to be me? The Iron Hand King didn't say a word and just looked at him coldly. Thales sighed. Do you always talk like this? You can't even say a word? The king stared at him, but his eyes were strange, as if he were looking at someone else. After a long time, King Kessel finally spoke. Because we need a reason. Reason? King Kessel shifted his gaze and looked at the dark night outside the window. Because we have to deceive the cunning and treacherous people of the western wilderness, so that they won't be suspicious of the regular army of the royal family marching into the western wilderness, and use it as a bargaining chip for all our actions. Thales understood now. Oh, to ensure the safe return of the heir to the throne. That's a good enough excuse, Thales snorted softly. They probably think that there are very few kings in the world who would not care about the safety of their heir. The Iron Hand King's gaze was as sharp as a blade. It was just a joke. Thales shrugged. That's it? I'm a reason to cover the regular army's march to the west? King Kessel said coldly. We also need a guarantor. Thales frowned. King Kessel continued, so that the people of the western wilderness will believe during the bargaining that the regular army of the royal family was forced to give up Blade Fang's camp and withdraw from the western front line, in exchange for the support of the troops mobilized by the dukes of the western wilderness, so that you could be protected and brought back to the capital. And I will be that guarantor, Thales said faintly as he came to a sudden realization. He said faintly, I guarantee that there is nothing fishy about the western front line that is within their reach. I guarantee that this bait is not harmful and can be taken without worry. The Iron Hand King nodded, seemingly disdainful. Because there are very few kings in the world who would not care about their heir. Thales was stunned at first, then he snorted in displeasure. Petty, I just made a sarcastic remark. How vengeful. Thales sat up straight and stopped thinking about it. So, in order to carve up the vast territory in the western front line that you gave, the suzerains of the western desert, who took the bait, will gather their troops, willingly walk out of the castle that they have been entrenched in for many years, and walk into the camp of the regular army of the royal family, without any precaution, so that you can capture them all in one fell swoop, and save yourself the trouble of taking them down one by one. King Kessel was silent for a while. More than that, the king said in a deep voice, for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and to seize the huge profits from the desert trade route, the dukes of Western Desert, who have been envious for more than a decade, have prepared their assets, prepared their supplies, and even found business opportunities to make money from the war. They have done everything they can. King Kessel looked at the door. All of that will become the budget for the expansion of the regular army of the royal family. Thales snorted softly, not surprised. Sure enough, it saves time and effort to make up for lost gains on the spot. The prince lowered his head, his gaze frozen. What happened to Anchor Byral and his father was not an isolated case, much less a coincidence. Because in the Sand King's plan, the dukes of Western Desert were destined to be attacked by the forces of the desert, or even friendly fire from the legendary wing and the regular army, losing everything. Queen Kessel leaned back in her chair and nodded. When Western Desert suffered a crushing defeat and the war situation became urgent, his gaze sharpened. For the sake of the overall situation, in order to recapture the extraordinary Blade Fang's camp, the regular army of the royal family, who came late, had no choice but to break tradition and act at their own discretion. They punished and deprived the incompetent noble generals and dispersed the defeated soldiers of the conscription army and reorganized them. Naturally, it was only right and proper, and they had no reason to resist. Thales exhaled and continued. But accidents always happen in war. If things don't go well during the reorganization and progress isn't good. King Kessel's gaze shifted and looked at him. Thales paused. He recalled his first meeting with Mallows and understood a little. I'm guessing that since the heir of the kingdom is in Western Desert, for the sake of the kingdom's bloodline, Renaissance Palace would also be justified in sending reinforcements there to deal with accidents, such as the troops you sent to welcome me. Thales recalled the confrontation between the Western Desert Army and the regular army on the Avenue of Blessings. King Kessel did not speak. Thales said in a daze, "As for the aftermath, what's done can't be undone. Whether it's the disbanded and reorganized conscription army, the nobles who are punished and stripped of their commanding rights, the families who have their conscription rights revoked, or Western Desert Hill, which has its military jurisdiction redrawn. Everything you all will be temporarily passed down in Western Desert under the guise of the emergency control order and in the name of wartime exceptions, just like Blade Fang's camp in Blessingstown." Thales recalled what the Count of Wingfort, Derek Chroma, had said to him during the escort. He could not help but be lost in thought. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, until forever. King Kessel snorted disdainfully, seemingly dissatisfied. The lights flickered, and the shadows in the room swayed back and forth, illuminating the surroundings so that it was bright and dark. It was turbulent. Thales took a deep breath. He returned to the present and adjusted his state of mind. So, from the moment you negotiated with the Western Desert vassals and used the Western front line in exchange for them sending their troops, to when the regular army marched westward to rescue the prince, to when the foreign enemies took the opportunity to invade Western Desert and suffered a crushing defeat, to when the regular army was forced to resort to extraordinary measures to act on the spot, until the flames of war subsided and the dust settled, Thales' tone grew heavier. After such a combo, you will truly be able to twist the scattered and disordered military forces of the vassals of the Western Desert into a rope. Change the military conscription system that has a long history. Thales restrained his expression and slowly raised his head. He took in the king's figure across the long table. The name, reason, power, and benefits are all in your hands. Even if the other Western Desert vassals and the other nobles of the kingdom have doubts, they can't say anything, let alone raise their troops to resist. There was no response from the end of the long table. Moreover, the Western Desert's matters have been settled in Western Desert. At the end of the day, this is just a sudden incident in a local area. It is not a mandatory decree that affects the entire territory, so it will not cause the masses to be agitated and pay the price of chaos in the kingdom. There is a sentimental tone in Thales' words. Of course, the wool comes from the sheep's back. Be it the expansion of the army or the restructuring of the system, the source of the budget funds and conscription will be the money, land, and people of the Western Desert vassals. We won't even need to use much of the national treasury's budget. We won't suffer any losses. The prince crossed his arms and took a deep breath. He recalled the warmth and dryness of Western Desert, while he sensed the darkness and coldness of Renaissance Palace. Once this is done, from now on, from Blade Fang's camp to Blessingstown, from Rick Keenan to Brave Souls Fort, even Wing Fort and ruins, there was a hint of reverence in his tone. In the land of Western Desert, unless Renaissance Palace allows it, the local suzerains will no longer be able to conscript soldiers and command battles. The regular army of the royal family will become the only reliable source of legal armed forces and military service. The king did not answer. Ballard Room was silent. The everlasting lamp that was drifting about slowly became stable. It cast its own unique shadow on every single item in Ballard Room. Thales gently rubbed the back of his hand. More importantly, this is just the beginning. He looked deeply at the Supreme King. With the precedent set by Western Desert, suzerains conscripting soldiers and vassals owning soldiers are no longer an inviolable natural tradition. When people slowly got used to the idea that only a king can have an army, the reform of the military system in all of Constellation also had precedents to follow. When the conditions were right, success would follow. Thales suddenly remembered the great battle he saw in the desert. Just like a cavalry charge. No matter how flawless a defensive formation is, once a gap is breached and the flanks are exposed, he said in a daze, what's left is a wave sweeping through, like a hot knife through butter. King Kessel still did not speak. But this time, he turned his gaze away and no longer looked at Thales. What a sand king. Thales could not help but sigh. In that case, Western Desert is really a good horse. It can completely pull the chariot of the kingdom. But until you appeared. The king's voice suddenly rang. interrupting Thales's thoughts. The prince could not help but frown. The Secret Intelligence Department's report after the incident stated that you encountered the regular Army's patrol unit in the Great Desert, but you did not meet up with them according to the plan. Instead, you concealed your identity and disappeared without a trace. The king's words seemed to have power. Accompanied by the howling of the cold wind outside the window, the everlasting lamp in the room kept flickering. Thinking of the past, Thales hesitated. But King Kessel did not allow the prince to interrupt. His gaze became sharp and cold. On the night the operation started, you mysteriously appeared in the eye of the storm, and you even brought quite a lot of friends with you. Shadow Shield, Northlander's secret room, and even quite a number of sword sellers followed you into the Prison of Bones. One-day tour? Thales' heart tightened. About this, the king snorted coldly and no longer looked at him. The people at the western front lines do not have the boldness of those in Renaissance Palace. They are cowardly and hesitant, not daring to take the risk of losing their heirs, so they bided their time and dispersed their manpower, causing the operation to be seriously disjointed. And our spies should have urged the warlike orcs and Baron Bone people to attack the suzerain's army while the regular army was away, but they seem to have sensed something beforehand. Not only did their main force not come, even their siege was just a feint, and they retreated the moment they came into contact. When Thales heard this, he could not help but say, yes, I heard that there's an orc called Kandarl in the desert, but in the next second, King Kessel's gaze was like a blade. Thales put away his smile and decided not to say anything else. It's fine. The king ignored him. Instead, he stared at a weak and drifting everlasting lamp. The coldness and dissatisfaction in his gaze was clear. Williams was lying in ambush at the side of Bladefang's camp. That idiot has always been swift and decisive, but on that day, he dragged his feet and waited until the battle was almost over before he led his troops back to the camp and delayed the battle. When he heard the familiar name, Thales instantly froze. This allowed the suzerains of Western Desert in Bladefang's camp to retreat calmly. The main forces of the ruins, Winged Fort, Brave Soul's Fort, and the three great families of Western Desert were also unusually vigilant. After they noticed that something was amiss, they stayed far away and did not fall into the trap. Thales recalled the Duke of Western Desert telling him that power comes from violence, and his frown deepened. After that old man Fakenhas visited Bladefang's camp in front of everyone. Not only did he chat cheerfully with you, he even gave you his family heirloom sword. The news quickly spread throughout the kingdom. Thales took a deep breath and remembered the sentinel sword Fakenhas gave him. He subconsciously clenched his fists. As for Crow and Black Lion, they acted as if they were fawning over the king. They ostentatiously and respectfully escorted you out of Western Desert. They also blocked the reinforcements sent by Renaissance Palace while they were at it. King Kessel snorted softly. In the end, the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department activated an emergency plan to try their best to reduce their losses. His gaze was directed at Thales. At that moment, it was as if he wanted to dig out his heart. As you said, the matter in Western Desert was a failure. The Sand King failed on the verge of success. Thales closed his eyes, leaned against the back of his chair, and heaved a heavy sigh. So, that night, when he was running for his life in Bladefang's camp, in places that he couldn't see, many soul-stirring and significant things were happening. But a mere failure of a horse, a mere failure of Western Desert, will not make the kingdom stop. The king's voice became stern, causing Thales to open his eyes. King Kessel's expression was extremely calm, but there was an endless storm in his eyes. That's why this letter was written. Thales lowered his head and looked at the letter beside his hand. The iris flower's wax was dark and indistinct under the everlasting lamp. If Western Desert could not do it, we will change to another place. The Iron Hand King's tone was cold and brooked no argument. No matter how much it costs. How much it costs. At that moment, Thales gritted his teeth. Fakenhas' voice rang faintly in his ears. And a person like your father, will he accept reality and give up, Or will he look at me and Western Desert strength in a different light? Go all out and pay back 100-fold? Now, King Kessel's gaze returned to Thales. It's your turn to speak. It's your turn. The king's words were calm, but they echoed in Thales' heart countless times. What do you have? What can you do? King Kessel said coldly. To make up for your foolishness? Thales was silent. He stared at the faint light in the room, not knowing what to think. What? King Kessel sneered, his tone mocking. You can't even say a word after so long. But in the next second, Thales suddenly spoke. Do you hate me? His tone was ethereal and indifferent. At that moment, even someone as calm as King Kessel could not help but feel puzzled. What? Thales took a deep breath and stared at the empty corner before he spoke absent-mindedly. I'm asking, from Broken Dragon Fortress to Dragon Cloud City, from Eternal Star City to Western Desert, you have constantly schemed against me and used me. You have also repeatedly put me in danger, trapped me to death, and left your own son to the wolves. King Kessel frowned deeply. Why? Thales sighed. Why do you hate me so much? Is it like what's written in many novels, that my birth caused my mother's death, so you bear a grudge against me? At that moment, King Kessel's gaze turned fierce. Or is it that my mother, there in Joanna, did something that angered the heavens and made you hate her for the rest of your life before she gave birth to me? Thales stared at King Kessel. There in Joanna. Sure enough, the name worked. Because the Iron Hand King, who had always been resolute, was now frowning, and his gaze was deep. It was as if he was facing an unprecedented chess game. Thales smiled. How can I complete this Sand King, promote the reform of the military system, and use it as a bargaining chip to prosper the kingdom? He gritted his teeth and stared at the silent Kessel V. Can't I get the truth about my mother in exchange? Chapter 620. Really? King Kessel's voice came from the other side of the long table, extremely cold. This is what you can't forget. The king's shadow was dragged to the wall behind him by the firelight, and there was faint mockery in his eyes. Your mother? Thales stared deeply at King Kessel. There in Joanna, head ritual master Lycia, Queen Kia, the Old Crow, Glee Ward, almost everyone who knew his mother had a different evaluation of this woman. Then what about his father? Don't forget, the prince said softly, I inherited her name. Or more. The king snorted softly. Gilbert should not have let you choose that middle name. He spoke slowly, but his words were as cold as ice. Meaningless. Thales also smiled softly and shook his head. As far as I know, you were the one who told Gilbert her name. Then what did you expect? The king's response was swift and cold. Expecting your mother to be an outstanding woman with an extraordinary background, an erudite and talented female scholar, a daughter of a noble family, or a brave and fearless female warrior, so that you could be proud and have someone to rely on? Thales looked at King Kessel's expression and was surprised to find that this was one of the few topics that could elicit a long response from a king. The prince probed. Then was she? The king sneered, but his smile immediately disappeared. She was a whore. Thales' expression changed slightly. Just like most prostitutes, King Kessel's expression was indifferent, his tone disdainful. She was unscrupulous and greedy, putting on airs in front of her customers all day long, selling herself for payment until she died. I don't even remember her face. After hearing the king's words, Thales was silent for a long time. Whore? Thales muttered in a daze. Prostitute? Hearing such adjectives, he first thought of the desert slave described by Old Crow Hicks, the magical Duran. Then, the portrait he saw in the Secret Intelligence Department flashed in the teenager's mind. Oriental beauty elf. Then, he remembered the philanderer Felicia he saw in the Secret Intelligence Department, and her strange and seductive movements under Raphael's hands. Exactly. Your questions and expectations are meaningless. The king's tone was indifferent. You will not find any comfort or reassurance from her. To her, you're just an accident after a certain transaction. It was an accident during a certain transaction. Thales could not help but clench his fists. He suddenly remembered the look in Quick Rope's eyes when he talked about the girl he liked in Blade Fang's camp. That girl. She's not a whore. No, and your garrulous attitude, King Kessel said coldly. Isn't it just a matter of time? What a disgrace to the royal family. Thales took a deep breath and gently unclenched his fist. You are right, father. Gilbert's biggest mistake was to let me keep her name. The king's expression did not change. Because Thales' gaze turned cold. If she was just an insignificant prostitute, you wouldn't even bother to remember her appearance. Thales raised his head and looked straight at the king. Then why do you still remember her name? At that moment, King Kessel's eyes widened slightly. Thales stared at his father and softly uttered that special name. Joranna? The moment he finished speaking, Thales had an illusion. It was as if winter had suddenly fallen in Ballard Room. The temperature plummeted and the air stagnated. Even the lights no longer flickered, and the source of all the coldness was at the end of the long table. The embarrassing silence lasted for a whole 10 seconds. I have given you a chance, child. The king's voice returned to its usual toughness and coldness. And you have ruined it. He stared deeply at Thales. There was only dead silence in his eyes. The sin of hell's river in Thales' veins began to flow again, as if it wanted to break through the frozen atmosphere. At that moment, the teenager suddenly felt that the king's patience had come to an end. His next words were to summon the guards. So Thales was faster than him. Amore, the prince spoke softly and successfully froze the king's gaze towards the door. King Kessel looked back. Amore? Thales took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, Western Desert's Amore town. This place is ruled by the Amore family and has a long history. The suzerain surname is the origin of the name. King Kessel frowned slightly. Thales recalled what the two Western Desert people, Derek Chroma and Anchorbyral, had told him. Unhurriedly, he began to recount the story. A few years ago, the suzerain of this town, the Baron, suffered injustice. He wanted to turn to Renaissance Palace and appeal to the king for help. But he met with misfortune on the way, and his entire family died of an epidemic. Thales observed King Kessel's reaction. The latter did not move, but did not interrupt him. In the next second, Thales' tone changed. But in fact, as a legitimate vassal of the kingdom, Baron Amore did not die of an illness. Thales gritted his teeth. He and his family were ambushed and silenced by the allied forces of his vassal and peers, the three major families in power in Western Desert, Falkenhaz, Chroma, and Bosdorf. Both of them were silent for a few seconds. Interesting. The king thought for a while and said slowly, Where did you learn of this? Thales' eyes dimmed. In the Secret Intelligence Department's prison, Anchor's pained voice rang in his ears. He also said that if I had to use this bargaining chip, I must give it to you. And I can only give it to you. As his thoughts reached this point, Thales took a deep breath. It's not important. He composed himself and shifted his attention to the matter at hand. What's important is, facing the king's burning gaze, Thales spoke calmly. His words were loud and clear. In year 414 of the calendar of eradication, the creditor, Hermann II, issued the No Bloodshed Order, forbidding the vassals within the kingdom from waging war and killing each other. His voice became serious. However, the vassals of Western Desert were lawless and acted recklessly. As vassals, they abused their right to armed self-defense excessively and murdered Baron Amore to avenge a personal grudge. As Thales spoke about Western Desert, he stared at the Iron Hand King's face. Their methods were cruel and terrifying, and their crimes were shocking. The Iron Hand King's eyes brightened and the corners of his lips curled up. The prince's gaze turned sharp. This reason, this bargaining chip, this horse, is it enough to complete the Sand King? As Thales' voice faded, the everlasting lamps around him flickered. He stared at the king. King Kessel was silent for a long time, the light in his eyes surging back and forth. A few seconds later, the king closed his eyes gently and buried all his emotions in the bottom of his heart. But we can't use it, King Kessel said softly. The plague in Amore town is no longer news. The people of Western Desert dealt with it very cleanly. Dead men tell no tales. Seeing the other's reaction, Thales could not help but chuckle. That's right. he said confidently. Unless it's not that dead men tell no tales. Thales's words came to an abrupt halt. Wait. He looked at King Kessel's indifferent expression and figured something out. The youth's expression changed slightly in disbelief. You know, Thales stared at Kessel and frowned. You knew about Amore town, and this case a long time ago. The next second, King Kessel opened his eyes gently. The king was expressionless and did not answer. But Thales had already gotten his answer. The youth could not help but frown. When? King Kessel replied calmly. When it happened. Thales was stunned. What? Why? Thales realized that at some point in time, the conversation between him and King Kessel had become extremely tacit. For example, now, he did not even need to complete a sentence like, why did it happen? King Kessel stared at Thales quietly. A few years ago, the Border Development Tax Exemption Order affected a group of suzerains. Lord Amore of Western Desert was just one of them. The Iron Hand King narrowed his eyes. The most impatient one. With a little provocation, he took the bait. Thales' gaze froze in midair. With a little provocation, he took the bait. At that moment, Raven Derek Chroma's words rang in Thales' ears once again. According to the Baron, the countless nouveaux riches spawned by that decree are nibbling away at his interests every day, taking away his subjects and cutting off his livelihood. At the bottom of the Secret Intelligence Department's prison, Anchor Byral's desperate words reappeared. Obviously, Baron Amore could not bear the pain. The king's decree dealt him a huge blow. King Kessel sighed slightly. His next tone was slightly regretful. However, that Western Desert bumpkin is especially sensitive to the slightest disturbance at his doorstep. Before he could reel in the fish, the line was cut. Thales was stunned. Reel, a tangent. Derek and Anchor's words continued to appear. Baron Amore recruited soldiers and mobilized his army, intending to cross Western Desert and create a big news for all of Constellation to protest against his majesty and the kingdom. So much so that he decided to abandon his tacit understanding with the three main families and act rashly. Thales froze in his seat. It's you, Thales said in a daze. Baron Amore raised his army to protest because you secretly pressured him and deliberately instigated him to find an excuse to intervene in Western Desert? The Iron Hand King scoffed. As I said, he's just one of them. One of them. At that moment, Thales thought of Anchor, who was tortured and bruised in the Secret Intelligence Department, and his lover, whose family was ruined and whose identity was unknown. So, the tragedy of Baron Amore being silenced and his entire family killed. Thales' voice was hoarse. You're the instigator. Thales stared blankly at the table in front of him. The king's figure was projected on the opposite wall, dark and oppressive. These people, their misfortune, but the dust that power crushed. You flatter me. The king's voice was still calm, as if he did not care. I didn't ask the Western Desert bumpkins to silence them, nor did I ask them to be ruthless enough to wipe out the entire family in the castle, including the militia and servants. Not a single person was left alive. Looks like they learn a lot from Williams. Silence them. Everything was wiped out. Amore, Byral, and that miserable family in Blessings Town whose name he could not recall. And that night in Bladefang's camp, where countless families were destroyed. Nobles, These scumbags, what kind of F** king trash are they? On the land of barren rocks, the sentiments of the Raven of Death echoed in his ears. At the thought of this, an indescribable weariness came over him. The youth could not help but feel suffocated. Thales took a deep breath, trying to maintain his emotions. I understand. The prince lowered his head, avoiding the other person's gaze, holding back the disgust in his words. I see, good plan. No, it's not good. But King Kessel's voice still penetrated his eardrums unstoppably. We underestimated the Western Desert people's sharpness and decisiveness. Not only did we get a headless case with no evidence, but we also alerted them and made them even more vigilant. The king's gaze sharpened. Until now, Thales trembled slightly. King Kessel raised his head abruptly. It's not that there's no evidence, right? You have evidence. His attitude was firm and unquestionable. Thales' arm tensed. Evidence. Anchor's final voice echoed faintly. No matter what, His Majesty will be very happy with this bargaining chip. Very happy. Fales took a deep breath and swallowed. He looked up with difficulty and looked straight into the king's eyes. But at that moment, there was only endless depth in Kessel's eyes. A few seconds later, the youth used all his strength to squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth. I have. His tone was extremely tired. Ironclad evidence. Ironclad evidence. His voice trailed off. Not bad. King Kessel's expression did not change as he said calmly, I'm listening. I'm listening. Fales took a deep breath, but paused the moment he opened his mouth. So, Your Highness, what's the price? Anchor's despairing voice rang out of nowhere. Fales coughed unnaturally and forced himself to continue. In that tragedy, there was another person, and Tina, she will never, never forgive me. Fales froze again. There was another person. Fales' lips parted, his words stuck. Wait a minute. Once he told her about it, she would be the first one to speak. That girl, Anchor's lover, who had been ruined by the savagery of power in her family. And Anchor's siblings, who had lost their parents and brothers and were isolated and helpless in the Western Desert. What kind of future would they face? How many people's fates would be affected and changed because of his words? Fales breathed in a daze. Seeing him like this, the king frowned. That girl named Tina, she's good? The best. A face that had been tortured to the point of being bloodless appeared before his eyes. Anchor Byral, the young man who in helplessness and despair planned to sacrifice his life in desperation, but ultimately failed miserably. What kind of feelings did he have when he told him this bargaining chip? But now it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. Fales took a deep breath and swallowed hard. Use it. Use this bargaining chip. Because this was also Anchor's choice. This was what he had expected, wasn't it? And if he wasn't here, he would end this matter. Fales' gaze turned to the table, to the letter on which Iris Flowers had volunteered to pay taxes. The wheels of the kingdom would not stop. If this horse didn't work, King Kessel would find another one, even if he had to face more bloodshed. Fales clenched his fists. So he had to continue. He had to. Fales looked up and forced himself to appear resolute. Baron Amole, who died a wrongful death, still had an orphan daughter. The king's eyes lit up. That poor girl witnessed a terrible scene. She escaped the butcher's knife and was lucky to survive. Fales clenched his teeth, concealing his dazed and dispirited look. Her identity and experience will prove to the world that the most powerful families in the West desolate continent have made a grave mistake. And Renaissance Palace's reform of the military system to restrict the vassals from abusing their military power is a matter of course and urgency. As his voice trailed off, Fales let out a long sigh, his gaze dejected. He had said it anyway. The color in the king's eyes slowly changed. He stared at the prince across the long table for a long time, as if he was sizing up a fine steel weapon. Finally, King Kessel laughed. His laughter was soft and faint, but it effectively lightened the atmosphere in the room. This orphan girl who survived. The Iron Hand King slowly leaned back, his tone calm and relaxed for the first time. Where is she? Where is she? Fales was saddened to realize that the king did not even bother to ask for her name. But then think about it carefully. What have you become after you became a prince? A long time ago, Quick Rope's sentiments in the small house rose again. Can you still choose your own path? Follow your own heart? Fales' arms trembled slightly. Are you still Fales? Or have you become something else? I'm listening. The king was interested. Duke Fales. Fales took a deep breath and forgot about these thoughts that caused him to hesitate. He then adjusted himself. You will know. Fales suddenly looked up, his expression firm. But first of all, everyone who followed me into the palace today must be acquitted. And I don't want to try Vanguard Mariko's whip, even though he did his duty. At the end of the long table, King Kessel said nothing. Fales let go of the anxiety in his heart and gritted his teeth. Secondly, unseal Mindy's hall and release my guards. If there's anything in the future, come to me. Don't make things difficult for them. The king still did not speak. He just tapped his fingers on the table. Also, Anchor Byral, who barged into the banquet with a sword and offended the royal family. Thales frowned. You have to forgive him, release him, and show the king's magnanimity, including properly resolving the conflict between him and the Doyle family. But when he thought of this, Thales froze again. Anchor, no matter how the king forgives him, she will never, never, never forgive me. Thales lowered his head sadly. Before I show my bargaining chips, King Kessel snorted softly, seemingly in a good mood. You really want a lot. Thales exhaled and forced himself to look up. And I'm not done yet. Finally, about Sand King. Sand King. King Kessel's gaze shifted. At this moment, Thales' expression was firm and cold. Your plan to expand your army in Western Desert, including how to deal with the local suzerains, must be handled by me personally and completed by me. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the Iron Hand King's fingers knocked heavily on the meeting table, producing a shuddering thud. The king slowly raised his head and met Thales' eyes. The prince did not avoid it, but stared back at him resolutely. You say that again? The king spoke softly, hoarse but cold. Thales puffed out his chest and faced his father. Yes, I will personally write a letter to the Duke of Western Desert and the others, using this bargaining chip, to threaten them into submission. Thales said decisively, I promise that Cyril Fakenhaz and his vassals will listen patiently. They will be receptive. They will cooperate with Renaissance Palace's schedule and support all the initiatives of the Military Affairs Division. They will reflect on the oversight of their own military system and gradually reduce the number and frequency of conscription. They will accept your regular royal army stationed there and accept the reorganization of Western Desert's defense. They will be happy to support the daily work of the legendary wing and pay taxes to support the expansion of the regular army, to fill your financial gap, and to protect the kingdom's border security. Thales took a deep breath. Western Desert will become a good steed, and your plan for Sand King will not fail. He said solemnly, the chariot of the kingdom will still roll forward. Ballard Room fell silent again, but this time the silence was particularly ominous. A few everlasting lamps burned to the end and quietly extinguished. King Kessel's gaze changed as well. The fire in his eyes disappeared, and they were overflowing with darkness. You? He looked at the prince from afar, and his tone was playful. You'll do it? Thales nodded decisively. Me? I'll do it. King Kessel's gaze sharpened. Why? Thales tidied up his expression and replied seriously. Because of that orphan girl. I'm the only one who knows this bargaining chip the best, and how to use it. He paused slightly, gritted his teeth, and told both his father and himself. Because this is the only way. The only way. King Kessel did not respond immediately. He just sat quietly in his original position, as if he had turned back into a statue. A few seconds later, the king spoke calmly. Tell me, how did you know the whereabouts of that orphan girl? Thales froze. His expression did not change, and he did not leave any loopholes. I have my own channels, Fakenhaz. King Kessel spoke softly, interrupting Thales. Fakenhaz. As soon as the surname came out, the prince was shocked. The king snorted and looked elsewhere. His tone was thought-provoking. He gave you far more than a sword, didn't he? Thales' expression did not change, but he sighed in his heart. He knows. The king said coldly. His gift is the reason why you have the guts to break into the palace today. Thales pursed his lips and did not say a word. Yes, the king saw through him. But with just a few words, he saw through him. From just now until now, all his little tricks were exposed in front of him, just like in the past. But Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Yes. Thales looked up at the king. His tone was calm and indifferent, and his attitude was magnanimous. The matter of Amole town, including this bargaining chip, was indeed given to me by the Duke of Western Desert, through some means. The king let out a snort, as if he had expected it. And you accepted it, listened to the bewitchment of that old bone, came before me, and bargained arrogantly. Without waiting for him to reply, King Kessel shook his head slowly. Stupid. Impossibly stupid. Thales clenched his fists under the table. Yes, threats, coercion, flattery, deception, no matter which method, could not restrain the Iron Hand King. But so what? He was no longer the child beggar who shivered in the abandoned house. Not anymore. And King Kessel was no longer the tall figure he could only look at from afar in Mindy's hall 6 years ago. To fight against an opponent like King Kessel, what he needed was not lies, concealment, or quibbling, but to rise to the challenge. Thales fixed his gaze on the king's face. In that case, there's even more reason for me to come forward and write a letter to the Duke of Western Desert, my father. He leaned forward and said sincerely, so that everyone can take a step back and solve the problem in a way that is acceptable to many parties. The new Sand King may not be so swift, and it may last for months or even years, but it will not be so tragic, and there will not be unmanageable consequences. You will eventually achieve your goal, and they will not have to bleed. The Iron Hand King sneered. He lowered his head, and his face was slowly shrouded in darkness. Why? Thales furrowed his eyebrows. I will bring out the witness of this case and let her testify so that the suzerains of Western Desert will fall apart and become the target of public criticism. The king's gaze was cold. Then, I will let the regular army of the royal family enter Western Desert to punish the wicked. It will also achieve its goal. Thales was shocked. Indeed. Thales spoke again, trying to grasp the topic. But forgive me for being blunt. The reason why Fakenhas offered this bargaining chip was to lower himself and take the initiative to show weakness, to cool down the growing conflict between Renaissance Palace and the suzerains of Western Desert. He is not that kind. King Kessel suddenly leaned forward and shouted angrily, startling Thales. And you are the only one who would be so stupid. The king glared at his son. Fakenhas gave me a bargaining chip so that I could clean up Western Desert, reform the kingdom, and achieve my goal. He changed the topic. But only through you? Thales stared at the king in a daze. The Iron Hand King leaned back in his chair and sneered. No, he gouged out his own flesh and blood to give you a sword, a bargaining chip. It was definitely not for you to be the peacemaker. The youth felt a chill in his heart. King Kessel narrowed his eyes. His gaze was like a sharpened blade. He wanted to use this to show you that the power and energy that you have not enjoyed for the past 6 years is within your reach. As long as you grab the bargaining chip and face me. The king spoke softly, his words cold. Raise your sword. Thales tensed up and defended himself. Father, I have no intention of being your enemy, nor will I threaten. Then why didn't he come to me directly? King Kessel interrupted him again. If you want to lower your head and show weakness, why not face the throne? Thales' words came to an abrupt halt. The lights in the room flickered rapidly, causing the shadows to sway. And you? Do you think I don't know what you want to do? Kessel V looked at him coldly, his gaze piercing straight into Thales' heart. Why won't you readily reveal your bargaining chip and the whereabouts of that orphan girl? Why do you pretend to be reserved and wait for the right price? And why do you insist on personally carrying out Sand King? Hearing this, Thales shuddered and felt a chill in his heart. Ballard Room returned to silence. Because you also know, right? The king's voice calmed down and was filled with a fatal gentleness. Because you also like the sword he gave you and can't bear to part with it. Unable to extricate yourself. Thales frowned tightly. His fists were clenched on his knees. As the Prince of Constellation, the Duke of Star Lake, and the heir to the kingdom, King Kessel said coldly, you are being toyed with by a foreign vassal. Not only do you not know it, but you also think you are infallible. You are a complete disgrace to the Jadestar family. Thales looked up abruptly. That's right. The prince shouted angrily. King Kessel was a little surprised by his sudden interruption. I know. Thales' breathing quickened as he stared at the king. I know what Fakenhas wants to do, and I have no intention of hiding it, nor do I want to quibble. Thales stood up abruptly and placed his hands on the table. That's right. Empower me, support me, and help me so that I can eventually become strong enough to fight against you, threaten you, and obstruct you. This is indeed fake and has wishful thinking. Simple, clear, and direct. The king's expression became increasingly hostile. But believe me, father. The prince stared at the king, serious and solemn. If you really want to succeed, not just with Sand King alone, and not just in Western Desert, but throughout the kingdom, inside and outside Constellation, realize your grand and crazy plans and ideas. Hearing this, King Kessel's gaze changed. If you have really made up your mind, father, if you want to live for Constellation at all costs. At this moment, cold wind blew in Ballard Room, and the chill surged. But Thales felt an unbearable heat in his chest, as if there was a flame. Thales took a deep breath. His tone was resolute and unquestionable. Then this is the only way. There is no better choice. Stealing fragrance. Chapter 6:21. Trust you? The only way? There's no better choice? King Kessel chewed on these words and seemed to be deep in thought. Thales controlled his breathing and stared at the king. The king paused for a while and laughed coldly. Ha ha. The laughter was deafening and the lights around them flickered. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. He felt a heavy weight in his chest, and the air around him was heavy. But he had no way out. The laughter slowly disappeared. From what I saw, Duke Thales of Star Lakefort. The Iron Hand King's tone was calm, but it was even scarier. The crown is not on your head. The crown. An inexplicable sense of fear came over him, causing Thales' breathing to become slightly irregular. Even if you don't take this path, the king said faintly, the wheels of the kingdom are destined to never stop. The teenager pressed his fist against the table and felt the pressure and pain coming from his fist, as well as the strange agitation of the sin of Hell's River. He knew what the other party cared about. He knew. Or did he think he knew? Thales took a few deep breaths and looked up. Of course, you are the supreme king of Constellation. The Iron Hand King was expressionless. You can ignore me, scoff at the West Baron, and reject this proposal with one vote. Thales adjusted his mood and changed the topic. Anyway, you are very confident, and you have more than just Sand King in your hands. He pointed at the letter on the table and maintained a calm tone. Just like how you can threaten Jean and Lay to replace Western Desert and force South Coast Hill to pull your carriage for you. You can do it again in another place. King Kessel snorted in disdain. But what's the price? In the next second, Thales changed the topic. In order to execute Sand King, Father, how much have you invested? How much have you paid? As he listened to Thales' words, King Kessel frowned slightly. Whether it is the huge amount of money spent on preparations, the astonishing scale of the standing army of the royal family, or the western front lines that you have been operating for more than 10 years. The prince was unhurried as he continued to speak. Human, material, financial, and mental strength, including the political games behind the scenes, are not easy to do. Even the opportunity is too rare. It's not every year that there's an unlucky prince wandering outside, convenient for you to use as an excuse and bait. The king coldly snorted. If your plan had succeeded and you had reaped huge benefits, then these costs would have been nothing. But now, Thales paused for a moment and looked at him. King Kessel pursed his lips. His expression was tense. My guess is that the reason why Supervisor Kirk complained about being poor in the Imperial Conference and why the Department of Finance had insufficient budget is because Thales spread his arms towards the table. In the end, it was because you mobilized the regular army for Sand King and emptied the national treasury, didn't it? At that moment, King Kessel suddenly raised his eyes. His gaze was so sharp that it was as if it had physical form, and he inched closer to Thales. The atmosphere in the room was extremely stifling. That bargaining chip, that orphan of the Amole family. A few seconds later, the king spoke coldly. Where is she? The teenager exhaled and glanced at Zayn's letter. In that case, Father, you're not satisfied. You don't want to give up on Sand King's efforts for nothing. You're denying yourself and wasting all your efforts. Iron Hand King's eyes grew colder and colder. However, Thales' tone became harsher. He withstood the pressure and insisted on finishing his sentence. Otherwise, father, your so-called Sand King plan will be tantamount to a tyrannical and evil act. The gains do not make up for the losses. It will harm the kingdom. The crime lies with you. At that moment, the coldness in King Kessel's eyes reached its peak. It could not be any colder. The everlasting lamps in the room seemed to have sensed something. They flickered rapidly in that second, as if they were shivering. It seems that the sword Fakenhas gave you is really useful. The king enunciated each word clearly. It was meaningful and ominous. Who told you to be arrogant and fearless? But the prince only laughed bitterly and ignored the king's hint. But this is not the end. The Iron Hand King's gaze was fixed on Thales. It was as if his gaze was about to pierce through him. Thales said loudly, after Sand King's failure at the last minute, the regular army of the royal family took back Blade Fang's camp, removed their armor, retreated, and ceased all activities. The people of Western Desert returned to their hometown dejectedly. They were dejected and admitted that they were unlucky. The second prince arrived safely in the capital. Father and son were reunited, and he was conferred the title of duke. These peaceful appearances kept most of the people in the kingdom in the dark. They slept peacefully and did not know the truth. Thales narrowed his eyes. But father, you and Fakenhas, if he is the only one, all of you know the undercurrent of Sand King. All of you know what happened a few months ago and what did not happen. King Kessel did not say anything. Only his gaze was distant, reflecting the shadows of the lamps. When you passed by each other, you saw the sharp blades behind each other's backs. But both of you have excellent acting skills and enough self-control. That is why you pretended not to know and greeted each other with a smile. You maintained the most hypocritical peace and the most fragile tacit understanding. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales slammed his palms on the table, causing the everlasting lamps around him to flicker. Trust me, father. This is the last step between Renaissance Palace and the West Baron. Behind us is a bottomless abyss. The prince stared at the king. Next time, you will not be so lucky. King Kessel lowered his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. One of the everlasting lamps behind him dimmed, pulling the king's side profile into darkness. Thales took a deep breath and said solemnly, when that time comes, if you want to deprive the vassals of Western Desert of their armies and expand the regular army of the royal family, the price will only be higher and the situation will only become worse. King Kessel did not respond. He only turned his head silently and buried the side of his face in the darkness without any light. Admit it, father. Sand King's failure left behind a huge mess that pushed you and Western Desert to the edge of a cliff. You no longer have any room to maneuver unless you completely give up on Western Desert. Thales paused to give the other party and himself time to think. At this moment, who? The king's voice rang faintly, as if he was not there. What? Thales was puzzled. What who? King Kessel's expression was complicated. When you left in the morning, your mind was filled with women. Women. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. At that time, you were muddle-headed and distracted, the king said coldly. Light and shadow appeared on his face at the same time. You did not have the confidence and courage you have now. You did not care about the kingdom, politics, and all these things when you were blinded by women this morning, let alone risking your life to barge into the palace and give advice to the emperor. King Kessel leaned forward slightly and stared at Thales with a thought-provoking gaze. What changed you when you were outside the palace? Thales was stunned. What changed me? He snapped out of his daze and gritted his teeth. That is not important. Thales tried his best to sound more sincere. What is important is, father. Now, when we are at our wits' end, we have another choice. King Kessel pursed his lips. Thales suppressed his restless power of eradication, slowed down his tone, and probed. Fakenhas was the first to take a step back. For this, they offered their most powerful bargaining chip, enough to suppress Western Desert. King Kessel turned his head and snorted in displeasure. Amore. The prince nodded and fixed his gaze on the king. Accept it. Even if you don't earn a lot, at least you have a chance to make up for Sand King's huge loss. Accept it. Perhaps you can't solve the problem once and for all, but you can minimize the worst consequences. Accept it. Let me communicate with them, give us a chance, and give Western Desert a way out of this mess. The king snorted softly and did not comment. Please believe me, be it from a realistic perspective or a long-term perspective, this is the only way. It is also the most efficient, easiest, most peaceful, and the path closest to success. Thale's words had unknowingly become urgent. If you still want to complete Sand King, Father, at least don't let it become a mess. Then this is not only the best choice. It is also the last choice. Thales looked straight at the king. Father, for the sake of the kingdom, don't be rash and act in a fit of pique. Don't drag this out until you are beyond cure. Let me do it. End it now, right now, before it is too late. Once he finished speaking, King Kessel did not answer immediately. He sized up Thales carefully, as if he wanted to see every detail on his face clearly. This made Thales feel uneasy. Very good. Thales observed the king's reaction and silently cheered himself on. This is indeed something he cares about. At least he still cares. Fortunately, he still cares. I hope he still cares. More than 10 seconds later, the king snorted softly. Extravagant rhetoric and eloquent words. King Kessel changed his sitting position and said softly, "But you avoided the important and dwelling on the trivial. You missed the most important point." Thales felt a chill in his heart. The king turned his head and said with a playful tone, "That is, even if I accept this proposal, why is it necessary for Sand King to be carried out by you, Duke Thales?" In that second, Thales' eyelids twitched. He subconsciously pressed down on his knees. Because Fakenhaz gave me the bargaining chip. Thales took a deep breath and met the king's gaze. And I, as the introducer, the middleman, and the guarantor, should have some remuneration, right? King Kessel snorted softly. So, this is actually a deal. The king stared at Thales, and his tone became more dangerous. A two-party deal between Fakenhaz and me. A deal. Thales clenched his fists. You can interpret it that way. But my existence is one of the conditions for Fakenhaz to accept the deal. From this deal, you will get, you'll gradually get Western Desert and become Sand King. The prince tried hard to find logic and tried to convince the king. The price is just... In the next second, King Kessel looked up. His eyes were like lightning, and he made Thales choke on his words. "No," the king said softly, and it sent chills down Thales' spine. "You are not a guarantor or an intermediary." Kessel's gaze was like a sword that pierced Thales. You're the real bargaining chip in the deal. Thales Jadestar, the heir to the throne. Thales' breathing froze. "In this deal, I will hand you over to him," the king said slowly, but every word he said was unsettling. "Only then will he hand Western Desert to me. Isn't that so?" Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. "Damn it, I will not let this go." "Listen, father." He could only reorganize his words. "I know what you are worried about." Thales racked his brains. "But please relax. I will not interfere with specific matters. I will not participate in the promulgation of any government decree, and I will not touch a single soldier's file. I will only be in charge of negotiating with the people of Western Desert. It will not be too complicated. I will only need a letter to mention this bargaining chip, and with Fakenhaz cooperation, they will soon understand the pros and cons. You will be in charge of the rest of the matters." At this moment, the king suddenly spoke loudly and interrupted the prince. "And the people will understand." Thales was stunned. He saw that King Kessel had sat up straight at some point in time. Light and shadow overlapped on his face, and light and darkness intertwined. "The people will understand that there is another person in Renaissance Palace other than the king." The king emphasized the word "another person," and Thales could not help but hold his breath. No matter what problems they face with the king, no matter what, as long as they find this person, King Kessel stared at Thales, as if he was strangling him through the air. Then the price will not be so high, and the situation will not be so ugly. The king narrowed his eyes. His tone was chilling. "Because he has a sword in his hand. He can fight against the crown. Is this what you want?" King Kessel's words continued. Every word seemed to be laced with venom. The future. Thales the First. At that moment, Thales' thoughts froze. So, is this also what you care about? A few seconds later, Thales took 2 absent-minded breaths and spoke with difficulty. Whether it was sealing off Mindy's hall, interrogating my guards, or summoning me into the palace to warn me, was it all because of this? To tell everyone that there is no other person in the palace? King Kessel did not answer. He only snorted coldly and leaned back in his chair. Hand over that orphan girl, that bargaining chip. The Iron Hand King's gaze sharpened. His words were stern and resolute. As for you breaking into the palace and plotting treason, your crime is punishable by death. Let bygones be bygones. Thales raised his head and stared at the king with mixed feelings. King Kessel closed his eyes. His expression was serene. As you say, before it's too late. End it. Thales suppressed the resentment in his heart and gritted his teeth. But the matter of me contacting the people of Western Desert. But King Kessel only raised one finger gently. He stopped Thales from speaking. Forget about it. The king was expressionless. He said softly, for your own good, after you hand over that orphan girl, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to show yourself, let alone intervene. Continue to be the Duke of Star Lake peacefully. Thales felt a chill in his heart. That's all. The king said coldly. Don't talk about conditions. And don't block the way. Block the way. In the next second, the king opened his eyes and changed the topic. In that case, your guards in Mindy's hall, and those loyal idiots who followed you into the palace to rebel. Hearing the underlying threat in his words, Thales' eyelids twitched. King Kessel said softly, don't worry. Then, you don't have to be replaced. Replaced. Both of them sank into silence. Ballard Room returned to silence. Thales suddenly understood. He understood what the other party cared about from the moment he made this suggestion. This made him feel a little tired. I don't understand. Thales lowered his head and sneered. Be it you or Faken has. Why is everyone's gaze only on that crown? King Kessel glanced at him. Is it really so mysterious and precious that it can capture everyone's soul? We are obviously talking about the future of the kingdom. Thales raised his eyebrows and said indignantly, and you, were you born for the stars or for the crown? Hearing this, King Kessel snorted lightly and curled his lips. You don't understand. Maybe it's because it's not on your head yet. Thales clenched his teeth. In the next second, the king's expression became stern. I'll ask you again, where is the orphan girl of the Amory family? Thales clenched his teeth and ignored the faint threat in the king's tone. He forced himself to calm down. He could not convince him. At least, not in this way. This was not enough. Far from enough. Thales took a deep breath. He had to give more. Even himself. When he thought of this, Thales closed his eyes and opened them again. What if I say no? The king looked up and said in a playful tone, no? Thales puffed out his chest with a stern expression. That's right. If you don't accept my conditions. The prince's attitude became firm. Then there will be no deal, no bargaining chips, no Amory's orphan girl, no Western Desert people giving in, and no Faken has taken the initiative to cooperate. Thales snorted angrily. Say goodbye to your Western Desert. The king's pupils constricted slightly. Then you will no longer be pardoned for breaking into the palace and rebelling. That's right, Thales retorted without hesitation. But you, father, you will bear the great damage and loss of Sand King's failure. You will be stuck in the impossible situation of Western Desert. You will gradually drift away from your desires. The king frowned. Thales paused for a moment and chuckled. Of course, with the Iron Hand King's personality and methods, you will definitely not let this go. You will definitely think of new ways to fix Western Desert. You will cheat, swindle, and seize. You will not give up until you achieve your goal. When he said this, Thales' expression became solemn. Then, in your next failure, you will fall into the abyss and detonate the West Baron. It will be like detonating an oil barrel that will last forever. Thales lowered his head and glanced at King Kessel coldly. Believe me, I have seen it before. It is an unforgettable scene. The Iron Hand King's gaze turned cold. Are you threatening me? No. Thales snorted and shook his head. I am just showing you the future reign of Kessel V. Thales's smile disappeared. Western Desert is just the beginning. When a situation is completely out of control and there is no way to control it, you will finally ignite the entire kingdom. King Kessel's expression became even more unpleasant. Tell me, father, do you really want to? Thales paused. He stared at the king, took a deep breath, and said word by word, "When you see the next, the bloody year?" The bloody year. His voice faded away. The room was silent. King Kessel was silent, and he did not move. Only a pair of eyes gazed into the void, reflecting the light. He did not seem to care. Thales stared at him aggressively. Until the next second. "You are asking the wrong person." The king's voice rose faintly. "After all, you're the one who holds the bargaining chip." In the next moment, Thales shuddered. He felt the sin of hell's river roaring angrily in his blood vessels, bringing with it a piercing pain. It made him restless. "You should ask yourself, if I do not accept your conditions, if I am not willing to give you the weight of the crown." The king's words were very slow and intimidating. "Then you would rather hold the bargaining chip in your hands and watch with folded arms. Watch the stars fall to the ground and the kingdom burn?" Thales suppressed his power of eradication, but he could not help but be stunned. King Kessel lowered his head slightly. His gaze was like a blade pointing at Thales. "Tell me, Thales Jadestar." Thales forced himself to meet the king's gaze, but he could not help but gulp. "Do you want to witness the bloody year with your own eyes while you are alive?" The king said casually. "Believe me, I have seen it before. That scene is unforgettable." Thales' breathing froze. He was about to refute, but he stopped himself. The king laughed coldly. "See, if you really understand what it means to be born for the stars, then you should not hesitate on this question. As for whether you will be the one to carry out the Sand King's orders, you should not care." Thales was stunned when he heard this. He did not know how to answer. "So, this will be the last time I ask you." The king's voice gradually hardened. He was no longer indifferent, like a sharp blade being unsheathed. "It will also be your last chance. The bargaining chip, the orphan daughter of Amore. Where is she?" Thales lowered his head and bit his lip. "Not enough. Not enough. King Kessel will not accept my conditions. He will not tolerate any transactions that are beyond his control. He will not allow even the slightest flaw to appear on the crown. The benefits of the kingdom, and even the bloody year, are not enough to convince King Kessel. They are not enough to convince the Iron Hand King. Sweet nothings, threats, and promises are all useless. He had to do more. 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 The sin of Hell's river seemed to sense his emotions. It surged and filled his entire body. If you want to enter this circle, Thales, you have to climb to the top. The first thing you have to do is to bow down to them. Open up your body and mind. Let their world and ideas rule over your entire being and turn you into a person you cannot recognize. Only then can you start playing this game, and only then can you play it well. Bow down to them. Open up your body and mind. Turn you into a person you cannot recognize. So, no matter what, he had to play this card, even if it meant eternal damnation. As the sin of Hell's river roared excitedly, Thales sucked in a deep breath and raised his head. "Father, listen," but in the next second his father snorted softly and shook his head, interrupting him. "All right, I understand what you mean, boy." King Kessel's eyes moved, and he said name. "Viral." Thales was stunned. "What?" The king rubbed the back of his hand gently and pondered. "That's the name of the assassin who broke into the banquet, right?" Thales clenched his fists. "Viral. What?" "I'm guessing that because Faken has gave you that sword, that bargaining chip, and that orphan girl, you became fearless and full of confidence, and dared to break into the palace and plot rebellion to achieve your goal." King Kessel put away the sternness in his voice and regained his composure. "But you were not like this from the start. At least, you were not like this when you left this place. You were a completely different person before and after you left the palace. Then, this bargaining chip that can make you proud can only be obtained during the time you were out of the palace." In that instant, Thales' heart trembled. As for the assassin who broke into the banquet, King Kessel looked as if he did not care at all. He rubbed the back of his hand attentively. He is one of the people you met in the Secret Intelligence Department after you left the palace today. He is also one of the few people who can talk to you about the kingdom's politics. He is also from Western Desert. That orphan girl of Amole and the four-eyed skull are also from Western Desert. Midier once said that there are no coincidences in politics. In that instant, Thales's mind froze. What? King Kessel raised his head and looked at him. He sneered. So, this is why the assassin did not want to commit suicide after he failed at your homecoming banquet. Instead, he put down his weapon. The king stared at him like a hunter holding down his prey. Because he is counting on you. He is counting on that Prince Thales, who is famous for being compassionate, to go back and look for him after this. All right, Faken has real sword, the bargaining chip that can overturn Western Desert. Amole's orphan girl will be given to you. Thales forced himself to maintain his expression, but without realizing it, he was drenched in cold sweat. The king's gaze became fierce. And it's only for you, to make things difficult for me, to overturn the situation. Hearing this, Thales's breathing became irregular. Impossible. No. His bargaining chip, the only card he can use to bargain with King Kessel. Just like that, it was easily overturned by his opponent. The king chuckled and no longer looked at Thales. It was as though the latter was no longer important. It's all right. Murat will pry everything out of his mouth. King Kessel leisurely said, including that orphan girl. Pry everything out. Thales's pupils slowly dilated. Byral. Byral. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you for being willing to come here and listen to my voice or my last words. Although there is no sunlight here, it is not that dark, right? No. When he thought of this, Thales took a deep breath and clenched his teeth with difficulty. No, you're wrong. Faken has, and I have a secret communication channel. Then it is the others. Kessel V interrupted him without hesitation. The others you met after leaving the palace. It does not matter. It is enough to know that this orphan girl is alive. The king did not even look at him. Whether it is the people you met after leaving the palace, or the places you went, the Secret Intelligence Department will know what to do. The people you met, the places you went. Lillian, Yanni, the abandoned house. No, Thales could not believe it. His breathing gradually became stiff. King Kessel raised his eyebrows and spoke in a relaxed tone. Do not worry. That orphan girl will soon regain her title with the support of the royal family and become Baroness Amory. Her surname is destined to go down in history. The king said playfully, if her father knew after his death, perhaps he would be proud of it. Go down in history. Thales was in a daze. So, Your Highness, what is the price? The Byral family will become traitors and the target of public criticism. Tina, she will never, ever, ever forgive me. No. Thales looked up abruptly. Under the influence of the sin of Hell's River, an unprecedented resentment surged into his chest. The teenager no longer hid it and glared angrily at the king. You're not listening to me seriously, are you? Thales clenched his teeth and said angrily, you talked to me for so long just to figure out where I found out about Amory's orphan girl. King Kessel snorted lightly, unbothered. Thank you, child, but you have completed your mission. By the way, no matter who played along with you in this farce, the king's tone was calm, but every word was piercing. They will pay the price for your foolish actions. Thales took a deep breath. Why, Ralph, Doyle, Glover, and Cohen, who I tricked into coming here, no. You can't do this, the prince said with difficulty. Remember, it's not that I didn't give you a chance, many chances. King Kessel did not even look at him and responded coldly. You gave it up yourself. The Iron Hand King reached out gently and turned the handle on the table to inform the people outside. Now, get out of my meeting room. He concluded the entire conversation in a low voice. Go and ask Vanguard Mariko how many lashes he should receive for trespassing into the palace and offending the king. At that moment, Thales felt a bone-chilling cold. Western Desert Hill, ruins, floating sand palace. Yo, Scarface, come over here and play chess with me. Duke Fakenhas, who was by the window, tightened his cloak and waved at the Baron Bone Man behind the pillar. The tall and strong Baron Bone Man turned his head and approached the Duke, causing his ponytail to swing back and forth. A younger guard looked at the sawtooth tattoo on the Baron Bone Man's body and put his hand on the hilt of his sword warily. However, he was stopped by another older guard. The Baron Bone Man walked past the nervous young guard. He did not even look at him, as if he was used to it. He came before the Duke of Western Desert and rudely slammed his butt on the chair. He looked at the chessboard between them and frowned. Fakenhas gestured happily. The Baron Bone Man shook his head. His words were stiff and unpleasant. "Ko, you won't." Fakenhas sighed and quickly waved his hand. I know. Why else would I look for you?" Ko was stunned for a moment. He looked at the chessboard, then at the Duke. His face was full of disdain. He pointed at the moon through the sandstorm outside the window. "Little crowhead, let's go." After him. Ko's words were unpleasant and difficult to understand, but Fakenhas did not seem to be affected by it. He shook his head. No, let Derek go. He has to rush back to Wing Fort to prepare for important matters." The Duke looked at the victory and loss record book for the entire afternoon with resentment. "Besides, why should I chase him back? I can't win against him. Little Bone Cub, I'm here. After him. I was the one who taught my son how to play chess. It's meaningless to play against him." Fakenhas clapped his hands. "Come, let's play chess." Ko snorted angrily. He extended his hand and moved a chess piece randomly. "Ah, Scarface, how can you move the queen first? That's not how you move. But it's okay. Look, I'm eating it now. Tisk, tsk. That move of yours is not smart. It's the same as giving me a chess piece to eat." Clack. Ha ha. Ko, you don't understand. It's okay if you don't understand. You'll understand once you lose more. Ko, food. Don't go. Ask the servants to bring you whatever you want to eat and drink. Come, look at my move. Ko, kill. Ah, don't be angry, Scarface. It's just a game of chess. Winning or losing is not important. Back and forth. Fakenhas was having a lot of fun. Not long after, the chessboard was filled with Ko's pieces that had been eaten. After he finished his last move, the Duke grabbed Ko's hand in satisfaction and pushed the latter's king down. He lay on his chair and sighed. Ah, it's been a long time since I had such a satisfying victory. Awesome. Fakenhas leaned back in his chair and shook his head. However, the Baron Bone Man stared at the satisfied Fakenhas and said in a muffled voice, "Bone Cub, kill." When he said that, Fakenhas' smile disappeared. The Duke got up from his chair and stared coldly at the Baron Bone Man. His expression was disgusting and terrifying. Ko stared back at him without showing any signs of weakness. A few seconds later, the Duke of Western Desert laughed and waved his hand. "Nonsense. I'm playing chess. Why would I kill someone for no reason?" However, Ko shook his head. His gaze became terrifying. The surrounding guards felt a sense of discomfort. "Bone Cub," the Baron Bone Man said sternly. "Kill, great kill." Fakenhas' smile froze again. He pointed at Ko and shook his head. "You Bone Cub, lie." Ko clenched his teeth. His expression instantly became ferocious. "Ko, kill. The Baron Bone Man's abnormal behavior made the Duke's personal guards around him nervous. Then, Fakenhas waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. The suzerain of the ruins sighed. "All right, I'll tell the truth." Fakenhas supported the chessboard and looked into the distance. "I'm a little frustrated. Only you can see that, Scarface." The Guardian Duke of Western Desert looked out of the window in a daze. Waiting is the most torturous." Ko flashed a cruel smile. "Kill." The Duke shook his head in disdain. "Oh, I can't be happy even if I kill." Ko was obviously disappointed. He muttered, stood up, and left in disappointment. "Tell me, Scarface." When Ko turned around, Fakenhas suddenly spoke. "Have you gambled before? It's you pay and say something. If you get it right, you win money?" The Baron Bone Man frowned and thought for a while. He shook his head. "Ko, no. At least you've seen others gamble before." Fakenhas sighed. "I mean, before you opened the prisoner column and carried me out of Sherilyn tribe?" Ko thought carefully for a while. His brows gradually furrowed. When Fakenhas saw his expression, he said in resignation, "All right, I won't make things difficult for you, 58 water-shifting periods ago. Ko suddenly spoke and interrupted him. Caliguri, beast cage. Luma bet. Fakenhaz's expression changed. He patted the table in front of him with great interest. Ko sat down again. All right, so when your tribe went to Caliguri, they played with beast cages. Who did your brother bet on? Tribal warriors? Slaves? Exiles? Desert robbers? Or beasts? The Baron Bone Man's gaze turned cold. Ko, kill. Fakenhaz's eyes lit up. Ha, your brother made a bet, and you personally went down to fight and kill? Ko nodded. Look at this tattoo of yours. How many did you kill? Ko stood up and pulled open the clothes on the side of his back. He pointed at a few serrated tattoos, as if he was very familiar with them. 8? Wow. Fakenhaz sighed and said, I guess you're rich. But Ko was silent for a while before he shook his head. Luma lose. What? Fakenhaz frowned in puzzlement. But you're still alive. How did your brother lose? Did he bet on the wrong thing? Ko's expression turned gloomy. Tribe, bet on bloody thorn lizards. Fakenhaz's smile also gradually faded. Oh, your tribe has ordered you two brothers to fight each other in pairs. The Duke sighed and said, This is the highlight. This is the highlight of the show. My guess is that he wants to attract big bets and make a big profit. Ko gritted his teeth. His cheeks trembled. Luma, no. Ko, no. Fakenhaz nodded. Of course, you refused, so you can only lose money? The Baron Bone Man paused. After a while, he looked up with difficulty. Tribe, kill. Cage Master, kill. Holy Chief, kill. Tribe, kill. Sand Servant, kill. The Duke shrugged. Yes, I guess so too. Everyone is very unhappy, especially those who place bets. I heard someone mention it before. He snorted softly. Your tribe set up a monster cage, and perhaps even received bets, but did not complete the duel. He must have lost a lot. Ko did not say anything. The Baron Bone Man only shook his head. His gaze was terrifying. Try poor. Luma pay life. Fakenhaz paused. Ko gritted his teeth and looked up while his body trembled. Ko punish life. The Duke of Western Desert did not say anything. He only sighed, extended his hand, and patted Ko's shoulder. Ko turned his head and revealed a ferocious expression towards the invisible air. Ah, I remember now. Your bastard old tribe. Fakenhaz's eyebrows twitched as he came to a realization. That unlucky fellow who was attacked from the bottom to the top by you from the head to the ribs and only died after wailing in pain until dawn. Ko snorted and did not answer. Fakenhaz chuckled. Well done, Scarface. You have avenged your brother. Ko did not say anything. After a while, he suddenly looked up. Bone boy bet. Fakenhaz was stunned. He understood and nodded. Yes, I'm betting too. The Duke looked to the east and giggled. Bet on another round. Bloody thorn lizard. Ko frowned. Tisk TSK. The Duke of Western Desert shook his head. How should I put it? A full 6 years. Fakenhaz gradually fell into a daze. The Baron Bone Man revealed a ruthless expression. Ko kill. Bone boy bet. Of course. Fakenhaz smiled. If it is killing, Scarface, I will definitely let you go and bet on you. But no, it is not. The Duke's gaze became sharp. The key to this gamble of mine is not to kill and take lives. Instead, I'm betting on whether or not that person of mine, with his high standing in the capital city, will be able to risk everything. Ko showed a puzzled expression. Bet on him. Bet on whether he is willing to be like your brother. Duke Fakenhaz's expression turned cold. He waved his hand and swept all the chess pieces on the table. Pay with your own life. In exchange for your life. Chapter 622. You can't do this. Thal's despondent voice rang in Ballard Room. But what welcomed the teenager was the king's nonchalant reply, as if the thrilling confrontation was over. Get out. Thal's breathing froze. His nails dug into his palms, bringing pain. No, it's not over. It can't be over. Thales took a deep breath and made one last effort. That orphan girl is a bargaining chip to control Western Desert, but it's just an excuse, even though it's a shocking excuse. He leaned forward on the table and gritted his teeth. And the real bargaining chip, as you said, is me. But the king was unmoved, his expression indifferent. Are you going to protect your dignity and get out? Or are you going to wait for the royal guards to come and drag you out? Thales tried his best to ignore the king's words and refocused on the topic. Without me, Fakenhas won't go along with you. Without me, a molly-eyes orphan girl is worthless in your hands. But King Kessel had clearly lost interest. He lowered his head and pondered again, no longer responding. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Thales was anxious as he looked at the king's stubbornness. The Duke of Western Desert won't let you get what you want. Thales unconsciously raised his voice. Since he dares to take the risk and offer a bargaining chip, he must be prepared. He might even lead the Western Desert people to retaliate fiercely, causing the situation to deteriorate, but he was disappointed. King Kessel still did not respond. When that time comes, Thales stopped. He looked at the king, who was deep in thought with his eyes closed, feeling tired and annoyed. What to do? What to do? Anxiety and resentment burned in his chest at the same time, causing the sin of Hell's River to become untimely excited, making Thales even more irritated. The man in front of him was stubborn, headstrong, not threatened, unwilling to compromise, self-centered, and did not listen to advice. He refused to be convinced by the hard way and refused to be hooked by the soft way. He was covered in thorns and disgusting. Why wasn't such a person beaten to death when he was young? How did he become king? Were the nobles who made him king all blind? Hey! The king's attitude angered the teenager. He stood up abruptly and slammed the table. Hey, buddy, didn't you hear what I said? King Kessel seemed to have turned back into a statue and did not move an inch. I'm fucking talking to you. Thales threw away all manners and shouted rudely and angrily. Kessel Mother Asterisk Kerr, Jade Star. There was a cracking sound behind him. The door to Ballard Room opened. What followed was a cold wind and a cautious request. Your Majesty, we're ready. The king is still alive. The prince interrupted angrily. If you really want to kill your father, for the sake of the sunset goddess. Without turning his head, he roared angrily. I will warn you before I act. Vanguard Mariko, son of it be Asterisk Tisich. Thales' roar echoed in the corridor, eliciting whispers from the royal guards outside the door. A few seconds later, as if someone had given them a hint, the air became completely silent. On the other side of the long table, King Kessel finally opened his eyes and frowned. Very well. Thales looked at the king and exhaled. His anger had yet to dissipate. I thought you'd had a stroke, father. A friendly cough came from behind, but it was not Mariko. My apologies, your highness. The voice of the chief commander of the royal guards, Lord Adrian, was heard along with his footsteps. I'm just here to deliver dinner. Thales turned around and saw the chief guard captain walk steadily into the room with 2 trays in his hands. The royal guards stood guard outside the room, still vigilant. Thales was a little surprised, but he slowly came to his senses. After he calmed his breathing, he became more and more disappointed. It's over. The royal guards came in. That meant, I know, dinner is supposed to be Baron Quentin's job. Lord Adrian walked to the king's side and served the food nimbly to ease the atmosphere. But after he settled the bill with a few glass merchants, he had a headache and asked for sick leave. King Kessel interrupted him. You're right. No need, Adrian. The king glanced at Thales coldly, then looked at the vigilant guards outside the door. We're done talking. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Captain Adrian had just finished preparing the king's meal, and his movements also froze when he heard that. He put away his smile and turned to Thales, deep in thought. Really? So fast? King Kessel did not move. Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. His heart gradually turned cold. You really don't care, do you? With despair and exhaustion, Thales said dejectedly, I don't understand. If the whole kingdom is destroyed, what's the point of all the things you've done? The expeditions, the reforms, the tax increases? What's the point? The volume of his desolate question was extremely high, and his words echoed in the corridor. King Kessel turned a deaf ear to the prince's questioning and only curled his lips in disdain. But Adrian's expression changed. He hurriedly turned to the door and signaled his subordinates to close the door. Once he was done, Adrian sighed and carried the tray to Thales' side. "Don't bother, Adrian. He won't be eating here," the king said coldly. "Of course," but Adrian put down the tray, picked up a small wine pot, and filled Thales' cup. He squeezed out a smile. "As far as I know, you haven't had a good meal all day, Your Highness. At least have a cup of wine to refresh yourself. Northern rye from the Northern Territory. I hope it's to your liking." But Thales had no interest in dinner at the moment. He just stared at King Kessel with bloodshot eyes. "I don't drink." "Oh, right. I heard Mallows say that before." Hearing that, Adrian had no choice but to take the wine pot away and sighed. It's a pity. From the harvesting of raw materials, brewing in the cellar, long-distance transportation, to the selection of dishes in the kitchen, countless people overcame all difficulties and advanced wave after wave, just to deliver it to you. Countless people overcame all difficulties and advanced wave after wave just to deliver it to you. Just like himself, he fought hard just to sit here. But, listening to Adrian's words, Thales looked at the expressionless king, but felt even more sorrowful. Smack! A crisp sound rang. Adrian turned his head in surprise. The wine cup in front of Thales had been swept to the ground and shattered. "Your Highness." Before Adrian could finish his sentence, he was stunned again. Thales' hand had appeared out of nowhere, grabbed the wine pot in his hand, and pulled at it in an unquestionable manner. The prince still stared at the king. He lifted the lid, aimed at the mouth of the pot, and tilted his head back to drink. The wine entered his throat. Thales only swallowed a mouthful before he spat it out pathetically. "Damn it, this wine is definitely not produced in the Northern Territory." Feeling the taste that he could never get used to, the prince coughed painfully while he stared at King Kessel with bloodshot eyes. "It's from further north, from Ekstedt." "Is that so?" Adrian was slightly surprised. "Then I admire them even more." "How far did they have to go, Adrian?" The king interrupted the guard captain with a cold expression. "Escort Prince Thales back to Mindy's hall." Panting, Thales clenched his fists. Adrian's smile faded, and he turned to bow. "Yes." The head guard captain, who had been in office for many years, had a telepathic connection. His reply was undecided as he waited for further instructions. King Kessel paused for a moment and gave Thales a deep look. "My son is young and frivolous, and he is in love for the first time. He is dissatisfied with the arrangements of the marriage and rashly barged into the palace to demand an explanation." Thales breathed absent-mindedly, seeing that a calamity that could shake the throne had been turned into a casual affair. Adrian immediately beamed with joy. "I see." Until the king's next words. "I couldn't restrain my anger. I gave the order to punish them severely." Severe punishment. Thales' heart skipped a beat. The head guard captain also frowned. "Your Majesty?" King Kessel snorted softly before continuing. "Fortunately, the ministers in front of the king dissuaded us, so we had a face-to-face talk and finally cleared up the misunderstanding." Cleared up the misunderstanding. Adrian nodded and breathed a barely noticeable sigh of relief. "I see." The royal guards, Jadestar private army, palace servants, and visiting officials and nobles who witnessed the incident today, King Kessel's tone was very ruminating. Make sure that when they're asked, they can give an accurate answer. Of course, Adrian's smile faded a little. They have a good memory. They won't remember wrongly. Listening to their arrangements for the funeral, Thales, who knew that the situation was already hopeless, sneered. The correct collective memory? Thales looked at the king, and what he said made Adrian look sideways. "I can't convince you with the righteousness of the country. Can I? Even when I use the bloody year as a sword, you are still indifferent." Thales' smile faded, and he said coldly, "When will you understand that the stars don't belong to you alone?" "Tyrant!" Adrian's expression suddenly changed. The Iron Hand King finally raised his head and looked at Thales. "Adrian." This time, the king's answer was indifferent. Those attendants who instigated the prince to break the rules and surrounded him to break into the palace today. Thales' heart tightened. Whether they're guards, servants, attendants, lovers, civilians, nobles, descendants of the 7 Jade-Star attendants, or appointed families. Make a list and hand it over to the Nobles Affairs Council, the police station, the Department of Discipline, the Flag Bearer Division, and the Secret Intelligence Department. The king looked at Thales and narrowed his eyes. They know what to do. Thales trembled slightly. Why, Ralph, Glover, D.D. Cohen. Yes, your majesty. Adrian did not hesitate. I'll do it right away. The prince glared at King Kessel, his breathing erratic. But this was not the end. As for Mendes Hall's carelessness in allowing an assassin to sneak into the royal banquet, the king raised his chin and looked down at Thales. Tell Flag Bearer Vogel that this concerns the prince's safety and the royal family's reputation. Be sure to investigate and interrogate them strictly. The king paused, his gaze cold. Investigate strictly. Investigate strictly. Thales gradually fell into a trance. Also, let Mallows return to his post. Perhaps you are right. He is not suitable for this position. King Kessel retracted his gaze and scoffed. As for the prince's guard captain, we have another choice. Vogel or Mariko. Both are good choices. Adrian did not say a word and only bowed again. At that moment, Thales' fingernails clenched tighter and tighter in his palms, almost tearing his flesh apart. You will not succeed. The prince's voice rang coldly in the room, full of resentment and anger. You will only drag the whole of Constellation to hell, just like the former king. As soon as he said this, the temperature in the room seemed to drop again. The king was silent for a moment, and Adrian lowered his head in silence. That's all, Adrian, King Kessel said flatly but unquestionably. Now, take him and get lost. Thales sneered and lowered his head. Yes. Adrian bowed, but suddenly froze. Oh, your majesty, I just remembered something. The guard captain looked up, and the king looked back at him indifferently. Adrian said hesitantly, on the way here, just now, everyone saw me come in with dinner. King Kessel frowned. So, if the misunderstanding of breaking into the palace is really resolved, and we can reconcile, Adrian asked tentatively, then at this time His Highness Thales should be ashamed and embarrassed, and you would kindly invite him to dinner? Dinner together. King Kessel frowned. Thales also looked up in confusion. What? Adrian smiled warmly and waved his hand towards the door. Only then will everyone remember accurately. The king was silent for a moment, while Thales looked at Adrian in surprise. The Imperial Conference is not over, King Kessel said coldly. I didn't spend the whole night with him, either. Adrian's eyes lit up. Oh, speaking of this, your majesty, please don't worry. Half an hour ago, Baron Quentin had already arranged food and lodging in the palace for everyone in the Imperial Conference, in case you need to summon them at any time. King Kessel's expression changed slightly. Lord Adrian nodded with a smile and gestured to the dishes on the table. Relax, your majesty, you do have the whole night. King Kessel paused for a few seconds, frowned and questioned. You just said that Quentin was not feeling well after paying the glass bill and asked for leave. Adrian raised his eyebrows. Is that so? In the face of the king's cold gaze, the guard captain chuckled. He looked as if he had been exposed, and he felt helpless and awkward. All right, then I'll take His Highness out and see if we can keep a low profile and not let people see us, Adrian sighed, and walked towards Thales, smiling apologetically. At this moment, that's enough. The king interrupted him coldly. King Kessel glanced at Thales and said disdainfully, he's staying. Think about the time and take him away later. Adrian's eyes lit up and he replied fluently, Yes, your majesty. Thales stared at Adrian in a daze. What is this? But before I leave, the king changed the topic at the right time. King Kessel gestured at Thales with his chin. Take this idiot to Mariko and tell him that the king is strict with his son and ordered him to replace the discipline division in carrying out the punishment of the royal family. Strict with his son? Thales clenched his teeth. He stared at the king, a myriad of thoughts surging in his mind. Adrian was silent for a moment, suddenly remembering something. Oh, speaking of this, I'm sorry, your majesty. I just remembered. The guard captain looked up, his face full of smiles. Mariko has left for some reason. I just sent him to Mindy's Hall to meet up with the Flag Bearer Division to express my condolences to the brothers of the Star Lake Guards who were detained for some reason. The king sneered. Just left for some reason? Just like Quentin on sick leave. Yes, just like Quentin, Adrian answered without hesitation, but he realized something was wrong halfway through his sentence. He chuckled and said, "You're right." He chuckled and said, "Ah, maybe it's still different." There was a moment of silence in the room. The king turned his head and glanced at Thales, who had a complicated expression on his face. "You take good care of him." Of course. Adrian did not even blink and answered without hesitation, as if he could not read between the lines. Mariko is still young. He should run more errands and train more. Bang! The king slammed his palm on the chair. Adrian, King Kessel snorted angrily, his gaze as sharp as a sword. "You've made up your mind to go against my wishes?" Adrian's expression turned solemn. "It's my fault, Your Majesty." He took a step back and bowed deeply. "It may not go against your wishes," the guard captain said respectfully, "but it suits your needs." King Kessel stared coldly at his guard captain, anger boiling in his eyes. "Suits your needs." Thales watched the confrontation between Adrian and the king in silence. Dinner together. He suddenly understood what the other party was doing. But what's the point? His battle in Renaissance Palace. 10 seconds of silence. King Kessel did not answer, but the anger in his eyes slowly faded. "It's Gilbert. Did he beg you to soothe his cheeks?" Adrian looked up. He was confused at first, but then came to a sudden realization. "What?" "Oh, Your Majesty, if you want to summon Count Casso, I'll—" King Kessel exhaled, feeling a little helpless and annoyed. "Enough, get lost." The king waved his hand impatiently. "I'll give you 5 minutes. Come back and take him away." Lord Adrian nodded, obedient and convinced. "As you wish." But the guard captain's footsteps immediately stopped. "But from an outsider's point of view, Your Highness will at least have to finish your meal and chat before leaving with me," Adrian said awkwardly. "A quarter of an hour? A quarter of an hour?" The king and Thales were stunned for a second. Clang! In the next second, King Kessel, who could not take it anymore, knocked over his wine glass and glared at Adrian. "Ed." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lord Adrian bowed and hurriedly replied before the king. "Lord Adrian." "Then a quarter of an hour it is." Once he finished speaking, without waiting for the king's response, Adrian turned around and left, but he stopped halfway. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I have to take away your knife and fork." The guard captain walked to Thales' side, glanced at the stunned prince, and apologetically took away the knife and fork beside the plate. "I believe a spoon will be enough. After all, the Far Easterners can eat with only 2 thin wooden sticks." Thales looked at the guard captain with a complicated expression. "Thank you, my lord," he said hoarsely. "Thank you and Gilbert for fighting for me. A quarter of an hour. But things had already come to this. What else can I do?" "You're welcome, Your Highness." Adrian smiled as he weighed the knife and fork in his hand. "By the way, your sword is indeed quite heavy. It's not easy to hold it in my hand." Thales laughed bitterly and ignored the king, whose expression was almost frozen. "That's not mine, it's Caribbean's," but Adrian didn't let him continue. Instead, he said to himself, he continued, "But after we found its scabbard, it will be much more convenient." The guard captain of the royal guards nodded in a profound manner. After all, since ancient times, swords cannot escape its scabbard. Cannot escape its scabbard. In the next second, Thales suddenly raised his head. "What?" He looked at Adrian in surprise. Lord Adrian smiled faintly, blinked, and immediately left. As the door opened and closed, he walked out of Ballard Room. Thales stared in the direction he left in a daze. "Tormund Malos, you son of a B****, watchman, the guard captain I hate the most. Isn't he being interrogated by the Flag Bearer Division and unable to take care of himself? And he still has time to care about my business?" Thales clenched his fists. The door closed. The room returned to silence. "Looks like you're very popular." The king stared at the door and seemed to be deep in thought. "And this makes you feel uneasy?" Thales took a deep breath, returned to reality, and looked at his father. The king snorted coldly. Eat. King Kessel nonchalantly grabbed his knife and fork. Unless you want to starve and be whipped. That doesn't feel good. Thales grabbed his spoon and stared at his soup bowl. He could not fight against the king. He could not turn into another sword. Just like temple and imperial style, the source of their formation determined that they were bound to fight against each other, and they were as incompatible as fire and water. Neither of them would easily lower their heads to the other. And him, Thales stared at his own reflection in the bowl. So, he could not use the bargaining chip given by Fakenhas to negotiate terms with King Kessel. He could not hold the sword given by the Western Desert people and claim credit from Renaissance Palace. That would not work. Thales clenched the spoon in his hand and frowned slightly. Not enough. He had not given enough. Not enough. Far from enough. The sin of hell's river surged and filled his brain, but it made him think more clearly. He had to give more. More. Since ancient times, swords cannot escape their scabbard. 1,000 blades are sealed, and they are evil. Thales stared at King Kessel, who was quietly eating. He slowly became lost in thought and gradually understood. Are you ready? Deep in his heart, a small voice reminded him. Thales? In the next second, the prince suddenly raised his head. I know. Thales fixed his gaze on King Kessel. His tone was calm and unperturbed. I know that I can't hide a molly-eyes matter from you. As long as I still want to use it as a bargaining chip, I can't hide it from you, much less convince you. But Thales' tone changed. But you won't succeed, even if you have that orphan girl in your hands. But it's not because Fakenhas won't compromise, nor is it because you lack means. Kessel V did not say a word. He just lowered his head and ate. Thales sucked in a deep breath. His next words were directed at the king as well as himself. But because this is destined, the king responded to him with a cold snort. But Thales was not discouraged, nor was he impatient. He pierced a piece of what looked like a sausage with his spoon. Your Majesty, I just figured something out. That is, whether there is a Sand King or not, whether you want to centralize power, expand the army, reform, or make the country rich, no matter how many years pass, you are destined to lose everything. Across the long table, King Kessel, who was cutting meat, paused. The prince's expression did not change. He continued to focus on his plate. Remind me, how did the Sand King fail? From vision to goal to assumption, from planning to preparation to execution, it was grand, precise, and logical. But at the last moment, it fell short of success. He was forced to take a step back, fold his cards to stop his losses, and win with less losses. What exactly went wrong? The king did not answer, but he slowly raised his eyes and looked at Thales. Was it the imperial conference that held each other back? The kingdom's secret intelligence department spoiled everything? The regular army was eager for quick success? The legendary wing was short-sighted? The vassals of Western Desert were shrewd and vigilant? Or the forces of the desert were unruly and uncooperative and refused to cooperate with your performance? The prince chuckled and took a bite of the sausage, but he could not taste it at all. Or is it that no one has a problem here? Or is it that everyone has a problem? King Kessel did not move. He only fixed his gaze on Thales. Wait. Thales narrowed his eyes. You don't really think that it's my fault, do you? The king still did not respond. But Thales did not expect him to answer. No. The teenager snorted and laughed. The truth is, even if everything goes smoothly for the Sand King, and everyone does their duty, the second prince's gaze sharpened. It is also destined not to succeed. Because it has a link, and that itself is the biggest problem. Thales completely abandoned table manners. As he chewed, he pointed his spoon at King Kessel. You. Chapter 623. King Kessel was silent for a second before he chuckled. Me? The king put down his knife. He looked interested, but his words were cold. Let me guess, Fakenhas thinks the same? Thales shook his head. When the branches rot and the leaves rot, one must ask the root. If there is a problem with your rule, your majesty, the first person in the kingdom to pay the bill, and the first person to reflect and hold accountable is definitely and only you. The king's disdainful sneer rang out in the room. He lowered his head again and continued eating. Thale smiled as well, unperturbed. Yes, you probably think that if the kingdom's rule is unsatisfactory and there is a problem with Constellation's development, it must be due to the officials' deviation in execution and the poor governance of the lower ranks. Minor adjustments and corrections will not harm your grand strategy of ruling the country, nor will it harm the wisdom of the nobles before you or the wisdom of your king. Just like the Sand King, in your eyes, how could it be wrong? It must be that the people who do things are not courageous. There must be mistakes in execution. The enemy is too cunning. There must be accidents that happen more frequently than expected. It must be that unlucky prince's problem. But Thale's smile turned cold. Only the simplest and kindest of citizens would have such naive and beautiful fantasies. Only the most sinister and vicious scoundrels would say such slanderous words. Thales pointed at the king and said seriously, "No, the reason why the Sand King failed is because of you, your majesty." The sound of a knife clashing with a plate responded to him. Yes, perhaps certain that victory was in his grasp, King Kessel did not even raise his head as he spoke perfunctorily. "I, the king of Constellation, am the kingdom's weakest link?" But Thale shook his head decisively. "On the contrary, your majesty Kessel." Thale smashed a spoon on the plate. "In fact, you are the strongest link in the center of the kingdom." King Kessel's knife cut the food in front of him into two. He raised his head slightly. The tip of the knife, in his field of vision, was facing Thale's face. "But that is precisely why I failed," the prince said calmly, as if this was the most common sense. "Your majesty, it is precisely because you are too powerful, too outstanding, too wise, too terrifying, and too decisive." King Kessel looked at Thales at the end of the knife and was silent for a while. "Flattery won't absolve you." Thales shook his head. He scooped up a spoonful of soup made of some unknown substance and put it into his mouth. "Think back, your majesty. Before the Sand King, from the Desert War until now, from Blade Fang's camp to Blessings Town, from the Emergency Control Order to the Border County Development Tax Exemption Order, from the Legendary Wing to the regular army. How many things have you done to Western Desert? How many times have you stabbed them? And how many times have they gritted their teeth but could do nothing?" Thales raised his head, and his voice grew sharper. "And since when did you replace the treacherous desert and become the greatest enemy that threatens their survival?" Across the long table, King Kessel's gaze was focused on the tip of the table knife. "So much so that today, before you had the idea to take action, the Western Desert people had already made hundreds of contingency plans, like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. There was nothing else but how to resist the threat of Renaissance Palace. Even in their dreams at night, they imagined the scene of the regular army of the royal family invading Western Desert. Under this premise, your majesty, whether it's the army, the tax, the land, or the rule, no matter what you want to do with that land, the people of the Western Wilderness will never let you get what you want." Thales said coldly, "So, how could the Sand King succeed? How could he succeed?" This time, King Kessel was silent for an exceptionally long time. Finally, the king raised his head slightly. "You overestimate them." Thales chuckled and nodded. "Is that so? So, you think that when you ordered the army to march west, everyone believed that they were going to rescue me? You think that the suzerains of Western Desert really took your bait and were unaware of the conspiracy? You think that the main forces of the three great families did not fall into the trap only because the legendary wing dragged things out? You think that the kingdom's secret intelligence department and the regular army messed up the plan because they were not capable enough? You think that between you and Fakenhaz, who was the first to find me in the desert and seize the initiative in the Sand King?" At that moment, King Kessel's gaze turned sharp. Thales sat up straight and said solemnly, "You are the one who underestimated them, your majesty." King Kessel did not comment, but his gaze flickered. "I know, I made the same mistake." Thales was slightly dazed as he recalled the past. Before the new year, when I escaped from Dragoncloud City, I thought that my plan was flawless and that no one could see through it. With the help of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, such a complicated political situation, such a strange situation, and such a coincidental time, anyone would first suspect that Prince Thales was kidnapped by the forces of Dragoncloud City and did not sneak away on his own. Thales heaved a deep sigh. But I was still caught. On the first day, I escaped from Dragoncloud City. King Kessel's gaze shifted. Thales stretched out his left hand and rubbed an abnormal bone. He furrowed his eyebrows tightly, as if he was feeling the pain of it cracking again. I was caught by a boorish man in Dragoncloud City who was one of the best in the Western Peninsula when it came to sword-wielding, but whose political IQ was said to be the lowest in the world. Thales sneered faintly, even though it was later proven that the reasoning logic that the Star Killer relied on to track me was simply mechanically copied and made no sense at all. That damned Ryland paper. Thales raised his head and looked straight at the king with a solemn gaze. So, just like you, I'll admit my bad luck countless times, curse the guy who made me give myself away, and curse that stupid logic of a lucky hit. But I never doubted my own plan and reflected on my own responsibility. King Kessel did not say a word. I was wrong. Thales sighed and said calmly and helplessly, because no matter how powerful my methods were, or how brilliant my schemes were, he was destined to catch me at that time and that place. Because during the 6 years of good times in Dragoncloud City, Thales clutched his left arm tightly and sullenly said, Sorry Nicholas, the Star Killer, regarded me as his greatest and most dangerous enemy. Sorry Nicholas, the Star Killer. He treated me as his greatest and most dangerous enemy. If he ran into an accident, he would suspect me. If he was attacked, he would be wary of me. If he made a mistake, he would look at me. If I suddenly disappeared, he would still think of me. Even if one of his sewers in Heroic Spirit Palace was clogged, the prince sneered indignantly. In his eyes, I must be the one playing tricks behind the scenes. It was a shocking conspiracy that I had been planning for 6 years. So I was caught and almost brought back to Dragoncloud City. Thales looked into the distance, which he could not see. And later, I understood that the reason why I was targeted by him was because I was caught in a trap of my own making. I went on a rampage that night in Dragon's Blood and turned myself into the most terrifying, bizarre, and dangerous variable in Dragoncloud City in the eyes of others. I changed the fate of all of Extet. The king listened quietly, his thoughts unknown. It's the same in Western Desert. Thales sighed and returned to the reality before his eyes, especially when they see you as the strongest enemy, your majesty. King Kessel pursed his lips. Them, the king said coldly, with that group of selfish, fat, and short-sighted rotten nobles. They're like a sheet of loose sand, fighting incessantly among themselves. They can't even unite under one flag. Thales' voice became stern. Then it's even more impossible for them to be obedient to you. King Kessel raised his chin. They will do it. King Kessel's gaze sharpened. He also raised his voice, resolute and unquestionable. They have to do it. They have to. Thales smiled. Yes, just like how King Nuvan once thought that he could make the troubled citizens of the Alliance of Freedom bow their heads and obey Extet with just a bloody massacre and a little political maneuvering. That way, they would never rebel against his granddaughter and shake up the entire political situation in Northland, he said sarcastically. In the next second, the youth's expression turned cold. His tone changed. But do you really think that as long as you are strong enough and clever enough, everyone will bow their heads and everything will go smoothly? Then why don't you simply declare that everyone in Western Desert is a traitor and rebel, and order the regular army to attack and annihilate them in order to pacify the country? Why do you still do everything possible to bypass the Imperial Conference and keep a low profile to advance Sand King? Why do you still use me as a famous chess piece and bait? Thales paused, looked at the king, and called him by his name. Because you also know this, Kessel. The king frowned. Looking at King Kessel's deep expression, Thales understood something. Unlike his previous opponents, this time He could not hold up a sharp sword and face the Iron Hand King. In the face of a ruler, a person may cooperate, be loyal, or obey. Thales recalled the conversation in his memory. But a large group of people? That is a giant beast with a bottomless appetite, an insatiable shark, who will always respond to the ruler unexpectedly and catch you off guard. The youth pointed behind him. If you order Vanguard Mariko to whip me, I can guarantee that he won't even bat an eyelid. But what if your order is given to a group of people, such as the entire royal guards? I can also guarantee that there will be people who hesitate, some who are doubtful, some who are uneasy, some who are troubled, some who shrink back, some who are secretly indignant, some who deal with the situation, and some who pretend to comply but secretly oppose. At that moment, Thales' thoughts returned to the prison of bones in Western Desert. He thought of the former group of guards. King Kessel did not speak. He just stared at Thales. The youth gulped, walked out of the past, and continued. When your army wreaked havoc in Western Desert, Your Majesty, would you have thought that a few months later, one of the sons of a Western Desert noble would hide a sword, crash a banquet, and commit murder, causing the entire kingdom to be in a mess and caught unprepared? When the Sand King failed and you were trapped in the royal court, did it ever occur to you that the master of the West Desert would bet on me crazily and riskily, offering a bargaining chip that was disadvantageous to himself in exchange for an alternative way out for you? King Kessel still did not speak, but his expression became more and more tense. Thales leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling, feeling something in his heart. As a ruler, Your Majesty, you have countless subjects, from the 3 great families who have high statuses to the criminals and prisoners in Bladefang's camp. But they will never, never, never obey you step by step. The king narrowed his eyes. These are not your own words. Thales lowered his head and met the king's eyes without flinching. But this is something you have to admit, something you can never control. Sand King is just one example, and this situation is not limited to Western Desert. Thales got up from the back of his chair, pushed away his plate, and leaned back on the table again. It was like returning to the battlefield, to the place where he fell. Yes, Amoliai's orphan daughter. She may be able to help you solve your difficulties and awkwardness for a while, and the 3 noble families may humbly cooperate with you to avoid the fate of being ruined. But what then? What then? Thales' expression was solemn as he repeated, "What then? What about beyond Western Desert? What about Land of Cliffs, Eastern Sea, Blade Edge, and the Northern Territory? After the military reform, when you become stronger and more powerful, what if you want to do more and more outrageous things and have no choice but to provoke more and more enemies?" Thales' expression was stern. Are you hoping that there will be a second Fakenhaz, a second old man who is bold, adventurous, and slippery, who will hand over the chips to you by accident and let you butcher them however you want? The Iron Hand King still stared at Thales without saying a word, but the emotions in his eyes were different. As for this letter, Thales reached out and grabbed the Jade City's petition for servitude, which had been forgotten for a long time. He snickered. Why? Do you really think that the young Zayn Covendier, the master of iris flowers, the guardian duke of South Coast, is really as elegant, easygoing, and knowledgeable as he appears? And that this temporary inferior horse will successfully pull the chariot, starting from South Coast Hill, benefit the entire country, and bring you the ending you want? In the next second, the king's gaze changed. Thales exerted force in his hands and tore the letter in half without hesitation. King Kessel finally spoke, unable to hide his shock and anger. But Thales' smile faded, and he interrupted him. Believe me, Your Majesty, even if you march the regular army into Jade City's Palace of Clarity, the crafty Zayn, do you know what method he used to make the vampires catch up to me back then? Can still cause you a lot of trouble, and it will not be any easier than in Western Desert. And this is only Western Desert, only South Coast. Only the powerful feudal lords here disgust you, obstruct you, and frustrate you. And next time, there will be other people in other places, countless people, for the same reason and concern, who will use more and more complicated ways to disgust you, obstruct you, and frustrate you. Thales was unusually determined. He tore the letter into pieces without hesitation. Not just the Sand King, not just the military, not just the suzerains and vassals, not just the Imperial Conference. Further away, there's the National Conference 6 years ago, New Star and Val Arund whom you defeated. Even closer, there's the accident at the royal banquet, and Zayn's hypocritical petition that has buried countless holes in it. Thales spread his hands, letting the pieces of the letter fall to the ground. King Kessel stared at the pieces from afar, gripping the arm of his chair tightly. His eyes were filled with anger. Once their interests are harmed, their rule is in trouble, and their living space is squeezed. Thales' voice continued, sounding cold and ruthless. Their first reaction will always be to resist and counterattack, and the first target they will fight against will always be Renaissance Palace. It's you. At that moment, Thales' gaze was as sharp as a sword, because to them, the Iron Hand King is too powerful, too terrifying. So powerful that you can't do anything. As long as you're still sitting on the throne, you're already everyone's enemy. You're bound to encounter their instinctive vigilance and resistance, whether it's on the surface or in the dark. Because to them, the Iron Hand King is too obvious, too special. Now that things have come to this, the excuse and convenience that the Bloody Year gave you to revive the kingdom have been used up. Your actions can no longer be hidden, and Renaissance Palace has long surpassed all threats without them realizing it, becoming their main enemy. King Kessel took a deep breath, suppressed his raging anger, and closed his eyes. But Thales was not affected at all, as if everything was within his expectations. So when you look around, there are enemies everywhere, and when you move forward, every step is arduous. So from the inside to the outside, everything is not going well for you. From the top to the bottom, nothing is going well for you. Thales shook his head gently. No, Your Majesty. You can't do anything. Can't do anything. His voice was deep and sorrowful. Can't do anything. In the next second, King Kessel suddenly opened his eyes. Alarmist. He said coldly, eloquent and eloquent. Thales hummed in agreement and spread his hands. But there's nothing you can do. The youth's eyebrows gradually furrowed. You can defeat them, but you can't destroy them. Faced with a pile of loose sand and a mess, you are caught in a dilemma and don't know where to start. You don't even know where they will jump out to stop you or which part of the chain will go wrong. Throughout the Sand King, you looked awe-inspiring and took the initiative to attack, and no one dared to face you head-on. In fact, most of the time, you were just swinging your sword in vain and suffering from hidden losses. At that moment, King Kessel's expression became a little ferocious. But Thales' words continued, making him feel uneasy. And they're all over the kingdom, at all levels, all over the world, north, south, east, west. They are hiding in every gap of interests, ambitions, desires, stances, and will. They are unexpected and unpredictable. They can change from cowardice to fearlessness at any moment, from meekness to zealotry, from indifference and selfishness to fury and desperation, and from conformism to boldness and aggressiveness. You can never see them. When you swing your sword to kill, the opponent is nowhere to be seen. But when you suddenly look back, you are shocked to find that enemies are everywhere. Thales thought of something and could not help but snort softly. It's just like a police officer on the streets of the capital. It's useless to only kill the most ferocious and vicious criminals, because he's facing the entire lower city district. His enemies are hiding in the unreachable corners and the most inconspicuous mediocrity. They are constantly sprouting and sprouting, leaving him overwhelmed and powerless. Thales raised his gaze and looked straight into the king's eyes. And you, Your Majesty, what you are facing is the entire constellation. At the end of the long table, the king sank his face into the darkness where the light could not reach. The enemy is weak, I am strong. The enemy is rotten, I am new. The enemy is scattered, I am one. Thales said in a low voice. That is your greatest and only advantage. But the enemy is divided, and I gather The enemy is hidden, and I show. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. The enemy is confused, and I am clear. The enemy is outnumbered, and I am outnumbered. The enemy is strange, and I am upright. Thales said coldly, "These are your most painful and uncomfortable predicaments." King Kessel looked at Thales with a strange gaze. "If you behave as usual and act as usual, your majesty," Thales said, "then it is not hard to foresee that not just this Sand King, but everything else that you want in the future will be greatly hindered." In the next moment, Thales' gaze turned fierce. "You won't succeed, that's what I'm telling you. Be it military reform, land inspection, tax reform, centralization of power, or other bullshit. You won't succeed." Thales glared at King Kessel, as if he wanted to use his gaze to cut open the other's skull and see the thoughts inside. "Until the day you die with unfulfilled ambitions, your majesty," Roland said in a low voice. He repeated, emphasizing each word. "You will not succeed." His voice fell. Ballard Room was dead silent. For a long time, Thales and the king faced each other in silence. Neither of them said a word. Finally, King Kessel moved. He reached out and grabbed the knife. Amidst the hissing, the king lowered his head and began to eat again. "At the beginning, you changed your address," King Kessel said calmly. "You no longer call me father." Thales' gaze moved slightly. "Yes, because I am no longer sitting here as your son, your majesty." The prince remained calm, but his voice was steady and firm. "In the name of the Duke of Star Lake, I attend the Imperial Conference to give my voice to the noble and wise King Kessel." The king stopped cutting the meat for a second. Interesting. King Kessel's expression was indecipherable, but he began to eat again. "Then what's your suggestion?" Thales took a deep breath and spoke cautiously. "You know I'm right. You've always known. It's just that you're used to holding power. You're no longer willing to lower yourself and bow down," the prince said with a frown, "to listen to different voices." King Kessel picked up a glass of wine, took a sip, and snorted coldly. Thales lowered his head and adjusted his breathing. "The old way no longer works, your majesty," the teenager said seriously. We need," Thales paused and changed his words. "No, it's still you. Only you. In the face of such a predicament, you need to change your mind." King Kessel's gaze moved imperceptibly. "Change my mind?" Thales nodded slightly, his expression serious. "Let me handle the matter of Western Desert, your majesty. I'll take over and fulfill your wish." The king was silent for a while, then smiled coldly. "So in the end, this is still the same condition as before." He looked at Thales coldly and said disdainfully, "The so-called change my mind is to accept the deal Fakenhas gave me, push you out in exchange for his bargaining chip, and finally cause the royal family to fight and destroy the foundation of Renaissance Palace." He was rejected again, but this time Thales did not react. He just exhaled and shook his head with a smile. "No, F***CK Fakenhas," Thales said with a smile. King Kessel narrowed his eyes. The prince chuckled and said rudely, "F***CK his deal, F***CK his sword, F***CK his bargaining chip." He said sincerely, "To hell with that eccentric old man who harbors ill intentions. From now on, this has nothing to do with him, your majesty," Thales said solemnly, "and it only has to do with you and me." King Kessel parted a piece of meat and responded with a sneer. "That's you, Duke Thales. It's your kindness acting up or your greed acting up." The king raised the table knife, the tip of the knife pointing at Thales' cheek in his field of vision again. "You want to advise me to slow down the pace of moderation in the face of those local vassals and govern gently and gradually?" Thales smiled faintly and did not answer. King Kessel's smile disappeared. "Then I've seen it too, and I'll return your words," the Supreme King said coldly. "You're destined not to succeed." Thales raised his eyebrows. He heard King Kessel say faintly, in a tone that he rarely heard him preach, "You're right. Moderation means compromise. Compromise means retreat. retreat means wavering. Wavering means giving up, and giving up. Kessel V paused and snorted. It means that you've been on the wrong path from the beginning. You'll soon be trapped in their seemingly righteous, but actually sinister and cunning stance. You won't be able to control yourself. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in the king's eyes. And one day, when you're no longer in line with their interests, when you no longer respond to their cries, when you no longer cater to their wishes, you'll be opposed, despised, expelled, abandoned, and betrayed by them. King Kessel said softly, just like the Sand King in the past. The king paused and continued faintly, and my father. Chapter 6:24. Thales's eyelids twitched. He scrutinized King Kessel's face. For the first time, he discovered that there were different emotions on this resolute and cold face. Is that so? His father. No, your majesty. Thinking of this, Thales said calmly, what I want is indeed the same as before. But he changed the topic. But not for so-called gentleness, so-called compromise, so-called gradual progress. Thales's expression darkened. At least this time it's not. King Kessel's table knife cut the next piece of food and knocked it against the plate with a crisp sound. Then what is it for? The king mocked. Could it be that this dinner has really changed you? Thales looked at him silently. At that moment, he was filled with emotions. Do you still not understand, your majesty? The prince lowered his head, picked up his spoon, and sighed. You can't defeat them. You can't do it alone. Thales stared at his spoon, watching it dig out a piece of food. You need me. You need me. King Kessel was silent for a while. Isn't it too late to ask for peace now? Hearing this, Thales could not help but smile, but his smile was a little bitter. Ask for peace. Who said I'm asking for peace? Thales raised his head, his expression gradually turning cold. I'm here to declare war on you, your majesty. At that moment, the king's table knife knocked against the plate. Kessel slowly raised his head and looked at his son. What? Thales' expression was gloomy and his tone was solemn. From today onwards, your majesty, I will give you a weapon that has never been seen before. I will truly help you succeed. Across the table, King Kessel stared at him coldly, his expression unfriendly. A moly-eyed bargaining chip, it is no longer in your hands. Thales shook his head. No, not the orphan daughter of the Amole family. The prince said nonchalantly. That's at most a bonus. A bonus? Thales nodded. Yes, just like the Sand King. It was just a beginning. It was a bumpy wagon at the beginning that deviated from the path, but it was eventually pulled back to the right path by us. King Kessel did not speak. He knew that Thales had more to say. As expected, in the next second, Thales' expression became stern. In order to defeat them and your slippery and unpredictable opponents, your majesty, you have to change your strategy. You can't just charge around with your strength anymore. You can't be so aggressive anymore. You can't wield your sword aimlessly anymore. You can't be alarmed every night. Thales said in a low voice, you need them to jump out, stand up, and shine. You need them to be lax, to be careless, to make mistakes. You need to understand them, control them, and numb them. At that moment, the king's expression changed slightly. Yes, your majesty. Thales' attitude was frank and magnanimous, as if this was the most logical and natural thing to do. In Constellation, in this mess left behind by the virtuous king, the situation is so clear that there is no way out. What you truly need, what you lack. In the next second, Thales' expression became stern, and his voice suddenly turned cold. It's an opponent who can stand up to you as an equal. At that moment, Kessel V's eyes suddenly widened. Thales looked at the king from afar and actually felt a strange sense of calm and relief. That's right. Since ancient times, swords could not escape from their sheaths. What he wanted to become was not a sword. It was a sheath. And this opponent, he must be like you, strong enough, noble enough, able to summon heroes to shake the kingdom. With his existence, Thales did not continue, but glanced at King Kessel tentatively. For the first time, the Iron Hand King, who always said what he said, replied in a low voice. I'm listening. Thales sighed in his heart. He found it. Receive the enemy, observe the enemy, deal with the enemy. In this hurried and arduous battle with King Kessel, Roland's heart sank. He charged, fell, resisted, was defeated again and again, and got up again and again. Finally, he came to the last step. The sin of hell's river flowed madly in his body, and finally left in satisfaction. In the next second, Thales suddenly looked up. Logically speaking, this is the only way. With him, you can mislead your enemies. The Iron Hand King is not invincible, not unstoppable, not destined to be your natural enemy. With him, you can confuse your enemies. Renaissance Palace is not a monolithic entity, not flawless, not without weaknesses. King Kessel's expression was solemn, no longer disdainful or careless. Thales continued quietly. With him, you can weaken your enemies. In false hope, they will lose their vigilance, indulge in civil and military affairs, and die in peace. With him, you can lock onto your enemies. With the anti-king's flag flying high, all who gather under it will fall into your trap, and you will catch them all in one fell swoop. And he will give you unexpected help you see through them, disintegrate them, and finally destroy them. King Kessel unknowingly put down his knife. At that moment, he looked at Thales with an extremely complicated expression. The king frowned. You. Thales did not give him a chance to reply. He raised his voice and continued. In terms of benefits, this is also the only way. With him, your enemies will no longer be hidden or scattered. They will gather like a pack of wolves, like a herd of horses. From then on, they will be traceable, and visible. You will clear the path for the chariot and point the sword in the right direction. Is there a battlefield that is easier to understand than this? King Kessel clenched his fists, and the space between his brows began to struggle. Thales' voice echoed in Ballard Room, causing the lights to flicker and the shadows to flash back and forth. With him, you will have the most unfathomable undercover agent. As the enemy's leader, you will lurk deep in the enemy camp. No matter which chess player you face or what game you experience, you will have the other party's king firmly in your grasp. You will have the enemy in your palm, and you will be able to do whatever you want. Is there a chess game that is more likely to win than this? At that moment, the king gritted his teeth, his expression ferocious. And in reality, this is also the only way. Thales stood up abruptly. Today, I have committed treason, brought my sword to force the king to abdicate. I have done wrong, and I have almost rebelled. Thales looked down at the king, who was in disbelief across the long table. For the first time, he felt that the king was hiding behind the long table. At this moment, no matter how much the Secret Intelligence Department tries to cover up any loopholes, the news has long spread throughout the capital and will soon sweep through the entire country. No matter how kind and filial we are in the future, there will always be people who will remember the rift between the king and his heir and the scene of our confrontation as ruler and subject. They will try to take advantage of the situation and make things difficult for us. Thales' voice became gloomy. Our relationship has long been irreparable. All the efforts you've made for the kindness of a father and a filial son have been wasted. They are meaningless. King Kessel's expression changed several times. He reached out and clasped the table tightly. If that's the case, Thales was expressionless and his tone was cold. Why not make the most of it? Make use of this matter? Why not push the boat with the current and ride the wind and waves? Ride the waves? The Iron Hand King breathed with difficulty and squeezed out words through his teeth. So for the sake of reason, for the sake of interests, and for the sake of reality, your majesty. Thales looked at him quietly, seemingly righteous, but also cold and ruthless. Thales Jadestar, I am destined to be your enemy. His voice faded away. The atmosphere in Ballard Room seemed to have returned to peace. It was incomparably quiet and comforting. After a few seconds, King Kessel recovered from his shock and questioned him in disbelief. Do you know what you're saying? Thales let out a long breath. Strange. He smiled slightly. More or less. No. The Iron Hand King interrupted him with suppressed anger. You don't know. King Kessel took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing. On the surface, you want to break off all ties with me, clearly oppose and denounce me, stand as an equal with the Supreme King, walk into that sinister and greedy camp, become brothers with the enemies of the kingdom, speak up for them, and become their flag and hope. Behind my back, you're going to conspire with me. You're going to be my spy against your conscience. You're going to work with the tyrant. You're going to destroy your previous stance and foundation. You're going to sell your soul to the royal power. You're going to be at the king's beck and call, and you're going to stab me in the back countless times? The Iron Hand King gritted his teeth, as if he was looking at the biggest bastard in the world. Do you know what this means? Why? Why was he so surprised? Was he not the one who created this situation? Looking at King Kessel's expression, Thales chuckled. It was very strange. When this moment really came, the emotions he thought he would feel, resentment, grievance, indignation, sadness, loss, all disappeared without a trace. All he could feel was a boundless, deathly stillness. It's funny, I have a friend who taught me a lesson. Thales smiled, thinking of his former old friend. He said wistfully, betrayal is the true meaning of an alliance. What was equally strange was that, in addition to the hatred and disdain, he suddenly missed that ugly woman a little at this moment. So this was how she felt. King Kessel's expression changed again. But this time, he suppressed the excess emotions and tried his best to return to being the calm and rational king from before. Do you know the price and the worst consequences of this proposal of yours? The Iron Hand King's eyes were burning. If you take this as an expedient measure to brush me off, hoping that the two sides will waver, or even be fickle and gain from the middle, then you are gravely mistaken. Thales pursed his lips, feeling that the air in Ballard Room had finally begun to flow. You better understand. At this moment, the king was extremely serious, and there was a hint of threat in his words. This is not some chess game or game. This is a real war. Thales' eyelids twitched. And anyone, no matter what his name is, how high his position is, how much power he has, whether he is wise or brave, aggressive or gentle, if he thinks he is infallible and dares to stand in the middle of the battlefield, at that moment, King Kessel's murderous intent was overflowing. They will all be crushed, not to mention benefiting from both sides. Benefiting from it. At this second, Thales' heart was empty. That's right, the scabbard. Thales silently said to himself, not only to face the wind and frost outside the scabbard, but also to endure the sharpness within the scabbard. This was the way to deal with the Iron Hand King, no matter how heavy the price was. Sealing 1,000 blades, how evil was that? The prince lowered his head and exhaled with difficulty. Yes, I know. When he looked up again, his eyes were already serious. But as you said, I was born for constellation. King Kessel's gaze froze. Compared to the vast constellation and the mighty kingdom, Thales said calmly, our father-son relationship, gratitude and hatred, and even our lives and fortunes, none of it is that important. At that moment, King Kessel's expression changed. He struggled several times, but in the end, he did not speak. Looking at the other's reaction, Thales smiled softly. Just like 500 years ago, the king of Ascension killed his son as a sacrifice to the gods. King Kessel was slightly shocked. Thales looked at the deep ceiling and sighed. Those who hear only know that this is a violation of the natural order, cruel and terrible. Those who know are the ones who walk. Only then will they know the inside story. It is sorrowful, heroic, and generous. Recalling the story he had unearthed, Thales gradually became lost in thought. Ascension King Alan I bore the infamy, and his prestige was destroyed. Alien Prince Herman shed blood and sacrificed his life. Jade Star joined forces, father and son conspiring together, stirring the kingdom's blood to boil, inciting the anger of the subjects and people to crusade. Finally, they knocked down Sunset Temple, which had dominated Constellation for 200 years, from its altar, causing it to split and decline, never to recover. At that moment, the room was extremely bright, and the words were powerful. And King Kessel's gaze changed. This version of the story has always been a royal secret. How did you know? Thales looked at him and smiled in relief, but did not explain. Yes, outsiders do not know, but the Jadestar royal family knows. This is the truth and meaning of ascension sacrifice. With the blood of the son and the grief of the father, strip the ribbon of divine power from the king's scepter. In the next second, Thales' expression became solemn. Let me show up, your majesty. Let me become your enemy. Your spy, your chess piece, your bargaining chip, your sword. He placed his hands on the table and looked straight at the king. In this way, I can help you achieve your wish. Not just Sand King, not just Western Desert, but all of the kingdom. At the end of the long table, King Kessel stared blankly at the teenager in front of him, swallowing several times. Perhaps the entrance and exit of the guard captain made the lights burn brighter. The chill in Ballard room gradually dissipated and warmth returned. As I said, Father, when you're overwhelmed by the weight of the crown, you will not be able to breathe. At that moment, the prince's gaze was aggressive. I have come to save you. For this, I will stake my reputation, my life, and my future, to help you achieve the unprecedented greatness of the kingdom. Thales clenched his fingers into a fist and punched his chest. The scar that was burned many years ago seemed to be heating up again. This is my real bargaining chip today. He looked at the speechless king and said in a low voice, It has already taken shape since I openly broke into the palace and rebelled under the eyes of the entire kingdom, and completely broke off relations with you at the Imperial Conference. And you have no reason to refuse. Thales punched his chest, his gaze cold. Accept it, and you will gain unprecedented benefits. The dilemma is no more, and the solution is easy. The road ahead is wide open and new. Thales paused, took a deep breath, and forced himself to speak sternly. As long as the stars exist, the Empire lives forever. In the next moment, Thales suddenly reached out in the direction of the king. King Kessel trembled slightly, but he looked at Thales in a daze. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not his son, but a new stranger. For the sake of constellation, your majesty. The teenager raised his palm, his tone firm, and his gaze fearless. Let us be enemies with each other. The secret chamber was deep, but the king did not answer. His breathing was disordered. Kessel Jadestar. Thales was unmoved. He continued to stare at the man in front of him. What do you say? The lights flickered. Kessel did not answer. He looked dazed. Iron Hand King. Thales' expression was deep. He dragged out his words and lowered his tone, making people uneasy. What do you say? The Iron Hand King did not answer either. His whole body was stiff. Father. At this moment, Thales' eyes were sharp. He shouted at the top of his lungs, What do you say? After being locked in the small dark room for so long, this was all he had until New Year's Day. End of this chapter. Chapter 6:25. It was late at night, and the temperature was getting colder. In the corridor outside Ballard, the royal guards arranged as few people as possible for the sake of secrecy, and as many as possible for the sake of abundance. They formed the most efficient and strictest defense and siege formation, filling every corner within sight. The guards in the innermost circle maintained absolute silence and concentration as they waited for the enemy to arrive. They were all experienced and capable elites transferred from the Six Wings. They stared at the door of the Imperial Conference Room as they pressed their hands on their weapons. It was as if what was locked behind the door was the most mysterious, cruel, and terrifying beast in Renaissance Palace. It was grinding its teeth and claws, growling, and could break through the door at any time to devour people. But they could not be timid, let alone retreat. They were the Emperor's Praetorian Guards. They had an oath that they would guard this door until the Emperor's order reappeared, or the minister would rest. Lights flickered in the corridor. As time passed, anxiety spread in the air, and the fingers on the hilt of the swords became tighter and tighter. But the heavy stone door remained motionless and silent. In the face of countless increasingly sharp gazes, it was unperturbed. It fulfilled its duty and locked all the beasts behind it, just like the past 600 years. 6 doctors who specialized in trauma first aid, toxicology, and pharmacology were urgently summoned by the court baron and ordered to wait outside. Confused, they were anxious but did not dare to ask questions. They could only force themselves to stay alert in the suffocating atmosphere and tremble in the endless speculation and prayers. They were also waiting. Behind the third row of guards, a few nobles were calm and collected. They could even pace leisurely and talk in low voices. But as time passed, their expressions remained the same. It was just that they paced faster and faster, and the intervals between conversations became shorter. The air was dead, and the palace was dark. Heralds and trusted servants kept their heads down. They kept appearing from corners, seeping into the crowd, and disappearing again and again. They came and went without warning, and their tracks were fleeting. Only the whispers and shadows of ghosts could be heard in the ears of a few people and on the dimly lit walls. Time was probably still moving forward, but it seemed to be moving slower and slower. It stopped moving forward and admired the changes it brought to its surroundings. In the silence, the guards had never felt that their breathing was so heavy to the extent that they could even raise 2 inches of dust in front of their noses. They had never realized that their hearing was so sensitive. Just the sound of their bones rubbing against each other was enough to make the muscles of the soldiers 2 feet away tense up. And their eyelids were so afraid of loneliness that they would bump up and down every once in a while to greet each other, for fear of being left alone. As for their hearts, they were so strong and powerful. As a result, when the heartbeats of hundreds of people in the palace gathered together and became faster and heavier, it felt as if a huge monster known as Renaissance Palace had just woken up from a long slumber and was slowly waking up. And that stone door, which everyone stared at with rapt attention, was the ferocious eye that was about to open. This made everyone tremble with fear. What happened? What would happen? What should they do? Should I swing my sword? Or should he back off? The political knowledge gained from years of guarding the palace allowed the royal guards to force themselves to remain calm. But at the same time, they could not help but feel uneasy. They wanted to turn their heads, look at each other, and exchange their emotions. At the very least, they could find some comfort in the same doubts. They could get rid of their confusion and loneliness when they were led by their own kind. But the guards' orders were clear. This sword will only be brandished for the Emperor's edict. It will only be broken for the Emperor's edict. There is no other use for it. The habit that was engraved in their bones and formed through countless training sessions made them restrain themselves and remain vigilant. This made them force themselves to get rid of all distracting thoughts and focus their gazes, which had become a little unfocused because of the long wait. They placed their gazes on the heavy stone door that they had guarded countless times, but had never once made them this anxious or nervous. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, everyone trembled at the same time. The dark stone door, which seemed as if it would never open again, suddenly cracked open from the center. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the huge beast opened its eyes. That was everyone's first thought. With a mechanical and unpleasant sound of friction, the stone door slowly opened to the 2 sides like a pitch-black eyelid. A golden-red brilliance shone from the crack of the door. It was like the brilliance of a lamp, but also like the bright red of blood. In just a few seconds, the stone door stopped. It only opened a crack that allowed a single person to pass through. It shone with a golden-red brilliance, just like the half-opened eyes of a beast. It looked like it was asleep, but not asleep, as if it was not awake. It was as if the huge beast was immersed in a nightmare. Cold wind assaulted them from behind the door. The royal guards in the first row were extremely vigilant. They took a step back together. This door of Renaissance Palace, it's quite heavy. The huge black beast in front of them opened its deep and ominous mouth, and its voice was deep and mocking. But it doesn't move. An even darker black figure peeked out from the narrow beast's eyes. He pressed against the stone door on both sides, panted, and sneered softly. "What do you think?" The royal guards instinctively stretched out their hands and moved. They unsheathed their weapons and formed a formation. As he watched this scene, the black figure in the middle of the door was silent for a while before he sighed. "All right." The black figure turned his body sideways and squeezed through the narrow crack of the door. "If you don't want to help, then forget it. I'll do it myself." The black figure gritted his teeth. His face contorted as he forced his way through the crack of Ballard Room's door. Only then did the light illuminate his face. Prince Thales came to the corridor with a pale face and looked at the surging heads in front of him. Everyone looked at him as if they were facing a great enemy. "Wow, I'll believe it even if you say that they're here to hunt dragons." The exhausted teenager turned his head to look at Ballard Room, then at the royal guards in front of him. He felt a little resigned. He walked out of the treacherous and dangerous hall. He walked into the heavily guarded encirclement. This scene seems familiar. After sizing up the prince's body, the guards in the first row only stayed silent for a moment before they pressed their swords together and moved forward. "Steady." Chief Guard Captain Adrian's voice rang. He pushed through the crowd and patted his overly nervous subordinates from time to time to make them relax. "It's okay. Relax, relax. It's over." Adrian's voice seemed to have a soothing power. Wherever he went, the blades of his swords would be lowered. "Your Highness, it's only been 15 minutes. The captain welcomed Thales in a relaxed manner. As he spoke, he looked at Ballard Room through the crack of the door. "I was just about to go in for dessert. There's no need, Lord Adrian. Mealtime is over." Thales exhaled and placed his hand on Adrian's shoulder without hesitation. He moved sideways and squeezed his way through the stiff postures of the people around him. He squeezed into the royal guard's lockdown formation. Adrian saw the situation through the crack of the door. He frowned and turned his head around. "Then all of you, don't worry." Thales waved his hand nonchalantly. "In case you're curious," in the face of the guards who remained vigilant and suspicious, he took a deep breath, placed his palms by his mouth, and roared at the ceiling. "The king is not dead." Thales used the sin of Hell's River. This time, his voice was like thunder, and it could be heard clearly in the entire corridor. The lights flashed, and there was a commotion in the crowd. Thales patted the two royal guards in front of him, who looked shocked. He pushed them away tiredly and did not forget to add something that made the people around him change their expressions again. "He's not dead yet." Adrian frowned. He glanced at Thales' back, but still turned his head around. He signaled his subordinates to open the stone door and enter Ballard Room to ask for the king's permission. "Your Majesty." On the other side, Thales squeezed past the surprised or nervous people. He did not care whether they were servants, doctors, guards, or guards. He said loudly without any scruples, "If you're waiting for the king to give the order to capture or release me, don't even think about it. He doesn't dare to capture me, because I have something on him." The crowd's surprise and commotion grew louder. "He can't release me, either, because he's the king." Thales squeezed past the third row of guards and was gratified to see that they had begun to consciously make way for him. "So, please, everyone, be kind and understand the king's difficulties. Just pretend that you didn't see me." The guard were in disbelief. They either exchanged glances or asked for help from their superiors. But the chief guard captain was still in Ballard Room, and their efforts were naturally futile. Excuse me. Thales walked forward under countless people's surprised and wary gazes. As he cleared the clouds and saw the sun, he spoke listlessly. "The event is over. I have to catch the subway home. I still have to go to school and work tomorrow." But just as he was lamenting why this group of sweaty and smelly men did not know how to make way for him, Adrian walked out of Ballard Room and solemnly ordered, "Royal guards, everyone present today, report to your immediate superiors. Return to your posts and stay overnight to work overtime." The guards were stunned, and there was another wave of commotion. Adrian glanced at Thales from afar and said with a complicated expression, "We still have paperwork." Thales watched with satisfaction as the guards who filled the corridor finally dispersed. Many of them could not help but look at Thales before they left. Their gazes were as if they were looking at a monster, and their gazes were filled with surprise, weariness, and doubt. "Your Highness, I'm glad you're safe." Thales stopped in his tracks and looked at the nobles in luxurious clothes in front of him. "Sir Cullen, Prime Minister." The prince heaved a long sigh as he looked at the old duke, who was smiling from ear to ear, and the ministers around him, who had complicated expressions on their faces and were hesitant to speak. "And you, Advisor Sauter, Chief Kirkirk, Viscount Kinney, have you been standing guard here?" "Of course not." Prime Minister Cullen looked elated. He happily patted his bulging belly. "I just came after eating. I wanted to slip away, but this bunch wouldn't let me." Kirkirk, who was muttering in frustration. "After all," the Prime Minister rolled his eyes and gestured towards Ballard Room. "The meeting isn't over yet." Thales nodded. His gaze swept past the Prime Minister to the other ministers behind him. He noticed that Gilbert was not among them. "So it's over now," the teenager said calmly. But Advisor Sauter, who had been watching him, had the wrong impression. The prince's words left no room for doubt. "Your Highness, Kinney," the Minister of Trade who had been watching Ballard Room hesitantly said, "You and His Majesty." "Nothing. I got bored, so I picked a fight with him," Thales said nonchalantly, his face beaming. "That's all. Got bored, so I picked a fight with him." The ministers looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. "About what?" Viscount Kinney, the Minister of Trade, pressed. "Your marriage?" Thales snorted softly. "Yes, I guess he won't force me to marry someone I don't like anymore." Military Advisor Sauter grew even more puzzled at these words. Compared to that morning, this teenager who had just walked out of Ballard Room felt unfamiliar to him. Apart from those who stayed behind to keep watch, the surrounding royal guards gradually dispersed, casting glances at this group of central high-ranking officials from time to time. "I see," Viscount Kinney persisted. "Then may I be so bold as to ask, the candidate you rejected, which family's young mistress is from?" Thales exhaled, feeling inexplicably irritated. "Who cares whose family it is?" Fortunately, the smiling Duke Cullen interjected in time and personally took over the topic that the already exhausted Thales was extremely annoyed about. "Then I'm sure you won't mind considering my granddaughters?" Thales smiled perfunctorily. Seeing that most of the people around him had dispersed, he did not intend to waste any more time. "His Majesty has said that today's Imperial Conference shall end here. If it's time to disperse, so be it." As soon as he said this, everyone was surprised. "That's great." The drowsy Kirkirk suddenly opened his eyes. He snapped his fingers happily and said gratefully, "I knew it." Advisor Sauter frowned. "But we still have business, I know." Thales interrupted him with a wave of his hand and said impatiently, "There's still business to discuss, right?" Thales looked towards Ballard Room, at the faintly discernible figure, and sneered. "About substitute service, tax payment, Western Desert, the expansion of the regular army, the reduction of conscripts, and so on." He spoke carelessly and without bothering to conceal his volume. This caused the expressions of all the officials, including Sauter, to change drastically. "Your Highness, be careful with your words." The military advisor interrupted Thales and looked around nervously. This is, Thales slapped his forehead as if suddenly enlightened. "Oh, right, this is a secret of the kingdom." The prince turned his head lazily and said loudly to the few royal guards who were still present, "That's a secret of the kingdom. Everyone, you didn't hear anything." "Didn't hear anything." "Did you hear anything?" "You didn't hear anything." The guards turned around in bewilderment, not understanding what was going on. Aware of the pros and cons, the officials looked at each other with ashen faces. Sauter was even more astonished. "Ayaya, you might not believe this." Prime Minister Cullen interrupted the conversation at the right time. He was in high spirits. "This time, the chef from Renaissance Palace has surprisingly made a new dish." After working hard for so long, Thales, who just wanted to find a flat ground to lie down on, no longer wanted to feign civility with him. He faked a smile and said, "Very well, good night." Without looking at the Duke of Eastern Sea's expression, he turned and left. "No, The meeting is not over. Behind him, Advisor Sauter tried his best to stop the officials who were about to leave. Everyone, with all due respect, today's Imperial Conference is of utmost importance. The kingdom is now at a critical juncture. The enemy has already struck. We have to respond. Thales stopped in his tracks. Oh, he also wanted me to bring a message to you, my lords. Thales turned around and pointed his thumb in the direction of Ballard Room. He was all smiles. The kingdom's secret intelligence department acted in time. That letter is safe. As soon as he said this, the officials were taken aback. Letter? Viscount Kinney recalled and asked suspiciously. Oh, you mean the letter that just arrived today? Advisor Sauter said in surprise. And it's safe? What do you mean? The chief of finance, Kirk, rolled his eyes and said without hesitation. You mean the person who deliberately leaked Covendier's letter has been caught? The officials shuddered in unison. Kirk, sorry, I spoke too quickly. Kirk said nonchalantly as he turned around, but this person from the secret intelligence department said they couldn't. The chief's expression changed. He turned around and looked around. That's strange. Where's that Scarface? I remember he was here just a moment ago. Where is he? The letter has been recovered. That means, Viscount Kinney said solemnly, we still have room to maneuver, as long as we pretend that letter doesn't exist. Thales watched the officials go back and forth with cold eyes. It was strange. This morning, he had never felt this way when he was listening to the briefing in the Imperial Conference Room. It was strange, cold, indifferent, and boring, as if there was a thick curtain separating them. Interest in chess. Yes, interest in chess. Just like the feeling when he used his mystic energy. Thales' heart sank. Amidst the bustling debate among the officials, Duke Cullen was the only one who stayed out of it. He smiled with narrowed eyes. Ah, that's good. Given the kingdom's secret intelligence department's capabilities, they naturally won't tolerate any mischief. Advisor Sauter gritted his teeth in disbelief and was about to walk towards Ballard Room. No, that's impossible. I'm going to see His Majesty. But Thales raised his arm gently and blocked his way. Please don't, Sir Sauter. I tore that letter in front of him just 10 minutes ago, the prince said casually. His Majesty is in a fit of anger right now. Thales' words, which were as light as a mosquito, silenced all the ministers. They looked at the young man in surprise. What? Sauter turned around in shock and disbelief. Letter, why you? Thales lowered his arm and nodded expressionlessly. Believe me, you don't want to see him now, much less mention this to him. Salda's breathing quickened and his face flushed. He was silent for a second, then rushed towards Thales. You soldiers, take it easy. Take it easy. Kirk, who had a hunch, grabbed Salda's waist from the side and used all his strength to stop him from moving forward. Calm down. That's the prince. It doesn't matter if the letter is gone. We're not going to use it anyway. Besides, it's not like it was leaked. We don't have to worry. What's the rush? The other officials came to their senses and hurriedly surrounded Sauter to dissuade him. Thales watched the scene coldly. The Prime Minister smiled and hummed a tune. But Advisor Sauter was still struggling and extremely angry. No, you don't understand. You don't understand. Do you know that? That's right, Thales replied calmly. That was paid for with my life, Covendier's letter of surrender. Sauter was taken aback and stopped. Oh, by the way, the next time you want to mobilize the regular army, or check other people's accounts, or something like that, Thales turned around slowly and smiled at the military advisor and the chief of finance, who were hugging each other. Tell me first, okay? He spread his hands helplessly. Otherwise, I'll have to do it again. The military advisor choked, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply. The officials looked at each other. Aya, be more careful. Look, at your age, you're prone to diarrhea after eating a new dish. The Duke of Eastern Sea reached out to comfort him. Duke Thales, your highness. Sauter finally calmed down. He looked puzzled and pained. What happened? Thales shrugged. Nothing much. His Majesty changed his mind, that's all. But it shouldn't be like this. Sauter gritted his teeth. What did you do in the middle? What did I do? Thales' gaze froze. I just saved your lives. He looked at every official in front of him, his expression calm and unperturbed. "You're welcome, my lords." Sodder looked at him in disbelief, while Chio Kirk frowned deeply. Some did not understand, while others were deep in thought. Prime Minister Cullen, however, laughed. His plump abdomen dropped, and he bowed. "I am eternally grateful for your saving grace." Thales ignored him. "And the right question should be, Sir Sodder." The prince looked indifferently at the trembling military advisor. "You and His Majesty, and perhaps that Scarface. What did you do?" With that, Thales did not linger any longer and left. Behind him, Sodder stared at Thales' back with a solemn gaze. But as Thales walked along the brightly lit corridor, his thoughts drifted back to what had happened earlier. "I know what you want to do." The king's voice rang out in Ballard Room. It was less sharp than before, but more hoarse and deep. "You want to be the kingdom's chariot." King Kessel said calmly, "Restrain the galloping warhorse and fasten the heavy chariot." Warhorse, chariot. Standing in front of the council table, Thales was dazed for a moment. A fierce horse will not yield to an iron whip, and the driver will not give up whipping. "You think you're protecting the chariot." The king shook his head. "But by doing so, you're slowing down the warhorse and interfering with the chariot." So he knew. Thales told himself. Of course he knew. He always knew. He just didn't care. "As you say, Your Majesty." Thales composed himself and slowly sat down. "I'll wander on the top of the cliff, but dream of the heavens." The Iron Hand King snorted with a half-smile. "This road is treacherous. If you take the wrong step, I understand." Thales quickly replied to him, "Yes. If people find out that I'm the king's spy, I will be regarded by thousands of vassals as a traitor to the noble camp. I will be condemned by thousands and despised by tens of thousands." The king nodded with a solemn expression. "They will hate you more than they hate me." Thales rubbed his spoon and was silent for a moment. "Then we better not mess up." The king shook his head slowly. "Messing up is just the best outcome. But if you act too well, hide your abilities, convince everyone, and successfully become the savior of the vassals, the hope of the vassals," King Kessel sized Thales up. His tone was cold. "Those who are deceived by you and support you will gather into a rolling wave. They will use their reputation, stance, camp, interests, connections, situation, and everything else to force you to move forward. You will not be allowed to defend yourself, you will not be able to control it, and you will not be allowed to regret it. They will love you more than they hate me." Thales' smile slowly disappeared. The king's words became flat. "When that time comes, you'll have no choice. Even if you want to get off the chariot halfway, it will be too late." Fakenhaz's words rang in his ears again. "You have to know that when your vassals and subordinates are enraged and the will of the people is high, you will have no other choice but to go with the flow." Thales wanted to say something, but stopped. "And on the other hand," King Kessel looked at the door with a complicated expression, "when you raise the war flag of rebellion against royal power, far more than just the feudal lords will unite." Under Renaissance Palace, the growing king's partisans, the ambitious new nobles, the opportunists who change their direction when the wind blows, and the people who once showed goodwill to you and treated you with friendliness will treat you as their political enemy and an unfilial son. In fact, they will not hesitate to make things difficult for you so that they can raise their status. Thales gritted his teeth. Gilbert, Poutre, Sodder, Kirkirk, Viscount Kenny. Many faces flashed before Thales' eyes. There were even a few seconds when the purple mask flashed before his eyes. From that moment on, the title of heir will no longer protect you. On the contrary, it will magnify the fear and scrutiny you face and increase the price and pain you have to pay. In the eyes of many, the day of the new king's coronation will be the day of disaster. King Kessel narrowed his eyes. "They will hate you more than they love me." Thales did not speak. He looked around and exhaled heavily. The night breeze caressed the windowsill. Their figures intertwined with the lights. Ballard Room was cold and quiet at night. The portraits of several famous ministers of the past on the wall. Wise Minister Halva, Oracle London, Hyena, Amber Tabark, Lumberjack Parramatta, silently watched the conversation between the father and son flickering in the light. This made Thales ponder. In history, were the predecessors who guided the country in this meeting room, and the decisions they made, as cold and cruel as this heavy palace? Then I can only pray, Thales said absent-mindedly. King Kessel did not say a word and only stared at the prince quietly. A few seconds later, Thales looked back at the king with a tranquil smile. Pray that they are not true love. Chapter 6:26. Thales walked alone in the long corridor of Renaissance Palace. The everlasting lamps flashed past him, illuminating his face and making it flicker between light and dark. Along the way, the guards and servants all had complicated expressions on their faces when they saw him, and they avoided him. But Thales did not care. He only took a step forward, pressed a floor tile under his feet, dragged it behind him, took another step forward, and repeated the process. It was dark, cold, and narrow in front of him. And where should he go? Where should he go? Where? Your Highness. A familiar voice traveled into his ears. Thales stopped in his tracks. He turned around and turned his head back from the darkness and cold. He flashed a gentle smile and nodded slightly. Gilbert, I thought you left first. The Foreign Affairs Minister came in front of Thales with his staff and bowed respectfully to the prince. He was meticulous in his actions. It was as if they were meeting for the first time. You know that I will not leave. Gilbert stared at him. His words were filled with gratification and absent-mindedness. Before you and His Majesty, Thales did not speak. He only smiled faintly. Gilbert and Thales' gazes met in the air. One of them had complicated feelings, while the other had subtle feelings. They faced each other in silence for a full 3 seconds. The person beside Gilbert, the Archdeacon of Sunset Church, Guy Stylianides, smiled when he saw this. He tactfully took a few steps back to give them some space. Gilbert flashed an apologetic smile at his friend. He then turned his head around and hesitated to speak. So His Majesty Thales nodded. There was not a hint of emotion in his voice. He let me go. That's it. Gilbert looked surprised for a moment. Forgive me for being blunt, but His Majesty did not know. The royal guards did not know. Thales tried his best to make the hint of mockery in his words less obvious. I guess that His Majesty is tolerant and kind, and loves his children like his people. The two of them were quiet for a while, and both sank into deep thought. Is that so? Gilbert did not care about the small flaw in his words. The Foreign Affairs Minister exhaled and mumbled absent-mindedly. That's good. That's good. Thales did not say anything. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the cunning fox of Constellation had aged a lot. However, the scene of Gilbert calmly driving the carriage with a lantern and bringing the dirty and pathetic child beggar into Mindy's hall felt like it was only yesterday. Right, it's quite a coincidence. Gilbert snapped out of his daze and smiled again. When you were having a heart-to-heart talk with His Majesty, I felt bored, so I went out of the palace for a walk. I happened to wander near Mindy's hall, so I took a look and casually asked around, Mindy's hall? A thought struck Thales, and he said in surprise, Gilbert. The smile on Gilbert's face grew wider, just like his wrinkles. Flag Baragaton, who was in charge of the investigation, assured me that after a thorough investigation, the unhappiness at the banquet was just an accident. The guards and servants around you are all fine, and they should be released immediately. Mindy's hall should be unsealed immediately as well. Of course, some necessary security work has been strengthened. I hope you do not mind. Thales stared at him in surprise. From here to Mindy's hall, you cannot reach it merely by strolling. Oh, Constellation's cunning fox's expression did not change. Looks like I'm not old yet. My feet are fast enough. Thales did not speak. Gilbert suddenly thought of something, and his eyes brightened. By the way, I ran into Vanguard Marico in the corridor just now. He was with your subordinates, the ones who followed you into the palace, including Waya. I also asked around. He and them got along quite well, and they had a pleasant conversation. Thales was silent for a long time. His emotions were complicated. Thank you. Gilbert shook his head. His smile remained the same as before, and he looked behind him. Thank God. I did not want to say this, but I'm thankful that the people still believe in the holiness and majesty of the sunset goddess, and that they gave extra respect to the archdeacon. At that moment, Thales felt a suffocating feeling in his chest. Gilbert, the foreign affairs minister, turned his head around and sighed. And I hope that this will make you feel more at ease. Thales took a deep breath and felt his voice tremble. However, Gilbert, who had always been good at reading people's expressions, did not seem to see the prince's distress and hesitation. He only clapped his hands and said apologetically, "Oh, my bad, Your Highness. You must be tired. Coincidentally, I called for a carriage. Why don't we go back together?" Gilbert. Thales had no choice but to raise his voice and use all his strength to interrupt him. "Aren't you curious?" The prince's breathing quickened. He glared at his teacher. "About why I broke the rules and barged into the palace. Why I disobeyed the king." Gilbert paused. The smile on his face slowly faded away, and he lowered his head in silence, as if he was avoiding Thales' gaze. Thales took a deep breath. "And what I said to His Majesty just now, this is not a joke." In Ballard Room, Thales quietly listened to King Kessel's words. "Whether you succeed or fail, if you are not careful and make the slightest mistake, you may be overturned by the warhorse and abandoned by the carriage. Not only will you never be able to be crowned, you will also have enemies everywhere. You will be surrounded by enemies, and even your life will be in danger." Surrounded by enemies and in danger, the king's warning was clear in his words. When that time comes, the nobility of the Jadestar family will not be able to save you. The vastness of Constellation will not be able to accommodate you. Even the king, King Kessel, paused for a moment. He looked at the staff of Constellation leaning against the chair with a complicated expression. "Will not be able to protect you. The king will not be able to protect you." Thales' gaze froze, and Asda's words echoed in his mind. "What I'm looking forward to, Thales, is not your ultimate success. Instead, you will be caught between your own nature and the gazes of others. In the end, you will be torn apart by conflict, destroyed by conflict, and devoured by regret. Then what if, after a few seconds, the teenager raised his gaze, and his smile was a little stiff. "Do you think Dragoncloud City will accept political asylum?" King Kessel did not respond to the joke. His gaze was profound, and no one knew what he was thinking. "All right." In the end, the teenager sighed, and the relaxed and joking expression on his face disappeared. "It seems that you really do not have a sense of humor." The king stared at him without saying a word. It was night, and the lights were dim. Two shadows facing each other were cast on the stone floor and extended to the walls. They were dark and cold, bottomless. "That is for me, Your Majesty." The prince snorted softly and focused his gaze on the spoon in his hand. "Please be healthy and live to a ripe old age." King Kessel's gaze flickered. "At least finish the show. Don't quit halfway, and leave me alone on the stage, unable to defend myself." At that moment, Thales looked at King Kessel, but he thought of King Nuven, and his head that rolled in a pool of blood. "Believe me, the feeling of a person's curtain call," Thales said emotionally with lingering fear in his heart. "It's not that good." Kessel did not reply. Perhaps it was because it was late at night, and the lights in the room became soft. The light and shadow between the two were no longer as sharp as the edge of a sword, and they were clearly separated. Instead, they were one, and light and darkness coexisted. "You know," King Kessel suddenly said, "you could have not done this." Thales' gaze shifted. "You could have behaved yourself, followed the rules, not revealed any attitude, not got involved in any trouble, and not acted impulsively like you did at the banquet and today. Your actions were shocking. Then you would have worn the 9-star crown and ruled over the entire kingdom," the Iron Hand King said softly. "It was only a matter of time." The 9-starred crown. Thales' breathing stopped. The word seemed to have magical power. It seeped into Thales' brain from the air and became a constantly growing thought. "When that time comes, the whole of Constellation will be ruled by you. The whole of Constellation will be ruled by you, the king's voice was long and deep, with an indescribable meaning. The teenager tightened his grip on the spoon in his hand. It's too late. Thales shook his head, dispelling the thought that he should not have. I openly broke the ban and barged into the palace so that everyone could see it. It's too late to turn back now and put on a show of family harmony, fatherhood, and filial piety. The king did not care. That's not important. Thales shook his head. No, besides, if the kingdom falls before I'm crowned, but the Iron Hand King's voice drowned him out. That's not important. Kessel V leaned forward, and his aura was oppressive. What's important is that at that time, you will no longer be held back, and you'll have nothing to worry about. You can overthrow the old system, set things right, push all the blame onto the Iron Hand King, use my mistakes to strengthen your rule, and use my brutality to set off your benevolence, just like the virtuous king after the Red King. Thales found that his breathing was speeding up. Then, piece the kingdom together into what you want. The king's words were tempting. Where Constellation goes, it's all up to you. Do as you please, and do as you please. No longer held back. I will have nothing to worry about. Do as you please, Thales gulped. In a daze, he once again saw the young man with the crown, facing the towering palace wall alone. That familiar yet unfamiliar back. But this time, the young man stood behind King Kessel, dressed in a luxurious robe and had an extraordinary bearing. He looked down at the people in the capital outside the window, as if he was examining a chessboard. His posture was calm, his expression indifferent. Thales' heart skipped a beat. But, he opened his mouth to speak, but it was difficult for him to speak. In the dead silence, King Kessel's voice reached his ears faintly. When I was young, my mother said this before. The blood of the emperor's bloodline can only be as dazzling as gold and endlessly majestic in two places. Dazzling as gold and endlessly majestic. King Kessel slowly raised his head and looked at the portraits of famous ministers in Ballard Room. Legends. The light was dim, but the historical figures in the portraits were still vivid, looking at them with burning eyes. Never faded, never moved. Thales pursed his lips tightly. The Iron Hand King lowered his head and knocked on his chair in a daze. Throne. The night wind swept past the window. The everlasting lamp in the room trembled and leaned in the same direction. It was neat and uniform. There were no exceptions. Thales held his breath. 450 years ago, the alien star who questioned the church's scriptures became a legend. The King of Ascension ruled over Constellation and sat on his throne. In the cold wind, the king's gaze met Thales, and his tone was cold. Which do you want to choose? I understand, Your Highness. Gilbert only closed his eyes gently, but this action seemed to have used up all his strength. Thales frowned. Really? You understand? Gilbert let out a long sigh. Yes. When he opened his eyes again, he seemed to have aged a great deal. Whether it was during the royal banquet or after the investigation of Mindy's Hall, you were young and impetuous. It was only natural that you felt indignant when you were wronged. Young and impetuous. It was only natural that you felt indignant when you were wronged. Thales listened quietly and subconsciously clenched his fists. Is this the meaning of Gilbert's actions today? Gilbert tried his best to put on a smile. Obviously, during the 6 years in Dragon Cloud City, you have gotten used to the way Northlanders interact with each other. That is why when you entered the palace, you were so... I know. I met King Nuven before. The first time I met him, he almost forced me to jump off the fortress wall. Northlanders, the way they express their opinions is always, very memorable. Thales did not speak, but the Foreign Affairs Minister only looked at him lovingly and kindly, as if he could tolerate all of his audacity. Gilbert, the prince said faintly, this morning I actually managed to attend the Imperial Conference in a dignified manner, even though I caused a huge disaster. I heard from my father that it was because of your suggestions and persistence. Gilbert was stunned for a moment before he smiled in a sentimental manner. When I woke up this morning, I thought that there was nothing worse than a hangover, until I heard the news of you stepping forward bravely during the royal banquet last night." He sighed and said, "Your Highness, I just feel that if there is any misunderstanding between you and His Majesty, there is no better way than to clarify it in person. And if you want to explain what happened at the banquet to His Majesty, then you should first show your face in front of all the lords during the Imperial Conference. They will more or less be of some help to you." Thales was silent for a long while before he forced out a sentence with great difficulty. "Thank you, teacher, for all of this." Gilbert smiled in a gratified manner. He waved his hand. "It is my duty. It is not worth mentioning." Thales felt complicated. He wanted to end the conversation and leave as soon as possible, but he could not help but blurt out, "But you know, Gilbert, my actions today have consequences." Gilbert paused for a moment. "No, listen to me, Your Highness." The Foreign Affairs Minister took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Prince Thales yearns for freedom. He rebelled against the engagement and pursued true love, which is why he barged into the Forbidden Palace and interrupted the Imperial Conference. This is probably a classic love story that people are happy to see. It is romantic and bold, and it echoes with your experiences in Northland." He looked at Thales seriously. Everyone will understand." Thales frowned. "But this is not what I wanted to say." Gilbert chuckled and raised his hand to stop him from speaking. "But I do not suggest using the Lady of Blazing Blood as a cover. It will leave a bad impression, especially after she led the Northlanders to a great victory." Thales frowned even more. "Gilbert, you know that my wanton attempt to force the abdication of the throne is tantamount to treason." "Your Highness." Gilbert, who had always been gentle, suddenly raised his voice and interrupted him. This surprised Thales a little. Gilbert took a few deep breaths, and with great difficulty, his twisted face relaxed. "I must admit that I was negligent just now." Gilbert forced a smile. "It has been 6 years. Regardless of whether it is you, me, Eternal Star City, or even His Majesty, we have to go through a process of getting used to each other again. We should not be too hasty." "But—" Gilbert stared at him with eagerness and anticipation. "Since you and His Majesty have cleared up the misunderstanding, then the biggest problem is solved, is it not?" Thales stared back at him in a daze. He did not know how to answer. As for everything else, such as getting used to each other, we in the entire kingdom can take our time. Take our time. Unknowingly, there was a hint of a pleading look in Gilbert's eyes. Just like in the past. This made Thales feel even more unfamiliar. He also felt guilty. What if it is not? Thales heard his own voice echoing in the palace. "If I barge into the palace, it was not just because I felt wronged." He could not lie to him. What if His Majesty and I did not clear up the misunderstanding? He could not pretend that everything was fine as Gilbert wished. What if we cannot go back to the past? Gilbert became silent, and his eagerness disappeared along with it. "Your Highness," the Foreign Affairs Minister sucked in a deep breath, as if he wanted to use this action to muster up his courage. "What happened?" Thales forced a smile. "Let me put it this way. My conversation with him did not go well." Gilbert did not answer immediately. He sized up Thales, and there were a few times when he wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words. "No, I mean," after hesitating for a long time, Gilbert's voice trembled a little. "What happened to you, Your Highness?" Thales looked back at him and maintained a smile. "What? Something is wrong with you." Gilbert shook his head and stared at Thales with an incredibly complicated gaze. "Compared to this morning, you are like a completely different person. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would even suspect that you have been impersonated." "Perhaps you are right," Thales thought in his heart. "What happened to you after you left the palace?" Thales was silent for a while before he answered truthfully. "I went to Lower City District." Gilbert was stunned. "Lower City District? But that is not where you—" "Yes." Gilbert was silent for a while before he said, "You are rash, Your Highness. You must know that you have a noble status, and your every move is—" But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Thales' vague and absent-minded answer. "I am afraid of him." Gilbert was taken aback. "What?" Thales looked at him and smiled. He then turned his head around to look at the end of the long and dark corridor. When I was still abroad, even though my life and wealth were in someone else's hands, and I was in a precarious situation, I was never afraid of the sinister vampires, the powerful born kings, or the ruthless Chapman Lampard. Yes, most of the time, I was not afraid. But when I returned to the kingdom, I saw him. Him. Thales stared at the darkness at the end of the corridor, and his mind gradually wandered off. Gilbert furrowed his brows. When I was in the same room with him, I always felt like an idiot and a coward. I could not help but try to figure out the meaning behind his actions and guess the meaning behind his words. I was paranoid and uneasy. The prince snorted softly. Yes, I know this sounds ridiculous, but yes, I am afraid of him. Thales turned his head around and looked straight at Gilbert. His words were pained and sincere. But tell me, Gilbert, why would I be afraid of him? Gilbert only stared at Thales in a daze. He did not know what to do. It was completely different from the cunning fox of Constellation's usual confidence and composure. Yes, he is the supreme king of Constellation, but is he more cunning than the vampire, more powerful than King Nuven, and more ruthless than King Chapman? Is he more difficult to guard against than Shadow Shield, which he thinks about every day? Thales' gaze was sharp, and he spoke faster without realizing it. Is he more sinister, ruthless, fatal, and terrifying than the countless jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards who wanted to harm me along the way? Gilbert found it difficult to understand this question. His lips opened and closed in disbelief. But he is your father, your highness. Thales smiled. Did you know? In Lower City District, I met a boss who ran a decent business. He was absent-minded and pretended to be polite when he faced a tall, strong, and fierce police officer. Thales said absent-mindedly. But when he faced a gangster who could not see the light of day, he trembled in fear and panicked. In the same place, there was an ordinary girl who resolutely rejected the rich man's promise of a luxurious life. She would rather continue to stay by her mediocre, useless, petty, and cowardly husband. She lived her mediocre life, and there was nothing special about her. It was very puzzling. Thales' voice drifted. And in my hometown, there is a ruthless gangster who is unfortunately disabled. He hid in a small, run-down house and struggled to survive. He gave up on himself, but he rejected the help of his friends in the gang. He would rather die than return to the Brotherhood, which had once given him a glorious and imposing presence. As he listened to these words, Gilbert became puzzled again. Just like you, I do not understand these things. Thales stared at Gilbert and became determined. But in the end, I understood. The police officer's authority was not small, but the young owner was able to remain safe and sound after doing business on the streets for so long. He did not rely on the lazy police station, but on the relationship and tacit understanding he formed with the gangsters who bullied and dominated the market over a long period of time. It is good that the rich man gave her a luxurious life, but if it did not change the girl's fate of belonging to someone else, then I am not much better than her husband. At the very least, she understood her good-for-nothing husband and knew how to deal with him. As for the ruthless gangster, even though he sounded full of resentment, he knew better than anyone else that his glory in the past was obtained with a body that could fight and fight. If he lost this body and returned to the gang, he would only be asking to be humiliated. Thales took a step forward and looked straight into Gilbert's eyes. Between what they can do and what they cannot do, they all understand what is truly in control of themselves. Gilbert subconsciously took a step back. So, I think it is about time for me to understand as well. Thales stood in the deep and cold corridor of Renaissance Palace and spoke airily. Just what is controlling me? And what can I control? Perhaps you are right, Your Majesty. In Ballard Room, Thales lowered his head slightly. Perhaps I can wait quietly until that day comes. After that, I will no longer have any restraints or worries. Thales subconsciously tightened his tone and spoke faster. At that time, I will sit on the throne and have great power in my hands. Whether I want to grant amnesty to the kingdom or ease conflicts, I can do whatever I want. I can carry out my will and achieve everything you rejected me for today. King Kessel stared at him quietly. Thales stared at the darkness outside the window. His gaze was empty. Just like what many smart people have said, if you do not like this system, then join it, influence it, build it, and finally change it from the inside. In the next second, Thales' gaze refocused. But we all know that is just the most despicable and shameless lie. At the end of the long table, the Iron Hand King's eyebrows twitched. Thales stared at the king firmly. Just like how you are unwilling to compromise with the nobles, no matter what, even the slightest bit, even if it actually helps you in the short term. Join it, change it, such bullsh asterisk T is how it deceives and bewitches you in the first place. It restricts your freedom, collapses your resistance, takes away your weapons, softens your will, and eventually frustrates all your efforts. Thales' tone became more resolute and unquestionable. If you believe it, you lose. Because once you compromise and drift along, the first to be changed will be you, not it. Thales stared at the king and enunciated each word clearly. Because you're just one person, one person. King Kessel stared at the prince silently. Expressionless, he suddenly spoke. It? The king snorted coldly. Where is it? Thales stared at the king as if the most terrifying beast was hidden in the king's eyes. Then look around, your majesty. Thales spread his hands and asked with a chuckle. Where is it not? The lights flickered. The night breeze blew gently. The two faced each other in silence. Ballard Room seemed to be the same as usual. Nothing had changed. King Kessel did not look back, but he frowned deeply. But Thales did not notice his reaction. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and continued to speak. 6 years ago at Broken Dragon Fortress, that was the first time I saw the Archduke of Black Sand region. Thales gradually became lost in thought, as if he had returned to that winter 6 years ago, as expected of an ambitious and ruthless man of his generation. His vision was broad, his bearing extraordinary, and he could command the loyalty of countless heroes. The teenager paused and snorted softly. To be honest, he was much more charming than you. King Kessel's expression did not change. Thales became serious again. Half a year ago in Dragon Cloud City, I saw him again, Chapman Lampard. Thales' expression changed. But guess what I saw this time? As usual, King Kessel did not respond. I saw the common-elected king of Ekstedt, the kinslayer, Chapman the First. Thales continued to speak, his gaze becoming more and more solemn. I saw him sitting in King Nuven's seat, starting to think, play chess, and set up plans like King Nuven. He began to enjoy the same pleasure as his uncle, entering the same perspective as him, walking the same path as him, encountering the same troubles as him, and falling into the same vicious cycle as him. The chains that once bound King Nuven were also slowly binding him. He was already panting and sweating profusely. Thales widened his eyes, as if he was watching the most incredible drama. King Chapman thought that he had successfully overthrown King Nuven and destroyed the latter completely by staking everything on his king-killing bid. At this point, Thales' eyes dimmed. Physically, yes, but spiritually, in terms of values, in a larger sense, Thales gritted his teeth. He did not. The teenager looked up abruptly and met the Iron Hand King's eyes, because he had no choice but to be ruled by the values of the born king. He was imprisoned by his vision, oppressed by his methods and habits, and occupied by his way of thinking. He was haunted by Nuven's soul day and night, thinking what Nuven thought, doing what Nuven did. He was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself, until he became Nuven's slave for all eternity, just like how Nuven became the slave of the kings who preceded him when he was alive. At that moment, Thales suddenly thought of the Black Prophet in the kingdom's secret intelligence department. He sat on the wheelchair made of those demonic vines, relying on them to sustain his life, but was also firmly bound by them, unable to leave. 6 years, only 6 years. Thales' gaze was filled with rare sorrow and fear. I was surprised and saddened. King Nuven, who had been dead for a long time, only used 6 years to devour his nephew, the former Chapman Lampard, from the inside out, from head to toe. Not a single bit left. King Kessel still did not say a word, but his gaze was extremely serious. Among all the people I have met, Chapman is already a top-notch hero. Thales exhaled and was filled with emotion. Ever since the night of Dragon's Blood, he was clear that his enemy was not Nuven, but the things that once held Nuven back and defeated him. Enemies that were bigger, higher, and more terrifying. He killed King Nuven not for revenge or profit, but to prevent another Nuven from appearing. Thales' gaze darkened as he recalled the meeting between him and King Chapman in the carriage. Thales, you know better than anyone that after 6 years, the ideal Extet is getting further and further away from me. Until he became Nuven's successor, wore the crown, sat on the throne, and replaced him as the second-born king. He sensed it and struggled with all his might, but the results were minimal. He was powerless. King Kessel snorted coldly. Thales snapped out of his daze and snickered, but his words were sad and helpless. Don't misunderstand, Chapman Lampard is still dangerous and terrifying. But from what I can see, this man no longer has much that truly belongs to him. Thales stared at his plate with a complicated expression, watching the spoon sink into the soup. Since he had to compromise with reality and the rules, and bow to the joint ruling pledge. Since he temporarily gave up on his great idea. Then he was collared again. Thales said faintly, and became another Nuven VII. King Kessel fell in a deep thought and did not speak. On both sides of the long table, the king and the prince stood facing each other quietly. At this moment, Ballard Room was extremely quiet. Even the wind was no longer noisy, as if this scene could not be disturbed. Until Thales took a deep breath and looked at the Iron Hand King seriously again. In Constellation, I could not stand your methods and did not accept your will. Of course, I could lie low and endure it, plow slowly, seize power, and wait for the ascension. This may be a method that is more recognized and praised by others, a method that will be praised by history books in future generations, just like the last 2 months. But Thales changed the topic and hesitated. But after that scene at the banquet, I am afraid. King Kessel scoffed. Afraid? Thales took a deep breath, nodded, and said, I am afraid that in my repeated acquiescence and concessions, in the silence of I actually disagree, but I won't say anything, I will gradually get used to it, slowly become numb, and compromise with it. He said dejectedly, I'm afraid that I'll get used to your cruelty in destroying countless families without batting an eyelid. I'll get used to your indifference in the face of despair and pleas for help. I'll pay the price for today's punishment. In the future, when I meet the next anchor viral and the next injustice, I'll start to hesitate and hesitate. Thales' voice trembled. I am afraid that one day, I will be unaware of everything, calm, and finally lose myself and accept the status quo. King Kessel's gaze slowly changed. I am afraid that the moment I sit on the throne and wear the crown, I will sit back and watch others die for me without any burden, hesitation, and with a clear conscience. And not only will I get used to it, I will feel that it is only right and even worse. As long as someone is unwilling to sacrifice for me, unwilling to die for King Thales, I will be dissatisfied and angry. I will think that they do not love me, do not love their country, that they betray me, or even commit treason. Thales looked straight into King Kessel's eyes, as if trying to see through all the defenses behind it. I am afraid that I will become so weak that I will not even recognize myself. I will no longer be Thales Jadestar, but an empty shell occupied by the king of Constellation. Thales' tone calmed down, leaving only emptiness and exhaustion. That scares me more than death, than failure, than being crippled and disgraced. His voice faded. Ballard Room returned to its dead silence. But this time, the surrounding lights seemed brighter. A few seconds later, King Kessel raised his head slightly, and his gaze fell on the portrait of wise minister Halva on the wall. It seems that you have made your choice a long time ago, he said faintly. Thales snorted softly. I will not play by your rules, he said firmly, nor will I play by their rules. Thales raised his head, his gaze solemn and firm. I will not become the next Chapman Lampard or the next Kessel Jadestar. Thales paused for a moment. Just like how my blood has never and will never shine with golden light. Kessel V lowered his head and looked at the prince seriously and sternly. To hell with the legend and the throne. Thales clenched his teeth, clenched his fist, and hit his chest hard. My blood, from the beginning to the end, has always been bright red. My red. King Kessel sneered. The air in Ballard Room seemed to flow again. Thales Jadestar. He called Thales' name softly. Are you really prepared to become the king's enemy? Thales laughed when he heard that. You are old, your majesty. I asked this question 6 years ago. Kessel's gaze moved slightly. In the next second, Thales' expression turned serious, and he spoke decisively. Fate, you have long prepared for me. Chapter 6:27. Control. Gilbert's gaze changed several times, but his rich experience allowed him to maintain his gentle and calm tone. Forgive me for being dull, but I do not understand what you mean. Thales gave him a profound look. No, Gilbert. Thales smiled. You are the smartest person in the palace. You are so smart that you know when to be dull. The dim light in the corridor made Gilbert's expression turn as dark as still water. You know very well that from the moment you brought me into Mindy's hall, everything I have and have achieved, be it using the name of the prince to make the Archduke of Northland listen to me patiently, using the interests of the city to make Dragoncloud City hesitate in taking action, using my status to make a small group of people willingly obey my orders, and also my painstaking efforts to prevent conflicts, avert war, and help my friends. Thales' smile gradually froze. At the end of the day, all of these originate from him. Gilbert was stunned. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Thales continued. It also originates from what he represents. The kingdom, the system, the tradition, everything. This is why I'm not afraid of Nuven, Chapman, and Shadow Shield. But I am wary of him. I am afraid of him. Thales sucked in a deep breath. Because without him, without the things he gave me, I could only return to my original form and become that lonely and weak child beggar in the abandoned house in Lower City District. Thales clenched his fists. He remembered that night in Heroic Spirit Palace, Asda's direct question to him in the room of Heroic Spirit Palace. The prince said laboriously, I am nothing. I am nothing. I know that King Kessel has always been domineering. Gilbert tried his best to find a way to interject and comfort Thales. His demands on you are too strict, which cause you to distance yourself from him and even fear him. Strict? Thales repeated the word, snorted coldly, and shook his head. King Nuven forced me, King Chapman used me, and Shadow Shield hurt me. But they had to first raise their swords and resort to the most direct and brutal methods. But he is the only one. He is the only one. What he controls me with is not a certain saber, not a certain order, not a certain threat, and not even a clear hierarchy, interest relationship, or power chain. Thales slowly turned around and faced the shadows in the corridor where the light could not reach. His words were bitter. Instead, it's a towering net. It's called Constellation or This Damned World. Gilbert shuddered and blurted out, Your Highness. But Thales raised his hand abruptly and stopped his teacher from speaking. And he is right at the top of the net. He doesn't need to say anything, do anything, or even show up. The existence and weight of the net itself, and the impenetrable structure of the net, are enough to make me lower my head and stagger. Thales was in a daze. Until I was bound by the countless threads in the net and became him, or whatever it wanted me to be. I understand. Gilbert could no longer hold back and anxiously rushed to speak. I understand, Your Highness. However, you are father and son after all. You are his heir, and you stand on the same side. As long as you resolve the conflict and misunderstanding, untie. Thales raised his voice and turned around. He stared at the Foreign Affairs Minister, and a cold smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Gilbert, you're a diplomat. You can untie a knot and a misunderstanding. You can untie the grudge between two people and the conflict between two groups. You can even untie the predicament of war between two countries. But how are you going to untie a net? Gilbert's gaze froze. If the owner of the pharmacy had a good relationship with the gang, he might have been able to pay less protection fees. Thales took a step towards Gilbert, and he was rather aggressive. But Gilbert, answer me. How is he going to get out of that net? That cruel net that he is so used to, that he has become numb to, that one-sidedly emphasizes that a person cannot seek freedom and security at the same time, and that he must give up on one of them, thereby justifying violence, exploitation, and oppression. Cold wind seeped in through the cracks, and it was bone-chilling. Gilbert did not react. He stared at Thales in disbelief. That good girl might be able to find a so-called good man like me and live happily ever after. Thales glared at his teacher. He had to get the answer, no matter the cost. But Count Casso, answer me. How is she going to get out of this net? That unjust net that she has long seen through, but can do nothing about. That women are designed and trained to rely on and submit to another person, and that they can only exchange their skirts for bread, or else they will be punished and unable to move an inch. The lights in the corridor flickered, and ghostly shadows moved about. As he stared at the prince in front of him, Gilbert's right hand trembled. He subconsciously leaned against his cane, and his breathing quickened. As for that crippled, ruthless character, perhaps his old friends in the gang can help to provide for his living expenses. Thales gritted his teeth, and his tone was indignant. But Foreign Affairs Minister, please answer me. How is he going to get out of this net? That twisted net that he has lived in for a long time without smelling its stench, that keeps repeating that the strong and the weak determine their gains, that those who fall behind will be beaten, and that logic is full of loopholes, but it is rarely questioned? The stone wall in the palace quietly listened to Thales' questioning. As usual, it was silent and did not speak. Gilbert's chest rose and fell. He looked back at Thales in a daze. Answer me, respected teacher. Answer me. Thales raised his voice. Use all your knowledge and attainments in history, politics, grammar, and philosophy to answer me. How are you going to get out of this net? The echo spread out in the dark and empty corridor, like a tiny pebble thrown into a bottomless, pitch-black abyss. Your Highness, Gilbert was worried and anxious. I do not understand what you are talking about, and us, but Thales interrupted him. Last night, the prince stared at the Foreign Affairs Minister. The Duke of Starlake, Prince Thales, stood at the highest point of Mindy's hall, but I still felt helpless and helpless. I swayed, but I was not even allowed to take a step back, turn around, and give up, because the net that belonged to me had already bound me tightly, and it was airtight. When he heard these words, Gilbert's expression became gloomy. In that net, I could only watch two living people fight to the death for a ridiculous reason in front of me. I could do nothing but watch my subordinates die, because this was in line with my standpoint, in line with the interests of the kingdom, and in line with the best ending. The scene from the banquet flashed before Thales' eyes. And if I put up even the slightest resistance and try to tear it apart, just like what I did last night, when I appealed to my humanity instead of my own interests and tested the boundaries of betrayal, I would immediately attract this net's merciless punishment and counterattack. It would either force me to lower my head and become an obedient prince again, or it would completely eliminate me and turn me into a legend in history. Legend and throne. Legend or throne. Those were all his choices. Gilbert, can you feel it? Thales felt anguish in his heart. Can you feel this net that is untraceable but everywhere in our lives, and yet it is filled with so much despair that it makes it hard for us to breathe? It is so unstoppable and difficult to detect that even the strongest, smartest, and cleverest person I have ever met would unknowingly become its most loyal and obedient slave. Gilbert did not say a word and sank into bitter contemplation. This, Gilbert, is the thing that has always terrified me. Thales took a deep breath and took 2 steps back. He rubbed the side of his forehead forcefully. Just as Zayn said, when I returned to Constellation, what I received was not just the protection of the kingdom. It was also the shadow of the throne. Both of them sank into silence. After what felt like a century, Gilbert heaved a long sigh. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes became obvious. "I understand, Thales." He spoke carefully, as though he was comforting an injured little beast. "I understand that the title of Prince of Constellation is not an easy one. It is the same for the Duke of Star Lake and the heir to the throne. You do not only have to bear the burden of your own life, you also have to bear the future of the entire kingdom, but you have already done very well. I also know that our kingdom is very complicated. It is not perfect, but flawed. Sometimes it is even vile. We can only try our best to make up for and correct it as much as possible. And this requires your wisdom. But before that, you must have great power and a high position. Only then will you have the right and the conditions to discuss a solution." Thales pursed his lips tightly and shook his head. No, he does not understand. Just like the others. Gilbert's words were filled with hope as he continued to speak. "But I swear on my reputation and responsibility that I will try my best. What happened today will not happen again. I will advise His Majesty, and he will give you more time, more freedom, more leeway, more—" "I have seen it, Gilbert." Thales' voice was deep as he interrupted Gilbert. "I saw how you walked on thin ice carefully during the Imperial Conference. You tried to strike a balance between the king and the prime minister, between finance and military affairs, between gentleness and radicalism, and between humanity and interests." Gilbert was stunned. Thales smiled mockingly. "Even as a member of the king's party, you do not agree with the king. At the very least, you do not approve of his methods of doing things. He is radical, domineering, and unreasonable. He incites resentment everywhere. He is completely unlike Prince Midier from the past." Gilbert's expression was slightly tense. "No, Your Highness, you are making a forceful assumption." Thales shook his head, but his gaze was firm. "But there is nothing you can do. Because of you, Gilbert Casso, the creator of the Fortress Treaty, the cunning fox of the Western Peninsula who once went north alone and forced back an army of 100,000 tigers and wolves. Because you are the same as me. You are also trapped in this net that reaches the sky. You are controlled by it, and you are powerless to fight back." The Foreign Affairs Minister was stunned. "You have already used up all your wisdom and all your strength just to ensure that you have a seat in the Imperial Conference, just to protect yourself from falling off the scales that are biased against you, and just to ensure that you're not assimilated by it." Thales stared at him, extended his hands, and grasped Gilbert's shoulders tightly. "You do not have a single ounce of strength left for yourself, for the ideals and ambitions you once had." Gilbert's eyebrows trembled slightly. Thales clenched his fist slowly and said through gritted teeth, "That is why when you first discovered me 6 years ago and discovered that there might be another candidate for the King of Constellation, you were extremely excited, as if you had found a treasure. You worked hard and were willing to be my subordinate, and you did so many things for me. Because you were counting on me to one day replace him." At that moment, Gilbert raised his head swiftly. The shock in his eyes could not be any greater. Thales revealed a smile. "Am I not?" Silence, suffocating silence, lasted for a whole 3 seconds. In the next moment, Gilbert reacted. In his shock, he instinctively retreated and broke free from Thales' grip. Thales stared at him. He raised his hands horizontally, but there was only emptiness in his palms. Gilbert stared at the student in front of him in shock, as if he did not know this teenager anymore. "You should be happy, teacher, because I will be." Thales put away the disappointment in his heart and lowered his head to look at his empty palms. The scar on them became even more obvious. From now on, Gilbert's expression changed abruptly. Your Highness?" He seemed to have realized something. He quickly went forward and wrapped his arm around Thales' shoulder again. "What are you talking about? What do you want to do?" Thales smiled. "Gilbert, do you know why I was able to walk out unscathed after committing such a treacherous act? Do you know what's the most interesting thing about this snare we're in?" Thales faced Gilbert's shocked gaze and felt the heaviness on his shoulders. He looked behind him at the dark corridor that led to Ballard Room. That is, in this kingdom, the one who is bound even tighter, deeper, heavier, and more powerless to free himself is neither me nor you. The teenager's smile remained, and his gaze was cold. There is someone else. How can I trust you? In Ballard Room, King Kessel began to eat again. His voice rose faintly. It was not as sharp as before, but there was a hint of coldness in it. How do I know that what you said is true? Across the discussion table, Fales was expressionless as he quietly listened to Gilbert's words. How do I know that you really want to be used by me and not secretly strengthen yourself, accumulate fame, and gather support? How do I know that I am not nurturing a tiger and making you a threat that has never been there before? How do I know that you will not benefit from the chaos, take advantage of the situation, and turn against me in the end? In the next second, King Kessel's words were cold and murderous. Replace me? At that moment, the narrow secret room seemed to have become even narrower. There was no more space for him to move about. Thale sneered. He found it extremely absurd. I have already said it, and you are still worried about this? The king picked up a piece of meat with his fork and narrowed his eyes. If you can deceive a duke like Fagin has, you can naturally deceive me. And how are you going to win my trust and ensure that you will fulfill your duty and become my sharpest longsword, my most loyal pawn, and my most trusted trump card? Thales was silent for a while. At that moment, he finally realized that he was sitting in the same room as King Kessel. It was just like what he had used to threaten the Black Prophet in the Secret Intelligence Department. He faced the Iron Hand King alone, face to face, king against king, Jadestar against Jadestar. How much had he sacrificed for this moment? How much would he lose? Finally, the teenager took a deep breath and stared at the king. First of all, no matter what my intentions are, facts speak louder than words. The process and reality cannot be deceived. Your power and interests will visibly expand and grow through our cooperation. For example, this time, I will persuade the dukes of Western Desert to reduce their soldiers and pay taxes to support the expansion of the regular army. King Kessel did not answer, but Thales, who had crossed swords with him many times, gradually understood that this was the best answer. Second, if you are worried that I will go down this path until the end, that I am really in cahoots with the disobedient, and that I will defect to the enemy, Thales' tone was calm as he spoke slowly. I believe that you know why I made this proposal and embarked on this path. To fight with you on the battlefield, to fight with blood, to the extent that the kingdom is destroyed and countless sacrifices are contrary to my original intentions. This is the situation I do not want to see the most. King Kessel snorted, his emotions indecipherable. Third, as you said, there is a price for me to take this step. Thales' gaze did not waver. If I still want to return to Renaissance Palace, walk into the base camp of the king's partisans who regard me as their enemy, wear the crown and inherit the throne safely, peacefully, gracefully, and without bloodshed, and ensure that my head is on my shoulder, then I will have to count on your endorsement and acknowledgement at the last moment. Only by bowing down with the king can I not be pelted with eggs by the audience below the stage. This time, King Kessel frowned slightly and was silent for a long time. The Iron Hand King's gaze shifted. But if you do not openly betray us and slaughter the people, instead, imitate your dearest friend in the north, plot in secret, and strike a sudden blow, his friend in the north. Thales frowned when he thought of Lampard's old sword and King Nuvan's head that rolled on the ground. Someone as experienced as you is also afraid of assassins? Thales said sarcastically. King Kessel's knife and fork froze in the air. You know, Yodel is no longer here. The king resumed eating. His voice was as usual, as if he did not care. Now you want to take my head? There is still time. Yodel is no longer here. Thales' heart sank. Another day. The prince looked at the food in front of him that had long since turned cold. He said flatly, "This spoon doesn't fit me." King Kessel sneered as well. Even if you're really blinded by lard right now and sincerely want to do so, the king said slowly, But how can you guarantee that once the situation changes in the future and things change with the passage of time, you will still abide by your promise? Remember the agreement. Overcome all obstacles for me and punish the evil. Overcome all obstacles for me, punish the evil. Thales sneered in his heart. I don't know. The teenager did not show any weakness and retorted decisively. I can't guarantee things that haven't happened yet, and I don't want to say some pretty words about not changing my original intentions. King Kessel frowned, until Thales' tone changed. But depends on you. The king's gaze shifted. What? Just like me, there's a price for taking this step. Thales leaned forward and said threateningly, if you don't want to be detested and betrayed by me one day, if you don't want to be forced to launch a civil war against my unfilial son one day, if you don't want me to do everything I can to mobilize the heroes of the kingdom to fight against you, then you'd better go on stage with me, cooperate with the performance, and take a curtain call together. King Kessel listened quietly. Don't be a stage bully. Don't cut corners. Don't tamper with the script. And don't even have ulterior motives to frame each other. As long as you don't get out of the car first, I will behave myself and overcome all obstacles for you. Just like how I don't go back on my word halfway, you will abide by the rules and give me the throne at the end. The king's eyebrows twitched. What you want to say is, the essence of politics is the binding of interests. Thales said coldly, I think we both admit that this cooperation is just taking what we need, and it is destined not to be smooth sailing, my dear sincerity. In the next second, Thales' gaze turned cold, and his tone was stern, but we understand each other's nature better. No matter who goes back on their word and betrays first, no matter who turns hostile first, the other party can make him pay an unimaginable price. Studying Thales' expression, the corners of the king's mouth slowly curled up. On this chariot we are tied together, Thales said with certainty. We are each other's guarantors. This time, Ballard Room was quiet for a long time. Just when Thales thought the everlasting lamp was about to be extinguished, the king's deep voice finally rang. Not enough. Thales' eyebrows twitched. Across the long table, the Iron Hand King pushed away the plates and cutlery. You want to become the king's enemy? For the first time, Kessel Jadestar, who had always been cold and stern, raised his head and showed the teenager a bright, indifferent, and even somewhat mocking smile that the latter had never seen before. Words alone are no proof. End of this chapter. Chapter 628. But His Majesty is not your enemy. In the palace corridor, Gilbert turned pale with fright. He is your father. You can't be his enemy. You can't. Thales snorted with a smile. Can I? Gilbert put away his shocked expression and tried his best to calm down. Listen, Your Highness, I have indeed been looking forward to you, trusting you, and being loyal to you, but that is not my original intention. What else could it be? Thales said sarcastically. You want me to be a prince so that I can be a mascot in Mindy's Hall? Gilbert frowned and became more anxious. No, Your Highness, you should be the future that everyone looks forward to. Everyone, that's what you've been doing all this time. Everything should have happened naturally, and everything should have happened naturally. But Thales only stared quietly at Gilbert's hand on his shoulder. Could it be that all of this was not natural, a situation where the conditions were right? Teacher, you are the heir to the throne. Of course, I understand that you feel suffocated and are dissatisfied with the current situation, but you should at least wait until the day I am successfully crowned, Thales said flatly. Gilbert hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and nodded. Of course, when that time comes, I will do my best to assist you, no matter how difficult it is, no matter how many sacrifices I have to make, I swear. Me, Sodder, Kirker, Kinney, Guy, and many other knowledgeable people in the kingdom, we will all help you, but before that, help me? Thales interrupted him coldly. Just like how you used to help me. Gilbert paused for a moment. Thales raised his right hand and slowly, but unquestionably pushed Gilbert's palm away. 6 years ago, I asked you to search for my friends in Lower City District. I asked you to help me find them, save them, and help me. Gilbert was stunned for a moment before he said dejectedly, "Your Highness, I failed you in this matter. I cannot absolve myself from the blame. I just returned from the kingdom's secret intelligence department," Thales said flatly. "Do you know, I realize that they are not as you said, refusing to help me because they hate me. In fact, the secret intelligence department is very interested in searching for my childhood playmates." Gilbert's expression changed slightly. "Your Highness, the secret intelligence department has never been on good terms with you." But Thales interrupted him and continued on his own. "They also told me that over the past few years, Gilbert, you used your connections and reputation to find the chief garrison officer. You mobilized the city hall and the police station, gathered the teams of police officers and tax officers, and launched a few large-scale sweeps in Lower City District and Western District just to help me find someone." The teenager looked into his teacher's eyes seriously. "I am grateful, Gilbert." Gilbert was stunned and did not know how to reply. "Until the Secret Intelligence Department told me more." Thales was expressionless. "For the past few years, the town hall and the police department have been attacking in such a high-profile manner. They directly intervened in the dogfight between the Blackstreet Brotherhood and the Blood Bottle Gang. They chase away the tramps, disperse the beggars, and let the powerless people at the bottom suffer. They check the vendors and close the shops, leaving the pitiful, honest people with no way to survive. They hunted down petty thieves and extorted local gangs, but let the real scumbags escape. They caught a few typical criminals and used them as political achievements to appease the people, but they turned a blind eye to the more serious oppression and exploitation. They acted hastily and in a grand manner, but it just so happened that the forces of power hiding in the sewers were scattered." Thales stared at him carefully. They were violent and callous, arrogant and conceited. They were like people sweeping the ground with an iron plow. What they cared about was movement, not tidiness. And after they left, the already chaotic Lower City District became even worse. When Gilbert heard this, he hesitated. "Your Highness, I did not know. I am sorry. If I had known that the chief garrison officer and the others..." But Thales did not allow him to finish. "The most important thing is their actions almost irrevocably destroyed all the clues." The prince raised his voice. "From the abandoned houses to Red Street Market, everyone, things, places, and things have changed beyond recognition. Now, if we want to follow the clues to find those child beggars, it is almost impossible." Thales carefully observed Gilbert's reaction. "It's as if someone did it on purpose, just to stop me from finding them." At that moment, the Foreign Affairs Minister's expression changed abruptly. "Is that so?" the teenager said softly in the dark palace corridor. "Gilbert, when you asked for help from the police, was what the Secret Intelligence Department told me the truth?" The Foreign Affairs Minister did not answer. Only Gilbert's steady breathing filled the air. The silence lasted for a long time. Thales shook his head and continued to speak. "6 years ago, when I asked you to find them, you told me that I could not, because it was for the sake of secrecy. I became a prince during the national conference, but you still told me that I could not, because it was for their safety. Then, when I went to Northland, you wrote that you were working on it, but the progress was slow, because it was not to be noticed by those with ulterior motives. Then, when I returned to my country, you told me that you could not find them, and advised me not to look for them, because you cannot go back." Thales faced his teacher calmly, as if he was telling someone else's story. There was no answer. What answered him was still an embarrassing silence. Thales raised his head and chuckled. "The Secret Intelligence Department said that it has been 6 years, but you still could not find them, because you did not want to find them at all." Thales said softly, "Or should I say, the Secret Intelligence Department is lying?" But Gilbert only lowered his head, and his expression could not be read. This time, the silence lasted for a long time. "Forget it, Gilbert. No matter whether the Secret Intelligence Department lied, or how many lies they told, it is no longer important, no longer important." The teenager turned his head and said absent-mindedly. At this moment, Gilbert suddenly opened his mouth. "The Secret Intelligence Department did not tell you anything, right?" You only wanted to test my reaction, just like how you tested the Duke of Iris Flowers. Thales sighed. The cunning fox of Constellation. Yes. Thales' gaze was desolate. The Secret Intelligence Department was wary of me, so they did not tell me anything. What I know is what I deduced from what I saw and heard when I revisited the old places in Lower City District and Western District. Gilbert closed his eyes. Thales and Gilbert did not speak in the corridor. Both of them just looked away in tacit agreement. After an unknown amount of time, Gilbert finally spoke. I am sorry. His tone was exhausted, and his words were the same. But you could not find them. Thales let out a long sigh with pain and relief. The two of them sank into silence again. I tried to convince myself before, Gilbert. Thales faced the darkness in the corridor. His tone was normal, even gentle and friendly, as if he was chatting with an old friend. Really, I tried. I tried hard to convince myself that even though Gilbert Casso was known as the cunning fox, he was, after all, in a high position. He did not know the ways of Lower City District. He did not know that he would not intentionally destroy the clues, and he would not intentionally stop me from searching for them. That was why I used the simplest and crudest method in the world. And he was my teacher, one of the people I trusted the most in the world. I should not and could not doubt him. I told myself that as long as you told me that you did not do that, I would believe you. Thales' eyes were lifeless. I've tried. When Gilbert heard this, he raised his head and spoke with great difficulty. Your Highness, why? Gilbert was silent for a while before he spoke in a haggard manner. During the bloody year, His Majesty was crowned in a hurry. He was surrounded by enemies, and his throne was unstable. Renaissance Palace had no choice but to take the unorthodox path and carry out the subjugation crusade again. Murat Hansen was also a close friend of the late king for many years. He had a lot of experience, so the kingdom's secret intelligence department was highly trusted. They could make arbitrary decisions and act outside the law. In the beginning, this was very effective. It was simple, crude, clean, and direct. But as time passed, it allowed His Majesty to advance rashly and blurred the boundaries of the Secret Intelligence Department's authority. Thales frowned. They have His Majesty's support now. But what if you succeed the throne and are crowned? As you can imagine, in order to maintain their power, the officials of the Secret Intelligence Department will definitely think of ways to restrain you at all costs, and your past and family background are the most criticized weaknesses. Your old acquaintance is exactly what the Secret Intelligence Department wants to use against you, but they can't. But you are also the future of Constellation, the hope of reforming the politics of the court. I can't let the Black Prophet or anyone else who harbors ill intentions control you. Not even a little bit. Gilbert looked at Thales with gloomy eyes. That is why you cannot find them. You cannot, even if you find them before the Secret Intelligence Department does. Their clues should be buried forever, and no one will know. The Foreign Affairs Minister's voice faded away. Even the everlasting lamp in the corridor became much dimmer. So, Gilbert, you lied to me, Thales said in a daze. From the beginning. At that moment, Gilbert's face turned pale. But Thales still gave him a comforting smile. It's all right, Gilbert, I understand, Thales said tiredly. But now, can you feel the weight and thickness of this net? Your subconscious obedience to it, its silent control over you, its influence on me, and my wariness towards it, all of these are ranked far ahead of our sincerity. Gilbert's expression was bitter. He gulped. Thales stared at the shadows in the corridor in a daze. Just like how a student faces his teacher, an employee faces his boss, a wife faces her husband, and a subject faces his king, if they stand on an unequal scale from the beginning and stay in unclean waters, then their relationship will not just be decided by each other. When we are shrouded in an established power structure, Gilbert, when you have no choice but to use all your strength to prevent yourself from being thrown off by the skewed scales, when you're shackled from head to toe, when you're only left with the choice of adapt or be destroyed, when you are shackled from head to toe. Before you realize it, you have completely lost the right to choose freely. Unless you reject it, jump out of it, and surpass it, defeat it, Gilbert's breathing quickened. "No, Your Highness, I do not understand." Gilbert's voice was very soft, and he mumbled almost subconsciously. "All of this is for my own good?" Thales gently took over the conversation. The Foreign Affairs Minister did not answer. Thales exhaled with a smile. "Gilbert, have you ever thought about why Waya is always unwilling to mention you, even though we are father and son?" When he heard his son's name, Gilbert shuddered a little. "I have never asked him the specific reason, but I think I know the deeper reason." Thales gradually became absent-minded, and his thoughts drifted to Northland. "Perhaps, Gilbert, I have a friend in Ekstedt, or rather, I think I have a friend. When she's in trouble, I worry about her day and night, and I think about her." When he said this, Thales snickered. "I'm such an idiot. I always thought that she relied on me and needed me. I always thought that I was protecting her and helping her. I always thought that I was—" Thales' smile slowly disappeared. "For her own good. But I was wrong, because that was not what she wanted." When he remembered that familiar face, Thales closed his eyes deeply. "And I never treated her as a friend who treated me as an equal. At most, she was someone who needed me." Gilbert stared at him in a daze and began to tremble. "Gilbert, ever since we got to know each other, everything you have done with painstaking efforts was to turn me into a good king. For this, you even sacrificed yourself and risked everything to help and protect me. I'm very grateful, but—" Thales opened his eyes. His gaze was clear. "But I'm not the kind of wise king you are looking for, Gilbert. Just like how my father is not." Gilbert swayed violently. "You can't make a mold for everyone in your mind, and then use all your means to influence and guide them. You don't feel the slightest anomaly, and even feel proud of it, thinking that it's for their own good. You just want to fit them into the mold seamlessly. Because be it me, Waya, my father, or even you, Gilbert, none of us are born to be molds." Thales said gently, "This is why I will never be able to become him. No matter how you teach me to be close to him in terms of dressing style, knowledge system, and even behavior, I will never become the next Prince Midier, no matter how good a mold he is." When Gilbert heard this, his entire body trembled violently. He cried out involuntarily, "Your Highness," but Thales only smiled in a friendly manner, just like he always did. "You're a good teacher, Gilbert, really. You treat your students meticulously. You do not care about how much effort you put in. You teach them everything you know. You answer every question. You are considerate and considerate. You are really good, so good that I cannot even find a single flaw in you. But when I met the old crow, I met Mr. Hicks, the one who shakes his head, talks all sorts of things, and always relies on what do you think to earn his salary in class. I finally understood." Thales took a step forward and looked straight into Gilbert's red and wet eyes. "Your biggest problem, Gilbert, is that you are too nice. You are so good that your students can completely rely on you and need you. You are so good that you do not leave any room for your students to be bad." Gilbert opened his mouth to speak, but his lips trembled. 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. "But reality has proven that even without me being good to her, my friend can still live very well. Even better." Thales sighed and smiled subconsciously. "I am happy for her." In the next second, Thales opened his arms without hesitation and embraced Gilbert, who could no longer speak. "And I hope that you can be happy for me too, Gilbert." Thales pressed his lips against Gilbert's ear and said in a quivering voice, "My friend." The Foreign Affairs Minister shuddered in his arms. Thales suddenly realized that Gilbert, who was dressed in bright clothes, was very thin. But in the next moment, the teenager restrained his emotions and forced back the tears in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "By the way, Count Casso, I do not like your class schedule." Thales let go of Gilbert, who was staring at him in a daze, and the corners of his lips curled up. "It is too full." When he finished speaking, Thales raised his hand to his chest and bowed to Gilbert in a respectful and well-mannered manner, just like how Gilbert bowed to him 6 years ago. In the next second, he used all the strength in his life to suppress his trembling, straightened his back, picked up his feet, and turned to leave. He did not dare to look at Gilbert again. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the sound of a cane falling to the ground came from behind him. Thales felt a pang in his heart. But he still maintained his perfect smile, took a step forward, and stepped into the unknown darkness of the corridor. The palace was deep, and the lights were dim. But the absent-minded Thales did not walk far before he bumped into a familiar face at the corner. "Oh, sorry, Your Highness." The chief of palace butler, Baron Quentin, who had once lectured Thales on wasting the royal family's wealth, rubbed his forehead. "I didn't see you. It was not intentional." Thales also rubbed his chin in pain. "It's okay, it was just an accident." But he was very happy that there was someone he could talk to at this moment, even if it was nonsense. "Your Grace." Thales forced a smile. "I heard from Captain Adrian that you are not feeling well." "Oh, it's nothing. I used to pretend to be sick to avoid work." Quentin tugged at his exquisite cuff and wiped a notebook with a cracked cover. He did not care at all. "It won't affect my work. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble." The prince apologized gloomily, whether it is the glass cup at the banquet or today, but Chief Quentin waved his hand and interrupted him. "You know, the wine cups are actually not a problem. They're not expensive anyway." They're very expensive. But there are still many workshops and merchants who rush to pay for them, just so that the royal family and Renaissance Palace can use the wine cups they produce. Quentin sighed. "And I have wanted to change those glass cups for a long time. They are fragile and easy to break. They always give the young ones an excuse to be slow. Now I only hope that the metal and thick wooden cups will be more powerful." Thales smiled, nodded, and was ready to leave. "But why?" Thales paused when he heard that. Baron Quentin looked at him with a profound gaze. "Your Highness, I have always found it strange. Why do Northlanders have to smash their wine cups when they drink?" "Smash their wine cups." Thales was silent for a while. "You know, even though I've been there for 6 years, I find it strange too." Baron Quentin said, "Intentionally or unintentionally. Exerting force, throwing, smashing, colliding, breaking, shattering. But what can this prove? Extravagant? Overbearing? Bold? Fierce? Lust for power? Masculine?" Quentin stared at him. His tone suddenly softened. "You know, just use the rare and precious cups that have been passed down through history, used by our grandparents and parents. Everyone will be filled with gratitude and drink a cup of wine in peace. Everyone will be happy. Isn't that good?" Thales was silent for a while again. "I don't know, but if I don't smash it in Mindy's Hall..." Thales raised his head and smiled weakly. "Renaissance Palace will not get new wine cups, right?" Quentin stared at him and pondered for a while. A new batch of wine cups may not be better than the old ones. Perhaps. Thales felt complicated. "But you don't know." "What if I know?" Baron Quentin answered quickly. "What if I have already seen it?" Thales looked at him. "Perhaps it is hard for you to imagine, Your Highness." The Baron sighed and rubbed the cracked old notebook under his armpit. "But I have worked here for more than 30 years. When I was a brat, I held a pen and paper and followed behind my father. I kept records and took care of every Jade Star's clothing, food, housing, and transportation." The chief of palace affairs was absent-minded. "Every single one. Every single. Jade Star." Thales did not speak. The Baron snapped out of his daze and looked at Thales. There was an indescribable emotion in his eyes. "So, I have seen every single batch of wine cups. Every single batch." Thales was silent for a few seconds and nodded. "You are very lucky." Quentin laughed self-deprecatingly and did not comment. In the next second, the prince smiled at the chief of palace affairs. "But I remember that Hicks, Gilbert's teacher, once said something. Under the sun, everything is new." Hearing this, Baron Quentin was silent for a while before he sighed. "You know, even if the Jade Star royal family is as rich as a country..." He stared at Thales with worry in his eyes. "You still have to pay for the batch of wine cups that were smashed." "Pay?" Thales pursed his lips. "Yes, that is how it should be." Both of them were silent. "Or should I record it down for you, Your Highness?" Quentin broke the silence and patted the notebook. There was a hint of hope in his tone. "You know, maybe when you grow up and are crowned, the creditors will give you free of charge." "Free of charge." Thales raised his head and continued to stare at the darkness under the light in the distance. "Thank you, Your Grace, but there's no need." Thales spoke faintly and was slightly absent-minded. "I still have to pay. Or sooner. Or sooner." End of this chapter. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.